Innocent at Large by Paul and Karen Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nigel Fisher. Innocent at Large by Paul and Karen Anderson. A hayseed Martian among big planet slickers. Of course he would get into trouble. But that was nothing compared to the trouble he would be in if he did not get into trouble. The visiphone chimed when Perry had just gotten into her dinner gown. She peeled it off again and slipped on a casual bathrobe, a wisp of translucence which had set the president of Antarctic Enterprise, or had it been the chairman of the board, back several $1,000s. She then pulled a lock of lion-coloured hair down over one eye, checked with a mirror, rumpled it a tiny bit more, and wrapped the robe loosely on top and tight around the hips. After all, some of the men who knew her private number were important. She undulated to the phone and pressed its accept. "Hello there," she said automatically. "So sorry to keep you waiting. I was just taking a bath and—" "Oh, it's you." Gus Duran's prawn-like eyes popped at her. "Holy success," he whispered in awe. "You sure the wires can carry that much voltage?" "Well, hurry up, whatever it is," snapped Perry. "I got a date tonight." "I'll say you do. With a Martian." Perry narrowed her silver-blue gaze and looked icily at him. "You must have heard wrong, Gus. He's the heir apparent of Indonesia Inc., that's who, and if you called up to ask for a piece of him, you can just blank right out again. I saw him first." Doran's thin, sharp face grinned. "You break that date, Perry. Put it off or something. I got this Martian for you, see?" "So, since when has all Mars had as much spending money as one big-time marijuana rancher? Not to mention the heir—" Sure, but how much are those boys going to spend on any girl, even a high-level type like you? Listen, I need you just for tonight, see? This Martian is strictly from Garn. He's here on official business, but he's a yokel, and I do mean hayseed, like he asked me what the Christmas decorations in all the stores were. And here is the solar nexus of it, Perry kid." Duran leaned forward as if to climb out of the screen. "He's got $100 million expense money, and they're not going to audit his account at home. 100 million good green certificates, legal tender anywhere in the United Protectorates, and he has about as much backbone as a piece of steak alga. Kid, if I did not happen to have experience otherwise with a small nephew, I will say this will be like taking candy from a baby." Perry's peaches and cream countenance began to resemble peaches and cream left overnight on Pluto. "Badger?" she asked. "Sure. You and Sam Went handle the routine. I will take the go-between angle, so he'll think of me still as his friend, because I have other plans for him too. But if we can't shake $1 million out of him for this one night's work, there's something a kilter. And your share of $1 million is 333, is 500,000 flat," said Perry. "Too bad, I just got an awful headache and can't see Mr. Sastro tonight. Where you at, Gus?" The gravity was not as hard to take as Peter Matheny had expected. 3 generations on Mars might lengthen the legs and expand the chest a trifle, but the genes had come from Earth and the organism readjusts. What set him gasping was the air. It weighed a ton of wool and had apparently sopped up half the Atlantic Ocean. Ears trained to listen through the Martian atmosphere shuddered from the racket conducted by the Earth's. The passport official seemed to bellow at him. "Pardon me for asking this. The United Protectorates welcome all visitors to Earth, and I assure you, sir, an ordinary 5-year visa provokes no questions. But since you come on an official courier boat of your planet, Mr. Matheny, regulations force me to ask your business." "Well, recruiting." The official patted his comfortable stomach, iridescent in Neolian, and chuckled patronizingly. "I'm afraid, sir, you won't find many people who wish to leave. They wouldn't be able to see the Teamsters Hour on Mars, would they?" "Oh, we don't expect immigration," said Matheny shyly. He was a fairly young man, but small, with a dark, thatched, snub-nosed, grey-eyed head that seemed too large for his slender body. "We learned long ago that no one is interested any more in giving up even second-class citizenship on Earth to live in the Republic. But we only wanted to hire, engage, an advisor. We're not businessmen. We know our export trade hasn't a chance amongst all your corporations unless we get a 5-year contract." He heard his words trailing off idiotically and swore at himself. "Well, good luck." The official's tone was sceptical. He stamped the passport and handed it back. "There now, you're free to travel anywhere in the Protectorates, but I would advise you to leave the capital and get into the sticks, the provinces. I'm sure there must be tolerably competent sales executives in Russia or Congolese Belgium or such regions. Frankly, sir, I do not believe you can attract anyone out of New York. Thanks, said Matheny. But you see, we need, that is, oh well, thanks, goodbye. He backed out of the office. A drop shaft deposited him on the walkway. The crowd, a rainbow of men in pyjamas and robes, women in neo-sino dresses and gold leaf hats, swept him against the rail. For a moment, squashed to the wire, he stared 100 feet down at the river of automobiles. Phobos, he thought wildly. If the barrier gives, I'll be sliced in two by a dorsal fin before I hit the pavement. The August twilight wrapped him in heat and stickiness. He could see neither stars nor even moon through the city's blaze. The forest of multicoloured towers, cataracting half a mile skyward across more acreage than his eyes reached, was impressive and all that. But he used to stroll out in the rock garden behind his cottage and smoke a pipe in company with Orion. On summer evenings, that is, when the temperature wasn't too far below zero. Why did they tap me for this job? He asked himself in a surge of homesickness. What the hell is the Martian embassy here for? He, Peter Matheny, was no more than a peaceful professor of sociodynamics at Devil's Kettle University. Of course, he had advised his government before now. In fact, the Red Ankh Society had been his idea. But still, he was at ease only with his books and his chess and his mineral collection, a faculty poker party on 10th day night and an occasional trip to Swindletown. My God, thought Matheny, here I am, one solitary outlander in the greatest commercial empire the human race has ever seen, and I'm supposed to find my planet a con man. He began walking, disconsolately, at random. His lizard-skin shirt and black culottes drew glances, but derisive ones. Their cut was 40 years out of date. He should find himself a hotel, he thought drearily, but he wasn't tired. The spaceport would pneumo his baggage to him wherever he did check in. The few Martians who'd been to Earth had gone into ecstasies over the automation which put any service you could name on a 24-hour basis. But it would be a long time before Mars had such machines, if ever. The city roared at him. He fumbled after his pipe. Of course, he told himself, that's why the embassy can't act. I may find it advisable to go outside the law. Please, sir, where can I contact the underworld? He wished gambling were legal on Earth. The Constitution of the Martian Republic forbade sumptuary and moral legislation. Quite apart from the rambunctious individualism which that document formulated, the article was a practical necessity. Life was bleak enough on the deserts, without being denied the pleasure of trying to bottom deal some friend who was happily trying to mark the cards. Matheny would have found a few spins of roulette soothing. It was always an intellectual challenge to work out the system by which the management operated a wheel. But more, he would have been amongst people he understood. The frightful thing about the Earthmen was the way he seemed to exist only in organised masses. A gypsy snake oil peddler, plodding his styrosaur wagon across Martian sands, just didn't have a prayer against, say, the Grant, Harding and Adams Public Relations Agency. Matheny puffed smoke and looked around. His feet ached from the weight on them. Where could a man sit down? It was hard to make out any individual sign through all that flimmering neon. His eye fell on one that was distinguished by relative austerity. The Church of Choice. Enter, play, pray. That would do. He took an upward slide ramp through several 100 feet of altitude, stepped past an aurora curtain, and found himself in a marble lobby next to an inspirational newsstand. Ah, brother, welcome, said a red-haired usherette in demure black leotards. The peace that passeth all understanding be with you. The restaurant is right up those stairs. I'm not hungry, stammered Matheny. I just wanted to sit in. To your left, sir. The Martian crossed the lobby. His pipe went out in the breeze from the animated angel. Organ music sighed through an open doorway. The series of rooms beyond was dim, gothic, interminable. Get your chips right here, sir, said the girl in the booth. Said Matheny. She explained. He bought a few $100 tokens, dropped a $50 coin down a slot marked contributions, and sipped the martini he got back, while he strolled around studying the games. He stopped, frowned. Bingo? No, he didn't want to bother learning something new. He decided that the roulette wheels were either honest or too deep for him. He'd have to relax with a crap game instead. He had been standing at the table for some time before the rest of the congregation rarely noticed him. Then it was with awe. The first few passes he had made were unsuccessful. Earth gravity threw him off. But when he got the rhythm of it, he tossed a row of sevens. It was a customary form of challenge on Mars. Here, though, they simply pushed chips towards him. He missed a throw, as anyone would at home. Simple courtesy. The next time round, he threw for a 7 just to get the feel. He got a 7. The dice had not been substituted on him. "I say," he exclaimed. He looked up into all eyes and eyes, all around the green table. "I'm sorry, I guess I don't know your rules." "You did all right, brother," said a middle-aged lady with an obviously surgical bodice. "But I mean, when do we actually start playing? What happened to the cocked dice?" The lady drew herself up and jutted an indignant brow at him. "Sir, this is a church." "Oh, I see. Excuse me. I... Matheny backed out of the crowd, shuddering. He looked around for some place to hide his burning ears. "You forgot your chips, pal," said a voice. "Oh, thanks. Ever so much. That is..." Matheny cursed his knotting tongue. "Damn it, just because they're so much more sophisticated than I. Do I have to talk like a leaky boiler?" The helpful Earthman was not tall. He was dark and chisel-faced and sleekly pomaded, dapper in blue pyjamas with a red zigzag, a sleigh bell cloak and curly-toed slippers. "You're from Mars, aren't you?" he asked in the friendliest tone Matheny had yet heard. Yes, I am. My name's Peter Matheny. He stuck out his hand to shake, and chips rolled all over the floor. "Damn! Oh, excuse me. I forgot this was a church. Never mind the chips. No, please. I just want to get the hell out of here." "Good idea. How about a drink? I know a bar down shaft." Matheny sighed. "A drink is what I need the very most. My name's Duran. Gus Duran. Call me Gus." They walked back to the deaconette's booth, and Matheny cashed what remained of his winnings. "I don't want to. I mean, if you're busy tonight, Mr. Duran." "Nah, I'm doing nothing in particular. Besides, I've never met a Martian. I'm very interested." "There aren't many of us on Earth," agreed Matheny. "Just a small embassy staff and an occasional like me." "I should think you would do a lot of travelling here. The old mother planet and so on." "We can't afford it," said Matheny. "What with gravitation and distance, such voyages are much too expensive for us to make them for pleasure. Not to mention our dollar shortage." As they entered the shaft, he added wistfully, "You Earth people have that kind of money, at least in your more prosperous brackets. Why don't you send a few tourists to us?" "I always wanted to," said Duran. "I would like to see what they call the City of Time and so on. As a matter of fact, I've given my girl one of those old Martian rings last Ike's birthday, and she was just gazoo about it. A jewel dug out of the City of Time, like made 1,000,000 years ago by, extinct race. I tell you, she appreciated me for it." He winked and nudged. "Oh," said Matheny. He felt a certain guilt. Duran was too pleasant a little man to deserve. "Of course," Matheny said richly, "I agree with all the archaeologists. It's a crime to sell such scientifically priceless artifacts. But what can we do? We must live, and the tourist trade is almost non-existent." "Trouble with it is, I hear Mars is not so comfortable," said Duran. "I mean, do not get me wrong. I don't want to insult you or anything. But people come back saying you've given the planet barely enough air to keep a man alive. And there are no cities, just little towns and villages and ranches out in the bush. I mean, you're being pioneers and making a new nation and all that. But people paying half a megabuck for their ticket expect some comfort. And, you know." "I do," said Matheny. "But we're poor. A handful of people trying to make a world of dust and sand and scrub thorn into fields and woods and seas. We can't do it without substantial help from Earth, equipment and supplies, which can only be paid for in Earth dollars, and we can't export enough to Earth to earn those dollars." By that time, they were entering the Paul Bunyan Knotty Pine Bar and Grill on the 73rd level. Matheny's jaw clanked down. "What's the matter?" asked Duran. "Ain't you ever seen an ecdysiastic technician before?" Yes, well, but not in a 3D image under 10 magnifications." Matheny followed Duran past a sign announcing that this show was for purely artistic purposes into a booth. There, a soundproof curtain reduced the noise level enough so they could talk in normal voices. "What'll you have?" asked Duran. "It's on me." "Oh, I couldn't let you. I mean, nonsense. Welcome to Earth. Care for a thyle and vermouth?" Matheny shuddered. "Good Lord, no." "Huh? But they make thyle right on Mars, don't they?" "Yes, and it all goes to Earth and sells for $2,000 a fifth. But you don't think we'd drink it, do you? I mean, well, I imagine it doesn't actually ruin vermouth. but we don't see those Earthside commercials about how sophisticated people like it so much. Well, I'll be a socialist creeper. Duran's face split in a grin. You know, all my life I've hated that stuff and never dared admit it. He raised a hand. Don't worry, I won't blabbo, but I am wondering, if you control the file industry and sell all those relics at fancy prices, why do you call yourselves poor? Because we are, said Matheny. By the time the shipping costs have been paid on a bottle, and the earth wholesaler and jobber and sales engineer and so on down to the retailer have taken their percentage, and the advertising agency has been paid, and about 50 separate earth taxes, there's very little profit going back to the distillery on Mars. The same principle is what's strangling us on everything. Old Martian artifacts aren't really rare, for instance, but freight charges and the middlemen here put them out of the mass market. Have you not got some other business? Well, we do sell a lot of colour slides, postcards, baggage labels and so on to people who like to act cosmopolitan, and I understand our travel posters are quite popular as wall decoration, but all that has to be printed on Earth, and the printer and distributor keep most of the money. We've sold some books and show tapes, of course, but only one has been real successful. I Was a Slave Girl on Mars. Our most prominent novelist was co-opted to ghostwrite that one. Again, though, local income taxes took most of the money. Authors never have been protected the way a businessman is. We do make a high percentage of profit on those little certificates you see around. You know, the title deeds to 1 square inch of Mars. But expressed absolutely in dollars, it doesn't amount to much when we start shopping for bulldozers and thermonuclear plants. How about postage stamps? Inquired Duran. Philately is a big business, I've heard. It was our mainstay, admitted Matheny, but it's been overworked. Martian stamps are a drug on the market. What we'd like to operate is sweepstakes, but the anti-gambling laws on Earth forbid that. Duran whistled. I got to give you people credit for enterprise anyway. He fingered his moustache. Pardon me, but have you tried to, attract capital from Earth? Of course, said Matheny bitterly. We offer the most liberal concessions in the solar system. Any little mining company or transport firm or anybody who wanted to come and actually invest a few dollars in Mars, why, we'd probably give him the president's daughter as security. No, the Minister of Ecology has a better looking one. But who's interested? We haven't a thing that Earth hasn't got more of. We are only the descendants of a few scientists, a few political malcontents, oddballs who happen to prefer elbow room and a Bill of Liberties to the incorporated state. What could General Nucleonics hope to get from Mars? I see. Well, what are you having to drink? Beer, said Matheny without hesitation. Huh? Look, pal, this is on me. The only beer on Mars comes 40 million miles, with interplanetary freight charges tacked on, said Matheny. Heineken's. Duran shrugged, dialed the dispenser and fed it coins. This is a real interesting talk, Pete, he said. You're being very frank with me. I like a man that is frank. Matheny shrugged. I haven't told you anything that isn't known to every economist. Of course I haven't. I've not so much as mentioned the red ink, for instance, but in principle I have told him the truth, told him of our need, for even the secret operations do not yield us enough. The beer arrived. Matheny engulfed himself in it. Duran sipped at a whisky sour and unobtrusively set another full bottle in front of the Martian. Ah, said Matheny, bless you, friend. A pleasure. But now you must let me buy you one. That's not necessary. After all, said Duran with great tact, with the situation being as you've been describing. Oh, we're not that poor. My expense allowance assumes I will entertain quite a bit. Duran's brows lifted a few minutes of arc. You're here on business, then? Yes, I told you we haven't any tourists. I was sent to hire a business manager for the Martian export trade. What's wrong with your own people? I mean, Pete, it's not your fault there's so many rackets, taxes and middlemen and agencies and etc. That's just the way the Earth is set up these days. Matheny's finger stabbed in the general direction of Duran's pyjama top. Exactly. And who set it up that way? Earthmen. We Martians are babes in the desert. What chance do we have to earn dollars on the scale we need them, in competition with corporations which could buy and sell our whole planet before breakfast? Why, we couldn't afford 3 seconds of commercial time on a lullaby pillowcast. What we need, what we have to hire, is an executive who knows Earth, who's an Earthman himself. Let him tell us what will appeal to your people, and how to dodge the tax bite, and well, you see how it goes. That sort of thing. Matheny felt his eloquence running down, and grabbed for the second bottle of beer. But where do I start? He asked plaintively, for his loneliness smote him anew. I'm just a college professor at home, How would I ever get to see? It might be arranged, said Duran in a thoughtful tone. It just might. How much could you pay this fellow? 100 megabucks a year if he'll sign a 5-year contract. That means Earth years, mind. I'm sorry to tell you this, Pete, said Duran, but while that's not bad money, it's not what a high-powered sales scientist gets in New York, plus his retirement benefits, which he would lose if he quit where he is now, and I'm sure he would not want to settle on Mars permanently. I could offer a certain amount of lagniappe, said Matheny. That is, well, I can draw up to 100 megabucks myself for expenses, and, well, let me buy you a drink. Duran's black eyes frogged at him. You might at that, said the Earthman very softly. Yeah, you might at that. Matheny found himself warming. Gus Duran was an authentic bobber, a hell of a swell chap. He explained modestly that he was a freelance business consultant, and it was barely possible that he could arrange some contacts. No commission. All done in the interests of interplanetary friendship. Well, anyhow, let's not talk business now. If you've got to stick to beer, Pete, make it a chaser to akavit. What is akavit? Well, I will just take and show you. A hell of a good bloke. He knew some very funny stories, too, and he laughed at Matheny's, though they were probably too rustic for a big city taste like his. What I really want, said Matheny, what Mars really needs, get me, is a confidence man. A what? The best and slickest one on Earth, to operate a world-sized con game for us and make us some real money. Con man? Oh, a slipstring. A con by any other name, said Matheny, pouring down an akavit. Duran squinted through cigarette smoke. You are interesting me strangely, my friend. Say on. No, Matheny realized his head was a bit smoky. The walls of the booth seemed odd somehow. They were just leatheroid walls, but they had an odd quality. No, sorry, Gus, he said. I spoke too much. Okay, forget it. I do not like a man that pries. But look, let's bomb out of here. How about it? Go have a little fun. By all means, Matheny disposed of his last beer. I could use some gaiety. You've come to the right town, then. But let us get you a hotel room first, and some more up-to-date clothes. Allez, said Matheny, if I don't mean allons, or maybe alors. The drop down to cab ramp level and the short ride afterwards sobered him. The room rate at the Jupiter Astoria sobered him still more. Oh well, he thought, if I succeed in this job, no one at home will quibble. And the chamber to which he and Duran were shown was spectacular enough, with a pneumo direct to the bar and a full-wall transparency to show the vertical incandescence of the towers. Woof! Matheny sat down. The chair slithered sensibly around his contours. He jumped. What the dusty hell? Oh! He tried to grin, but his face burned. I see. That is a sexy type of furniture, all right, agreed Duran. He lowered himself into another chair, cocked his feet on the 3D and waved a cigarette. Which, speaking of, what say we get some girls? It's not too late to catch them at home. A date here will usually start around 2100 hours earliest. What? You know, dames, like a certain blonde warhead with twin radar and swivel mounting, and she just loves exotics such as you. Me? Matheny heard his voice climb to a schoolboy squeak. Me? Exotic? Why, I'm just a little college professor. That is... His tongue got stuck on his palate. He pulled it loose and moistened uncertain lips. You're from Mars, okay? So you fought bushcats bare-handed in an abandoned canal. What's a bushcat? And we don't have canals. The evaporation rate... Look, Pete, said Duran patiently. She doesn't have to know that, does she? Well, no, I guess no. Let's order you some clothes on the pneumo, said Duran. I recommend you buy from Schwarzenherz. Everybody knows he's expensive. While Matheny jittered about, shaving and showering and struggling with his new raiment, Duran kept him supplied with akavit and beer. You said one thing, Pete, Duran remarked, about needing a slipstring, a con man you'd call it. Forget that, please. I spoke out of turn. Well, you see, maybe a man like that is just what Mars does need. Maybe I've got a few contacts. What? Matheny gaped out of the bathroom. Duran cupped his hands round a fresh cigarette, not looking at him. I'm not that man, he said frankly. But in my line, I get a lot of contacts, and not all of them go topside. See what I mean? Like if, say, you wanted somebody terminated and could pay for it. I could not do it. I would not want to know anything about it, but I could tell you a phone number. He shrugged and gave the Martian a sidelong glance. Sure, you may not be interested. But if you are, well, Pete, I was not born yesterday. I got tolerance. Like the book says, if you want to get ahead, you have to think positively. Matheny hesitated. If only he hadn't taken that last shot. It made him want to say yes, immediately, without reservations, and therefore maybe he became overcautious. They'd instructed him on Mars to take chances if he must. I could tell you a thing or two that might give you a better idea, he said slowly, but it would have to be under security. Okay by me. Room service can send us up an oath box right now. What? But... Matheny hung on to himself and tried to believe that he'd landed on Earth less than 6 hours ago. In the end, he did call room service, and the machine was trundled in. Duran swallowed the pill and donned a conditioner helmet without an instant's hesitation. I shall never reveal to any person unauthorized by yourself whatever you may tell me under security now or at any other time, he recited. Then cheerfully, and that formula, Pete, happens to be the honest to zebra truth. I know, Matheny stared, embarrassed at the carpet. I'm sorry I mean, of course I trust you, but forget it. I take 100 security oaths a year in my line of work. Maybe I can help you. I like you, Pete. Damned if I don't. And sure, I might stand to get an agent's cut if I arrange. Go ahead, boy, go ahead. Duran crossed his legs and leaned back. It's simple enough, said Matheny. It's only that we're already operating con games. On Mars, you mean? Yes, there never were any old Martians. We erected the ruins 50 years ago for the Billingsworth expedition to find. We've been manufacturing relics ever since. Huh? Well, why, but... In this case, it helps to be at the far end of an interplanetary haul, said Matheny. Not many terrestrial archaeologists get to Mars, and they depend on our people to... Well, anyhow. I'll be clopped. Good for you. Duran blew up in laughter. That is one thing I would never spill, even without security. I told you about my girlfriend, didn't I? Yes, and that calls to mind the little girl, said Matheny apologetically. She was another official project. Who? Remember Junie O'Brien, the little golden-haired girl on Mars? A mathematical prodigy, but dying of an incurable disease? She collected Earth coins? Oh, that. Sure, I remember. Hey, you didn't. Yeah, we made about $1 billion on that one. I'll be double damned. You know, Pete, I sent her a $100 piece myself. Say, how is Junie O'Brien? Fine, under a different name. She's now our finance minister. Matheny stared out of the wall, his hands twisting nervously behind his back. There were no lies involved. She really does have a fatal disease. So do you and I. Every day we grow older. Ah, exclaimed Duran. And then the Red Ant Society. You must have heard their ads. What mysterious knowledge did the old Martians possess? What was the secret wisdom of the ancient aliens? Now the incredibly powerful semantics of the Red Ankh, not a religious organization, is available to a select few. That's our largest dollar-earning enterprise. He would have liked to say it was his suggestion originally, but it would have been too presumptuous. He was talking to an Earthman who'd heard everything already. Duran whistled. That's about all so far, confessed Matheny. Perhaps a con is our only hope. I've been wondering, maybe we could organize a Martian bucket shop, handling Martian securities. But, well, I don't know. I think... Duran removed the helmet and stood up. Yes? Matheny faced around, shivering with his own tension. I may be able to find you what you want, said Duran. I just may. It'll take a few days, and it might get a little expensive. You mean, Mr. Duran, Gus, you could actually... I cannot promise anything yet, except I will try. Now you finish dressing. I'll be down in the bar, and I'll call up this girl I know. We deserve a celebration. Perry was tall. Perry was slim. Perry smouldered when she walked and exploded when she stretched. Her apartment was ivory and ebony. Her sea-green dress was poured on, and the neo-cyno mode had obviously been engineered to her personal specifications. She waved 12 inches of jade cigarette holder, lifted her glass and murmured throatily, "To you, Pete, to Mars." I, stammered Matheny. He raised his own glass. It slopped over. Oh, damn, gosh, I'm so sorry, No harm done. You aren't used to our gravity yet. Perry extended a flawless leg out of her slit skirt and turned it about on the couch, presumably in search of a more comfortable position. And it must seem terribly cramped here on Earth, Pete, she continued, after roaming the desert, hunting, sleeping under the twin moons. Twin moons. Why, what girl could resist that? Well, as a matter of fact, the moons are barely visible, floundered Matheny. Must you spoil my dreams, she said. When I think of Mars, the frontier, where men are still men, why, my breast swells with emotion. Yes, Matheny gulped. Swell, yes. She leaned closer to his chair. Now that I've got you, don't think you'll get away, she smiled. A live Martian, trapped. Duran looked at his watch. Well, he said, I've got to get up tomorrow, so I better run along now. Ta-ta, said Perry. Matheny rose. She pulled him down beside her. Oh, no, you don't, Mars lad. I'm not through with you yet. But, said Matheny. Duran chuckled. I'll meet you on the terrace 1400 hours tomorrow, he said. Have fun, Pete. The door closed on him. Perry slithered towards her guest. He felt a nudge and looked down. She had not actually touched him with her hands. Gus is a good squiff, she said, but I wondered if he'd ever go. Why, what do you mean? Croaked Matheny. Haven't you guessed? She kissed him. It was rather like being caught in a nuclear turbine with soft blades. Matheny, said Matheny, you represent your planet. Matheny, said Matheny. Shut up. Time passed. Have another drink, said Perry, while I slip into something more comfortable. Her idea of comfort was modest in one sense of the word, a nightdress or something like a breath of smoke and a seat on Matheny's lap. If you kiss me like that just once more, she breathed, I'll forget I'm a nice girl. Matheny kissed her like that. The door crashed open. A large man stood there, breathing heavily. What are you doing with my wife? He bawled. Sam, screamed Perry, I thought you were in Australia. And he said he might settle out of court, finished Matheny. He stared in numb fascination at his beer. He'll come to my hotel room this afternoon. What am I going to do? It's a great shame, said Duran. I never thought. You know, he told everybody he'd be gone on business for weeks yet, Pete. I'm more sorry than I can express. If he thinks I'll pay his miserable blackmail, bristled Matheny, he can take his head and stick. Duran shook his own. I'm sorry, Pete, but I would pay if I was you. He does have a case. It's too bad he just happened to be carrying that loaded camera, but he is a photographer, and our laws on Earth are pretty strict about unlicensed correspondence. He could be very heavily fined as well as deported, plus all the civil damage claims and the publicity. It would ruin your mission, and even make trouble for the next Mars man sent. But, stuttered Matheny, but it's a badger game. Look, said Duran. He leaned over the table and gripped the Martian's shoulder. I'm your friend, see? I feel real bad this happened. In a way, it's my fault, and I want to help you. So let me talk to Sam Went. I'll cool him off if I can. I'll talk down his figure. It'll still cost you, Pete, but you can pad your expense account, can't you? So we'll both come to see you today. That way there'll be two people on your side, you and me, and Sam will not throw his weight around so much. You pay up in cash, and it'll be the end of the affair. I'll see to that, pal. Matheny stared at the small, dapper man. His aloneness came to him like a blow to the stomach. Et tu, Brute, he thought. He bit his lip. Thanks, Gus. You're a real friend. Sam blocked the doorway with his shoulders as he entered the room. Duran followed like a diminutive tug pushing at a very large liner. They closed the door. Matheny stood up, avoiding Sam's glare. Okay, louse, said Sam. You got a better pal here than you deserve, but he ain't managed to talk me into settling for nothing. Let me get this. Well, said Matheny. Look, sir, you claim that that your wife and I were, well, we weren't. I was only visiting. Stow it. Sam towered over the Martian. Shoot it to the moon. You had your fun. It'll cost you $1 million. 1 mil? But, Gus, wailed Matheny, this is out of all reason. I thought you said... Duran shrugged. I'm sorry, Pete. I couldn't get him any further down. He started asking for 50. You'd better pay him. No. Matheny scuttled behind a chair. No, look here. I, Peter Matheny of the Martian Republic, declare you are blackmailing me. I'm asking for compensation for damages, growled Sam. Hand it over, or I'll go talk to a lawyer. That ain't blackmail. You got your choice, don't you? Matheny wilted. Yes. A megabuck isn't so bad, Pete, soothed Duran. I personally will see that you earn that back in... Oh, never mind. Tears stood in Matheny's eyes. You win. He took out his checkbook. None of that, rapped Sam. Cash. Now. But you claimed this was a legitimate... You heard me. Well, could I have a receipt? Begged Matheny. Sam grinned. I just thought I'd ask, said Matheny. He opened a drawer and counted out 100 10-kilo buck bills. There, and I hope you choke on it. Sam stuffed the money in a pocket and lumbered out. Duran lingered. Look here, Pete. I'll make this up to you, honest. All you got to do is trust me. Sure. Matheny slumped on the bed. Not your fault. Let me alone for a while, will you? Listen, I'll come back in a few hours and buy you the best dinner in all the protectorates and... Sure, said Matheny. Sure. Duran left, closing the door with great gentleness. He returned at 17:30, entered and stopped dead. The floor space was half taken up by a screen and a film projector. What happened, Pete? He asked uncertainly. Matheny smiled. I took some tourist movies, he said. Self-developing soundtrack film. Sit down and I'll show you. Well, thanks. I'm not much for home movies. It won't take long, please. Duran shrugged, found a chair and took out a cigarette. You seem pretty well cheered up now, he remarked. That's a spirit I like to see. You got to have faith. I'm thinking of a sideline business in live photography, said the Martian. Get back my losses of today, you know. Well now, Pete, I like your spirit, like I say, but if you're really interested in making some of that old baroom, and I think you are, then listen. I'll send prints to people for home viewing, went on Matheny. I'd like your opinion of this first effort. He dimmed the transparency and started the projector. The screen sprang into coloured motion. Sam Wendt blocked the doorway with his shoulders. Who knows? I might even sell you one of several prints I made today, said Matheny. OK, louse, said Sam. Life is hard on Mars, commented Matheny in an idle tone, and we're an individualistic culture. The result is pretty fierce competition, though on a person-to-person rather than organisational basis. All friendly enough, but... Oh, by the way, did you like our Martian camera technology? I wore this one inside my buttonhole. Duran in the screen shrugged and said, I'm sorry, Pete. Duran in the chair stubbed out his cigarette very carefully and asked, How much do you want for the film? Would a megabuck be a fair price? Inquired Matheny. Uh-huh. Of course. I'm hoping Sam will want a copy too. Duran swallowed. Yes, I think I can talk him into it. Good. Matheny stopped the projector. He sat down on the edge of the table, swinging one leg, and lit his pipe. Its bowl glowed in the dimness like the eye of a small demon. By the way, he said irrelevantly, if you check the newscast tapes, you'll find I was runner-up in last week's all-Martian pistol contest. It's a tough contest to win. There are no bad shots on Mars. Survival of the fittest, you know. Duran wet his lips. No hard feelings. No, none at all. But say, in case you are, well, you know, looking for a slipstring, what I came here for was to tell you I've located the very guy you want. Only he's in jail right now, see? And it'll cost. Oh no, groaned Matheny. Not the Certis prospector. Kids are taught that swindle in kindergarten. Duran bowed his head. We call it the Spanish prisoner here, he said. He got up. I'll send the price of the film around in the morning. You'll call your bank and have the cash pneumoed here tonight, said Matheny. Also Sam's share. I dare say he can pay you back. No harm in trying, was there? Duran asked humbly. None at all, Matheny chuckled. In fact, I'm grateful to you. You helped me solve my major problem. Huh? I did? What? How? I'll have to investigate further, but I'm sure my hunch will be confirmed. You see, we Martians have stood in awe of Earthmen, and since for such a long time there's been very little contact between the two planets, except the purely official, impersonal sort, there's been nothing to disabuse us. It's certainly true that our organisations can't compete with yours, because your whole society is based on organisations. But now, by the same token, I wonder if your individuals can match ours. Ever hear of the third moon? No? The whipsaw play? The aqueduct squeeze? Good Lord, can't you even load a Derrill set? Matheny licked his chops. So there's our Martian export to Earth. Martian con-men. I tell you this under security, of course. Not that anyone would believe you, till our boys walk home with the shirt off the terrestrial back. He waved an imperious pipe stem. Hurry up and pay me, please. I've a date tonight with Perry. I just called her up and explained the situation, and she really does seem to like Martians. End of Innocent at Large by Paul and Karen Anderson.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit completeaudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. The most dangerous of weapons is the one you don't know is loaded. The wind howled out of the northwest, blind with snow and barbed with ice crystals. All the way up the half-mile precipice it fingered and wrenched away at groaning ice slabs. It screamed over the top, whirled snow in a dervish dance around the hollow there, piled snow into the long furrow plowed ruler straight through streamlined hummocks of snow. The sun glinted on black rock glazed by ice, chasms and ridges and bridges of ice. It lit the snow slope to a frozen glare, penciled black shadow down the long furrow, and flashed at the furrow's end on a thing of metal and plastics, an artifact thrown down in the dead wilderness. Nothing grew, nothing flew, nothing walked, nothing talked. But the thing in the hollow was stirring in stiff jerks like a snake with its back broken or a clockwork toy running down. When the movement stopped, there was a click, and a strange sound began. Thin, scratchy, and audible more than a yard away, weary, but still cocky, there leaked from the shape in the hollow the sound of a human voice. "I've tried my hands and arms and they seem to work," it began. "I've wiggled my toes with entire success. It's well on the cards that I'm all in one piece and not broken up at all, though I don't see how it could happen. Right now I don't feel like struggling up and finding out. I'm fine where I am. I'll just lie here for a while and relax and get some of the story on tape. This suit's got a built-in recorder. I might as well use it. That way, even if I'm not as well as I feel, I'll leave a message. You probably know we're back and wonder what went wrong. I suppose I'm in a state of shock. That's why I can't seem to get up. Who wouldn't be shocked after luck like that? I've always been lucky, I guess. Luck got me a place in the Whale. Sure, I'm a good astronomer, but so are lots of other guys. If I were 10 years older, it would have been an honor being picked for the first long jump in the first starship ever. At my age, it was luck. You'll want to know if the ship worked. Well, she did. Went like a bomb. We got lined up between Earth and Mars, you'll remember, and James pushed the button marked jump. Took his finger off the button, and there we were. Alpha Centauri. 2 months later your time, 1 second later by us. We covered our whole survey assignment like that. Smooth as a pint of old and mild, which right now I could certainly use. Better yet would be a pint of hot black coffee with sugar in. Failing that, I could even go for a long drink of cold water. There was never anything wrong with the Whale till right at the end, and even then I doubt if it was the ship itself that fouled things up. That was some survey assignment. We astronomers really lived. Wait till you see. But of course you won't. I could weep when I think of those miles of lovely color film, all gone up in smoke. I'm shocked, all right. I never said who I was. Matt Hennessy, from Farside Observatory, back of the moon, just back from a proving flight cum astronomical survey in the starship Whale. Whoever you are who finds this tape, you're made. Take it to any radio station or newspaper office. You'll find you can name your price, and don't take any wooden nickels. Where had I got to? I told you how we happened to find Chang, hadn't I? That's what the natives called it. Walking, talking natives on a blue sky planet with 1.1 g gravity and a 20% oxygen atmosphere at 15 psi. The odds against finding Chong on a 6-sun survey on the first star jump ever must be up in the Googles. We certainly were lucky. The Chong natives aren't very technical. Haven't got space travel, for instance. They're good astronomers, though. We were able to show them our sun in their telescopes. In their way, they're a highly civilized people. Look more like cats than people, but they're people all right. If you doubt it, chew these facts over. 1. They learned our language in 4 weeks. When I say they, I mean a 10-man team of them. 2. They brew a near beer that's a lot nearer than the canned stuff we had aboard the Whale. 3. They've a great sense of humor. Ran rather to silly practical jokes, but still. Can't say I care for that hot foot and belly laugh stuff myself, but tastes differ. 4. The 10-man language team also learned chess and table tennis. But why go on? People who talk English, drink beer, like jokes, and beat me at chess or table tennis are people for my money, even if they look like tigers in trousers. It was funny the way they won all the time at table tennis. They certainly weren't so hot at it. Maybe that 10% extra gravity put us off our strokes. As for chess, Svinlev was our champion. He won sometimes. The rest of us seemed to lose whichever Chingsi we played. There again, it wasn't so much that they were good. How could they be, in the time? It was more that we all seemed to make silly mistakes when we played them, and that's fatal in chess. Of course it's a screwy situation. Playing chess with something that grows its own fur coat, has yellow eyes 1.5 inches long, and long white whiskers. Could you have kept your mind on the game? And don't think I fell victim to their feline charm. The children were pets, but you didn't feel like patting the adults on their big grinning heads. Personally, I didn't like the one I knew best. He was called, well, we called him Charlie, and he was the ethnologist, ambassador, contact man, or whatever you like to call him, who came back with us. Why I disliked him was because he was always trying to get the edge on you. All the time he had to be top. Great sense of humor, of course. I nearly broke my neck on that butter slide he fixed up in the metal alleyway to the Whale's engine room. Charlie laughed fit to bust. Everyone laughed. I even laughed myself, though doing it hurt me more than the tumble had. Yes, life and soul of the party, old Charlie. My last sight of the minnow was a cabin full of dead and dying men. The sweetish stink of burned flesh and the choking reek of scorching insulation. The boat jolting and shuddering and beginning to break up, and in the middle of the flames, still unhurt, was Charlie. He was laughing. My God, it's dark out here. Wonder how high I am. Must be all of 50 miles, and doing 800 miles an hour at least. I'll be doing more than that when I land. What's final velocity for a 50-mile fall? Same as a 50,000-mile fall, I suppose. Same as escape. 24,000 miles an hour. I'll make a mess. That's better. Why didn't I close my eyes before? Those star streaks made me dizzy. I'll make a nice shooting star when I hit air. Come to think of it, I must be deep in air now. Let's take a look. It's getting lighter. Look at those peaks down there, like great knives. I don't seem to be falling as fast as I expected, though. Almost seem to be floating. Let's switch on the radio and tell the world hello. Hello, Earth. Hello again. And goodbye. Sorry about that. I passed out. I don't know what I said, if anything, and the suit recorder has no playback or eraser. What must have happened is that the suit ran out of oxygen and I lost consciousness due to anoxia. I dreamed I switched on the radio, but I actually switched on the emergency tank, thank the Lord, and that brought me round. Come to think of it, Why not crack the suit and breathe fresh air instead of bottled? No, I have to get up to do that. I think I'll just lie here a bit longer and get properly rested up before I try anything big like standing up. I was telling about the return journey, wasn't I? The long jump back home, which should have dumped us between the orbits of Earth and Mars. Instead of which, when James took his finger off the button, the mass detector showed nothing except the noise level of the universe. We were out in that no place for a day. We astronomers had to establish our exact position relative to the solar system. The crew had to find out exactly what went wrong. The physicists had to make mystic passes in front of meters and mutter about residual folds in stress-free space. Our task was easy because we were about half a light year from the sun. The crew's job was also easy. They found what went wrong in less than half an hour. It still seems incredible. To program the ship for a star jump, you merely told it where you were and where you wanted to go. In practical terms, that entailed first a series of exact measurements which had to be translated into the somewhat abstruse coordinate system we used based on the topological order of mass points in the galaxy. Then you cut a tape on the computer and hit the button. Nothing was wrong with the computer. Nothing was wrong with the engines. We'd hit the right button, and we'd gone to the place we'd aimed for. All we'd done was aim for the wrong place. It hurts me to tell you this, and I'm just attached personnel with no spaceflight tradition. In practical terms, one highly trained crew member had punched a wrong pattern of holes on the tape. Another equally skilled had failed to notice this when reading back. A childish error. Highly improbable, twice repeated, thus squaring the improbability. Incredible, but that's what happened. Anyway, we took good care with the next lot of measurements. That's why we were out there so long. They were cross-checked about 5 times. I got sick, so I climbed into a spacesuit and went outside and took some photographs of the sun, which I hoped would help to determine hydrogen density in the outer regions. When I got back, everything was ready. We disposed ourselves about the control room and relaxed for all we were worth. We were all praying that this time nothing would go wrong, and all looking forward to seeing Earth again after 4 months' subjective time away. Except for Charlie, who was still chuckling and shaking his head, and Captain James, who was glaring at Charlie and obviously wishing human dignity permitted him to tear Charlie limb from limb. Then James pressed the button. Everything twanged like a bowstring. I felt myself turned inside out, passed through a small sieve, and poured back into shape. The entire bow wall screen was full of Earth. Something was wrong, all right, and this time it was much, much worse. We'd come out of the jump about 200 miles above the Pacific, pointed straight down, traveling at a relative speed of about 2,000 miles an hour. It was a fantastic situation. Here was the Whale, the most powerful ship ever built, which could cover 50 light years in a subjective time of 1 second, and it was helpless. For, as of course you know, the star drive couldn't be used again for at least 2 hours. The Whale also had ion rockets, of course, the standard deuterium fusion thing with direct conversion. As again you know, this is good for interplanetary flight because you can run it continuously and it has extremely high exhaust velocity. But in our situation it was no good because it has rather a low thrust. It would have taken more time than we had to deflect us enough to avoid a smash. We had 5 minutes to abandon ship. James got us all into the minnow at a dead run. There was no time to take anything at all except the clothes we stood in. The minnow was meant for short, heavy hops to planets or asteroids. In addition to the ion drive, it had emergency atomic rockets using steam for reaction mass. We thanked God for that when Kazamian canceled our downwards velocity with them in a few seconds. We curved away up over China, and from about 50 miles high we saw the Whale hit the Pacific. 600 tons of mass at well over 2,000 miles an hour make an almighty splash. By now you'll have divers down, but I doubt they'll salvage much you can use. I wonder why James went down with the ship, as the saying is. Not that it made any difference. It must have broken his heart to know that his lovely ship was getting the chopper. Or did he suspect another human error? We didn't have time to think about that, or even to get the radio working. The steam rockets blew up. Poor Kazamian was burnt to a crisp. Only thing that saved me was the spacesuit I was still wearing. I snapped the faceplate down because the cabin was filling with fumes. I saw Charlie coming out of the toilet. That's how he'd escaped. And I saw him beginning to laugh. Then the port side collapsed and I fell out. I saw the launch spinning away, glowing red against a purplish black sky. I tumbled head over heels toward the huge curved shield of Earth 50 miles below. I shut my eyes, and that's about all I remember. I don't see how any of us could have survived. I think we're all dead. I'll have to get up and crack this suit and let some air in, but I can't. I fell 50 miles without a parachute. I'm dead, so I can't stand up. There was a silence for a while, except for the vicious howl of the wind. Then snow began to shift on the ledge. A man crawled stiffly out and came shakily to his feet. He moved slowly around for some time. After about 2 hours, he returned to the hollow, squatted down, and switched on the recorder. The voice began again, considerably wearier. Hello there. I'm in the bleakest wilderness I've ever seen. This place makes the moon look cozy. There's precipice around me every way but one, and that's up. So it's up I'll have to go till I find a way to go down. I've been chewing snow to quench my thirst, but I could eat a horse. I picked up a shortwave broadcast on my suit, but couldn't understand a word. Not English, not French, and there I stick. Listened to it for 15 minutes just to hear a human voice again. I haven't much hope of reaching anyone with my 5 milliwatt suit transmitter, but I'll keep trying. Just before I start the climb, there are 2 things I want to get on tape. The first is how I got here. I've remembered something from my military training when I did some parachute jumps. Terminal velocity for a human body falling through air is about 120 miles per hour. Falling 50 miles is no worse than falling 500 feet. You'd be lucky to live through a 500-foot fall, true, but I've been lucky. The suit is bulky but light and probably slowed my fall. I hit a 60-mile-an-hour updraft this side of the mountain, skidded downhill through about a half-mile of snow, and fetched up in a drift. The suit is part worn but still operational. I'm fine. The second thing I want to say is about the Chingsi, and here it is. Watch out for them. Those jokers are dangerous. I'm not telling how because I've got a scientific reputation to watch. You'll have to figure it out for yourselves. Here are the clues. 1. The Chingsi talk and laugh, but after all, they aren't human. On an alien world 100 light years away, why shouldn't alien talents develop? A talent that's so uncertain and rudimentary here that most people don't believe it might be highly developed out there. 2. The whale expedition did fine till it found Chong. Then it hit a seam of bad luck. Real stinking bad luck that went on and on till it looks fishy. We lost the ship. We lost the launch. Oh, but one of us lost our lives. We couldn't even win a game of ping pong. So what is luck, good or bad? Scientifically speaking, future chance events are by definition chance. They can turn out favorable or not. When a preponderance of chance events has occurred unfavorably, you've got bad luck. It's a fancy name for a lot of chance results that didn't go your way. But the gambler defines it differently. For him, luck refers to the future, and you've got bad luck when future chance events won't go your way. Scientific investigations into this have been inconclusive, but everyone knows that some people are lucky and others aren't. All we've got are hints and glimmers, the fumbling touch of a rudimentary talent. There's the evil eye legend and the Jonah, bad luck bringers. Superstition? Maybe, but ask the insurance companies about accident prones. What's in a name? Call a man unlucky and you're superstitious. Call him accident prone and that's sound business sense. I've said enough. All the same, Search the spaceflight records, talk to the actuaries. When a ship is working perfectly and is operated by a hand-picked crew of highly trained men in perfect condition, how often is it wrecked by a series of silly errors happening one after another in defiance of probability? I'll sign off with 2 thoughts, one depressing and one cheering. A single Chingsi wrecked our ship and our launch. What could a whole planet full of them do? On the other hand, a talent that manipulates chance events is bound to be chancy. No matter how highly developed, it can't be surefire. The proof is that I've survived to tell the tale. At 20 below zero and 50 miles an hour, the wind ravaged the mountain. Peering through his polarized visor at the white waste and the snow-filled air howling over it, sliding and stumbling with every step on a slope that got gradually steeper and seemed to go on forever, Matt Hennessy began to inch his way up the north face of Mount Everest. End of Accidental Death by Peter Bailey.
Moxon's Master by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winston Tharp. Moxon's Master by Ambrose Bierce. Are you serious? Do you really believe that a machine thinks? I got no immediate reply. Moxon was apparently intent upon the goals in the grate, touching them deftly here and there with a fire poker until they signified a sense of his attention by a brighter glow. For several weeks I had been observing in him a growing habit of delay in answering even the most trivial of commonplace questions. His air, however, was that of preoccupation rather than deliberation. One might have said that he had something on his mind. Presently he said, "What is a machine?" The word has been variously defined. Here is one definition from a popular dictionary: any instrument or organization by which power is applied and made effective, or a desired effect produced. Well then, is not a man a machine? And you will admit that he thinks, or thinks he thinks. If you do not wish to answer my question, I said, rather testily, why not say so? All that you say is mere evasion. You know well enough that when I say machine, I do not mean a man, but something that man has made and controls. When it does not control him, he said, rising abruptly and looking out of a window, whence nothing was visible in the blackness of a stormy night. A moment later he turned about and with a smile said, "I beg your pardon. I had no thought of evasion. I considered the dictionary, man's unconscious testimony, suggestive and worth something in the discussion. I can give your question a direct answer easily enough. I do believe that a machine thinks about the work that it is doing." That was direct enough, certainly. It was not altogether pleasing, for it tended to confirm a sad suspicion that Moxon's devotion to study and work in his machine shop had not been good for him. I knew for one thing that he suffered from insomnia, and that is no light affliction. Had it affected his mind? His reply to my question seemed to me then evidence that it had. Perhaps I should think differently about it now. I was younger then, and among the blessings that are not denied to youth is ignorance. Incited by that great stimulant to controversy, I said, "And what, pray, does it think with, in the absence of a brain?" The reply, coming with less than his customary delay, took his favorite form of counter-interrogation. "With what does a plant think, in the absence of a brain?" "Ah, plants belong to the philosopher class. I should be pleased to know some of their conclusions." "You may omit the premises." "Perhaps," he replied, apparently unaffected by my foolish irony, "you may be able to infer their convictions from their acts. I will spare you the familiar examples of the sensitive mimosa, the several insectivorous flowers, and those whose stamens bend down and shake their pollen upon the entering bee in order that he may fertilize their distant mates. But observe this. In an open spot in my garden I planted a climbing vine. When it was barely above the surface, I set a stake into the soil a yard away. The vine at once made for it, but as it was about to reach it after several days, I removed it a few feet. The vine at once altered its course, making an acute angle, and again made for the stake. This maneuver was repeated several times, but finally, as if discouraged, the vine abandoned the pursuit, and ignoring further attempts to divert it, traveled to a small tree further away, which it climbed. Roots of the eucalyptus will prolong themselves incredibly in search of moisture. A well-known horticulturist relates that one entered an old drain-pipe and followed it until it came to a break, where a section of the pipe had been removed to make way for a stone wall that had been built across its course. The root left the drain and followed the wall until it found an opening where a stone had fallen out. It crept through and, following the other side of the wall back to the drain, entered the unexplored part and resumed its journey. And all this? Can you miss the significance of it? It shows the consciousness of plants. It proves that they think. Even if it did, what then? We were speaking not of plants, but of machines. They may be composed partly of wood that has no longer vitality, or wholly of metal. Is thought an attribute also of the mineral kingdom? How else do you explain the phenomena, for example, of crystallization? I do not explain them, because you cannot without affirming what you wish to deny, namely, intelligent cooperation among the constituent elements of the crystals. When soldiers form lines or hollow squares, you call it reason. When wild geese in flight take the form of a letter V, you say instinct. When the homogeneous atoms of a mineral, moving freely in solution, arrange themselves into shapes mathematically perfect, or particles of frozen moisture into the symmetrical and beautiful forms of snowflakes, you have nothing to say. You have not even invented a name to conceal your heroic unreason. Moxon was speaking with unusual animation and earnestness. As he paused, I heard in an adjoining room known to me as his machine shop, which no one but himself was permitted to enter, a singular thumping sound, as of someone pounding upon a table with an open hand. Moxon heard it at the same moment, and visibly agitated, rose, and hurriedly passed into the room whence it came. I thought it odd that anyone else should be in there, and my interest in my friend, with doubtless a touch of unwarrantable curiosity, led me to listen intently, though I am happy to say not at the keyhole. There were confused sounds as of a struggle or scuffle. The floor shook. I distinctly heard hard breathing and a hoarse whisper which said, "Damn you!" Then all was silent, and presently Moxon reappeared, and said with a rather sorry smile, "Pardon me for leaving you so abruptly. I have a machine in there that lost its temper and cut up rough." Fixing my eyes steadily upon his left cheek, which was traversed by 4 parallel excoriations showing blood, I said, "How would it do to trim its nails?" I could have spared myself the jest. He gave it no attention, but seated himself in the chair that he had left, and resumed the interrupted monologue as if nothing had occurred. "Doubtless you do not hold with those, I need not name them to a man of your reading, who have taught that all matter is sentient, and that every atom is a living, feeling, conscious being. I do. There is no such thing as dead, inert matter. It is all alive, all instinct with force actual and potential, all sensitive to the same forces in its environment, and susceptible to the contagion of higher and subtler ones residing in such superior organisms as it may be brought into relation with, as those of man, when he is fashioning it into an instrument of his will. It absorbs something of his intelligence and purpose, more of them in proportion to the complexity of the resulting machine and that of its work. Do you happen to recall Herbert Spencer's definition of life? I read it 30 years ago. He may have altered it afterward, for anything I know, but in all that time I have been unable to think of a single word that could profitably be changed or added or removed. It seems to me not only the best definition, but the only possible one. Life, he says, is a definite combination of heterogeneous changes, both simultaneous and successive, in correspondence with external coexistences and sequences. That defines the phenomenon, I said, but gives no hint of its cause. That, he replied, is all that any definition can do. As Mill points out, we know nothing of cause except as an antecedent, nothing of effect except as a consequent. Of certain phenomena, one never occurs without the other, which is dissimilar. The first, in point of time, we call cause, the second, effect. One who had many times seen a rabbit pursued by a dog, and had never seen rabbits and dogs otherwise, would think the rabbit the cause of the dog. But I fear, he added, laughing naturally enough, that my rabbit is leading me a long way from the track of my legitimate quarry. I'm indulging in the pleasure of the chase for its own sake. What I want you to observe is that in Herbert Spencer's definition of life, the activity of a machine is included. There is nothing in the definition that is not applicable to it. According to this sharpest of observers and deepest of thinkers, if a man during his period of activity is alive, so is a machine when in operation. As an inventor and constructor of machines, I know that to be true. Moxon was silent for a long time, gazing absently into the fire. It was growing late, and I thought it time to be going, but somehow I did not like the notion of leaving him in that isolated house, all alone except for the presence of some person of whose nature my conjectures could go no further than that it was unfriendly, perhaps malign. Leaning toward him and looking earnestly into his eyes while making a motion with my hand through the door of his workshop, I said, "Moxon, whom have you in there?" Somewhat to my surprise, he laughed lightly and answered without hesitation, "Nobody. The incident that you have in mind was caused by my folly in leaving a machine in action with nothing to act upon, while I undertook the interminable task of enlightening your understanding. Do you happen to know that consciousness is the creature of rhythm?" "Oh, bother them both," I replied, rising and laying hold of my overcoat. "I'm going to wish you good night, and I'll add the hope that the machine which you inadvertently left in action will have her gloves on the next time you think it needful to stop her." Without waiting to observe the effect of my shot, I left the house. Rain was falling, and the darkness was intense. In the sky beyond the crest of a hill toward which I groped my way along precarious plank sidewalks and across miry, unpaved streets, I could see the faint glow of the city's lights, but behind me nothing was visible but a single window of Moxon's house. It glowed with what seemed to me a mysterious and fateful meaning. I knew it was an uncurtained aperture in my friend's machine shop, and I had little doubt that he had resumed the studies interrupted by his duties as my instructor in mechanical consciousness and the fatherhood of rhythm. Odd, and in some degree humorous, as his convictions seemed to me at that time, I could not wholly divest myself of the feeling that they had some tragic relation to his life and character, perhaps to his destiny, although I no longer entertained the notion that they were the vagaries of a disordered mind. Whatever might be thought of his views, his exposition of them was too logical for that. Over and over, the last words came back to me. Consciousness is the creature of rhythm. Bald and terse as the statement was, I now found it infinitely alluring. At each recurrence it broadened in meaning and deepened in suggestion. Why, here, I thought, is something upon which to found a philosophy. If consciousness is the product of rhythm, all things are conscious, for all have motion, and all motion is rhythmic. I wondered if Moxon knew the significance and breadth of his thought, the scope of this momentous generalization, or had he arrived at his philosophical faith by the tortuous and uncertain road of observation? That faith was then new to me, and all Moxon's expounding had failed to make me a convert. But now it seemed as if a great light shone upon me, like that which fell upon Saul of Tarsus. And out there in the storm and darkness and solitude I experienced what Lewes calls the endless variety and excitement of philosophical thought. I exalted in a new sense of knowledge, a new pride of reason. My feet seemed hardly to touch the earth. It was as if I were uplifted and borne through the air by invisible wings. Yielding to an impulse to seek further light from him whom I now recognized as my master and guide, I had unconsciously turned about, and almost before I was aware of having done so, I found myself again at Moxon's door. I was drenched with rain, but felt no discomfort. Unable in my excitement to find the doorbell, I instinctively tried the knob. It turned, and entering, I mounted the stairs to the room that I had so recently left. All was dark and silent. Moxon, as I had supposed, was in the adjoining room, the machine shop. Groping along the wall until I found the communicating door, I knocked loudly several times, but got no response, which I attributed to the uproar outside, for the wind was blowing a gale and dashing the rain against the thin wall in sheets. The drumming upon the shingle roof spanning the unceiled room was loud and incessant. I had never been invited into the machine shop, and indeed been denied admittance, as had all others, with one exception, a skilled metal worker of whom no one knew anything except that his name was Haley and his habit silence. But in my spiritual exaltation, discretion and civility were alike forgotten, and I opened the door. What I saw took all philosophical speculation out of me in short order. Moxon sat facing me at the farther side of a small table, upon which a single candle made all the light that was in the room. Opposite him, his back toward me, sat another person. On the table between the two was a chessboard. The men were playing. I knew little of chess, but as only a few pieces were on the board, it was obvious that the game was near its close. Moxon was intensely interested, not so much, it seemed to me, in the game as in his antagonist, upon whom he had fixed so intent a look that, standing though I did directly in the line of his vision, I was altogether unobserved. His face was ghastly white, and his eyes glittered like diamonds. Of his antagonist I had only a back view, but that was sufficient. I could not have cared to see his face. He was apparently not more than 5 feet in height, with proportions suggesting those of a gorilla, a tremendous breadth of shoulders, thick, short neck, and broad, squat head, which had a tangled growth of black hair and was topped with a crimson fez. A tunic of the same color, belted tightly to the waist, reached the seat, apparently a box, upon which he sat. His legs and feet were not seen. His left forearm appeared to rest in his lap. He moved his pieces with his right hand, which seemed disproportionately long. I had shrunk back and now stood a little to one side of the doorway and in shadow. If Moxon had looked farther than the face of his opponent, he could have observed nothing now except that the door was open. Something forbade me either to enter or retire, a feeling, I know not how it came, that I was in the presence of an imminent tragedy, and might serve my friend by remaining. With a scarcely conscious rebellion against the indelicacy of the act, I remained. The play was rapid. Moxon hardly glanced at the board before making his moves, and to my unskilled eye seemed to move the piece most convenient to his hand, his motions in doing so being quick, nervous, and lacking in precision. The response of his antagonist, while equally prompt in the inception, was made with a slow, uniform, mechanical, and I thought somewhat theatrical movement of the arm that was a sore trial to my patience. There was something unearthly about it all, and I caught myself shuddering. But I was wet and cold. 2 or 3 times after moving a piece, the stranger slightly inclined his head, and each time I observed that Moxon shifted his king. All at once the thought came to me that the man was dumb, and then that he was a machine, an automaton chess-player. Then I remembered that Moxon had once spoken to me of having invented such a piece of mechanism, though I did not understand that it had actually been constructed. Was all his talk about the consciousness and intelligence of machines merely a prelude to eventual exhibition of this device, only a trick to intensify the effect of its mechanical action upon me and my ignorance of its secret? A fine end, this, of all my intellectual transports, my endless variety and excitement of philosophical thought. I was about to retire in disgust, when something occurred to hold my curiosity. I observed a shrug of the thing's great shoulders, as if it were irritated, and so natural was this, so entirely human, that in my new view of the matter it startled me. Nor was that all, for a moment later it struck the table sharply with its clenched hand. At that gesture, Moxon seemed even more startled than I. He pushed his chair a little backward as an alarm. Presently Moxon, whose play it was, raised his hand high above the board, pounced upon one of the pieces like a sparrow-hawk, and with the exclamation, "Checkmate!" rose quickly to his feet and stepped behind his chair. The automaton sat motionless. The wind had now gone down, but I heard at lessening intervals and progressively louder the rumble and roll of thunder. In the pauses between, I now became conscious of a low humming or buzzing, which, like the thunder, grew momentarily louder and more distinct. It seemed to come from the body of the automaton, and was unmistakably a whirring of wheels. It gave me the impression of a disordered mechanism which had escaped the repressive and regulating action of some controlling part, an effect such as might be expected if a pawl should be jostled from the teeth of a ratchet wheel. But before I had time for much conjecture as to its nature, my attention was taken by the strange motions of the automaton itself. A slight but continuous convulsion seemed to have possession of it. In body and head it shook like a man with palsy or an ague chill, and the motion augmented every moment until the entire figure was in violent agitation. Suddenly it sprang to its feet, and with a movement almost too quick for the eye to follow, shot forward across table and chair with both arms thrust forth to their full length, the posture and lunge of a diver. Moxon tried to throw himself backward out of reach, but he was too late. I saw the horrible thing's hands close upon its throat, his own clutch its wrists. Then the table was overturned, the candle thrown to the floor and extinguished, and all was black dark. But the noise of the struggle was dreadfully distinct, and most terrible of all were the raucous, squawking sounds made by the strangled man's effort to breathe. Guided by the infernal hubbub, I sprang to the rescue of my friend, but had hardly taken a stride in the darkness when the whole room blazed with a blinding white light that burned into my brain and heart and memory a vivid picture of the combatants on the floor. Moxon underneath, his throat still in the clutch of those iron hands, his head forced backward, his eyes protruding, his mouth wide open and his tongue thrust out, in horrible contrast, upon the painted face of his assassin, an expression of tranquil and profound thought, as in the solution of a problem in chess. This I observed, then all was blackness and silence. 3 days later I recovered consciousness in a hospital. As the memory of that tragic night slowly evolved in my ailing brain, I recognized in my attendant Moxon's confidential workman, Haley. Responding to a look, he approached, smiling. "Tell me about it," I managed to say faintly. "All about it." "Certainly," he said. "You were carried unconscious from a burning house, Moxon's. Nobody knows how you came to be there. You may have to do a little explaining. The origin of the fire is a bit mysterious, too. My own notion is that the house was struck by lightning." "And Moxon?" "Buried yesterday, what was left of him." Apparently this reticent person could unfold himself on occasion. When imparting shocking intelligence to the sick, he was affable enough. After some moments of the keenest mental suffering, I ventured to ask another question. "Who rescued me?" "Well, if that interests you, I did." "Thank you, Mr. Haley, and may God bless you for it. Did you rescue also that charming product of your skill, the automaton chess player that murdered its inventor?" The man was silent a long time, looking away from me. Presently he turned and gravely said, "Do you know that?" "I do," I replied. "I saw it done." That was many years ago. If asked today, I should answer less confidently. End of Moxon's Master by Ambrose Bierce.
Dream World by R.A. Lafferty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. It was the awfulest dream in the world, no doubt about it. In fact, it seemed to be the only dream there was. Dream World by R.A. Lafferty. He was a morning type, so it was unusual that he should feel depressed in the morning. He tried to account for it, and could not. He was a healthy man, so he ate a healthy breakfast. He was not too depressed for that. And he listened unconsciously to the dark girl with the musical voice. Often she ate at Cahill's in the morning with her girlfriend. Grape juice, pineapple juice, orange juice, apple juice. Why did people look at him suspiciously just because he took 4 or 5 sorts of juice for breakfast? Agnes, it was ghastly. I was built like a sack full of skunk cabbage, I swear. And I was a green-brown color and had hair like a latrine mop. Agnes, I was sick with misery. It just isn't possible for anybody to feel so low. I can't shake it at all. And the whole world was like the underside of a log. It wasn't that, though. It wasn't just one bunch of things. It was everything. It was a world where things just weren't worth living. I can't come out of it. Teresa, it was only a dream. Sausage, only 4 little links for an order. Did people think he was a glutton because he had 4 orders of sausage? It didn't seem like very much. My mother was a monster. She was a warthogish animal, and yet she was still recognizable. How could my mother look like a warthog and still look like my mother? Mama's pretty. Teresa, it was only a dream. Forget it. The stares a man must suffer just to get a dozen pancakes on his plate. What was the matter with people who called 4 pancakes a tall stack? And what was odd about ordering 1/4 pound of butter? It was better than having 20 of those little pats, each on its coaster. Agnes, we all had eyes that bugged out, and we stank. We were bloated, and all the time it rained, a dirty green rain that smelled like a 4-letter word. Good grief, girl, we had hair all over us, where we weren't warts. And we talked like cracked crows. We had crawlers. I itch just thinking about it. And the dirty parts of the dream I won't even tell you. I've never felt so blue in my life. I just don't know how I'll make it through the day. Teresa, doll, how could a dream upset you so much? There wasn't a thing wrong with ordering 3 eggs sunny side up, and 3 over easy, and 3 poached ever so soft, and 6 of them scrambled. What law says a man should have all his eggs fixed alike? Nor was there anything wrong with ordering 5 cups of coffee. That way the girl doesn't have to keep running over with refills. Bascom Swicegood liked to have bacon and waffles after the egg interlude and the early courses. But he was nearly at the end of his breakfast when he jumped up. What did she say? He was surprised at the violence of his own voice. What did who say, Mr. Swicegood? That girl who was just here, that just left with the other girl. That was Teresa, and the other girl was Agnes. Or else that was Agnes and the other girl was Teresa. It depends on which girl you mean. I don't know what either of them said. Bascom ran out into the street. Girl, the girl who said it rained dirty green all the time. What's your name? My name is Teresa. You've met me 4 times. Every morning you look like you've never saw me before. I'm Agnes, said Agnes. What do you mean it rained dirty green all the time? Tell me about it. I will not, Mr. Swicegood. I was just telling a dream I had to Agnes. It isn't any of your business. Well, I have to hear all of it. Tell me everything you dreamed. I will not. It was a dirty dream. It isn't any of your business. And if you weren't a friend of my Uncle Ed Kelly, I'd call a policeman for your bothering me. Did you have things like rats in your stomach to digest for you? Did they? Oh, how did you know? Get away from me. I will call a policeman. Mr. McCarty, this man is annoying me. The devil he is, Miss Ananias. Old Bascom just doesn't have it in him anymore. There's no more harm in him than a lamppost. Did the lampposts have hair on them, Miss Teresa? Did they pant and swell and smell green? Oh, you couldn't know, you awful man. I'm Agnes, said Agnes, but Teresa dragged Agnes away with her. What is the lamppost jag, Bascom? Asked Officer Mossback McCarty. I know what it was like to be in hell, Mossback. I dreamed of it last night. And well you should. A man who neglects his Easter duty year after year. But the lamppost jag? If it concerns anything on my beat, I have to know about it. It seems that I had the same depressing dream as the young lady, identical in every detail. Not knowing what dreams are, and we do not know, we should not find it strange that two people might have the same dream. There may not be enough of them to go around, and most dreams are forgotten in the morning. Bascom Swicegood had forgotten his dismal dream. He could not account for his state of depression until he heard Teresa Ananias telling pieces of her own dream to Agnes Schoenapfel. Even then it came back to him slowly at first, but afterwards with a rush. The oddity wasn't that two people should have the same dream, but that they should discover the coincidence. What with the thousands of people running around, and most of the dreams forgotten. Yet, if it were a coincidence, it was a multiplex one. On the night when it was first made manifest, it must have been dreamed by quite a number of people in one medium-large city. There was a small piece in the afternoon paper. One doctor had 5 different worried patients who had had dreams of rats in their stomach and hair growing on the inside of their mouths. It was the first publication of the shared dream phenomenon. The squid did not mention the foul green rain background, but later investigation uncovered that this and other details were common to the dreams. But it was a reporter named Willie Wagner who really put the town on the map. Until he did the job, the incidents and notices had been isolated. Dr. Jerome Judas had been putting together some notes on the green rain syndrome. Dr. Florence Appian had been working up his evidence on the surex ventriculus trauma. And Professor Gideon Greathouse had come to some learned conclusions on the meaning of the warts. But it was Willie Wagner who went to the people for it, and then gave his conclusions back to the people. Willie said that he had interviewed 1,000 people at random. He hadn't really. He had talked to about 20. It takes longer than you think to interview 1,000 people. He reported that slightly more than 67% had had a dream of the same repulsive world. He reported that more than 45% had had the dream more than once, 32% more than twice, 27% more than 3 times. Many had had it every damn night, and many refused frostily to answer questions on the subject at all. It was 10 days after Bascom Swicegood had heard Teresa Ananias tell her dream to Agnes. Willie published the opinions of the 3 learned gentlemen above, and the theories and comments of many more. He also appended a hatful of answers he had received that were sheer levity. But the phenomenon was not local. Wagner's article was the first comprehensive, or at least wordy, treatment of it, but only by hours. Similar things were in other papers that very afternoon and the next day. It was more than a fad. Those who called it a fad fell silent after they themselves experienced the dream. The suicide index arose around the country and the world. The thing was now international. The cacophonous ditty, Green Rain, was on all the jukes, as was the Warthog song. People began to loathe themselves and each other. Women feared that they would give birth to monsters. There were new perversions committed in the name of the thing, and several orgastic societies were formed with a stomach rat as a symbol. All entertainment was forgotten, and this was the only topic. Nervous disorders took a fearful rise as people tried to stay awake to avoid the abomination, and as they slept in spite of themselves and suffered the degradation. It was no joke to experience the same loathsome dream all night, every night. It had actually come to that. All the people were dreaming it all night, every night. It had passed from being a joke to being a universal menace. Even the sudden new millionaires who rushed their cures to the market were not happy. They also suffered whenever they slept, and they knew that their cures were not cures. There were large amounts posted for anyone who could cure the populace of the warthog people dreams. There was a presidential edict and a dictator decree, and military teams attacked the thing as if it were a military problem, but they were not able to subdue it. Then one night a nervous lady heard a voice in her noisome dream. It was one of the repulsive, cracked warthog voices. "You are not dreaming," said the voice. "This is the real world. But when you wake, you will be dreaming. That barefaced world is not a world at all. It is only a dream. This is the real world." The lady awoke howling, and she had not howled before, for she was a demure lady. Nor was she the only one who awoke howling. There were hundreds, then thousands, then millions. The voice spoke to all, and engendered a doubt. Which was the real world? Almost equal time was now being spent in each, for the people had come to need more sleep, and most of them had arrived at spending a full 12 hours or more in the nightmarish world. "It could be," was the title of a headlined article on the subject by the same Professor Greathouse mentioned above. It could be, he said, that the world on which the green rain fell incessantly was the real world. It could be that the warthogs are real and the people are dream. It could be that rats in the stomach were normal and other methods of digestion were chimerical. And then a very great man went on the air in worldwide broadcast with a speech that was a ringing call for collective sanity. It was the hour of decision, he said. The decision would be made. Things were at an exact balance, and the balance would be tipped. "We can decide, and one way or the other, we will decide. I implore you all in the name of sanity that you decide right. One world or the other will be the world of tomorrow. One of them is real, and one of them is a dream. Both are with us now, and the favor can go to either. But listen to me here. Whichever one wins, the other will have always been a dream, a momentary madness, soon forgotten. I urge you to the sanity which in a measure I have lost myself. Yet in our darkened dilemma I feel that we yet have a choice. Choose." Perhaps that was the turning point. The mad dream disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. The world came back to normal, with an embarrassed laugh. It was all over. It had lasted from its inception 6 weeks. Bascom Swicegood, a morning type, felt excellent this morning. He breakfasted at Cahill's, and he ordered heavily as always. And he listened with half an ear to the conversation of 2 girls at the table next to his. "But I should know you," he said. "Of course, I'm Teresa." "I'm Agnes," said Agnes. "Mr. Swicegood, how could you forget? It was when the dream first came and you overheard me telling mine to Agnes. Then you ran after us in the street because you had had the same dream, and I wanted to have you arrested. Weren't they horrible dreams? And have they ever found out what caused them?" "They were horrible, and they have not found out. They ascribed it to group mania, which is meaningless. And now there are those who say that the dreams never came at all, and soon they will be nearly forgotten. But the horror of them, the loneliness." "Yes, we hadn't any pediculi to curry our body hair. We almost hadn't any body hair." Teresa was an attractive girl. She had a cute trick of popping the smallest rat out of her mouth, so it could see what was coming into her stomach. She was bulbous and beautiful, Like a sack full of skunk cabbage, Bascom murmured admiringly in his head, and then flushed green at his forwardness of phrase. Teresa had protuberances upon protuberances, and warts on warts, and hair all over her where she wasn't warts and bumps. Like a latrine mop, sighed Bascom, with true admiration. The cracked clang of Teresa's voice was music in the early morning. All was right with the earth again. Gone the hideous nightmare world where people had stood barefaced and lonely, without bodily friends or dependents. Gone that ghastly world of sick blue sky and the near absence of entrancing odor. Bascom attacked manfully his plate of prime carrion, and outside the pungent green rain fell incessantly. End of Dream World by R.A. Lafferty.
Jubilation, U.S.A. by G.L. Vandenberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You've heard, I'm sure, about the two Martians who went into a bar, saw a jukebox flashing and glittering, and said to it, "What's a nice girl like you doing in a joint like this?" Well, here's one about two Capellans and a slot machine. Toril pointed the small crypterpreter toward the wooden horseshoe-shaped sign. The sign's legend was carved in bright yellow letters. Sartan, Toril's companion, watched up and down the open highway for signs of life. In seconds, the small cylindrical mechanism completed the translation. The sign said, "Jubilation, U.S.A., the doggonest cheeriest little town in America." The two aliens smiled at each other. Unaccustomed to oral conversation, they exchanged thoughts. The crypterpreter worked incredibly fast. The language is quite simple. It would seem safe to proceed. The sign indicates friendliness, thought Toril, the older of the two Capellans. "Very well, brother," replied Sartan, "though I still worry for the safety of the ship." "Sartan, our instruments tell us that anyone who discovers the ship," Toril explained, a trifle impatient, "will show a remarkable degree of curiosity before they display any hostility." Sartan agreed to dismiss his worries, and the two aliens began to walk along the barren highway. Before them, at a great distance, they could see a cluster of small frame buildings. When they had walked 100 feet or more, they encountered another sign. "Jubilation, U.S.A. Welcome, stranger. See America first and begin with Jubilation." And several 100 feet further, 2 more signs. "The Rotary Club of Jubilation welcomes and extends the warm hand of friendship to you. You are now entering paradise, brother." "Howdy, stranger. Come right on in, stay a while, and make yourself to home." Jubilation Chamber of Commerce. As members of a peaceful race, Toril and Sartan naturally found the signs encouraging. They walked at a sprightly pace. A whirring noise behind them brought the two to a halt. They turned to discover a pre-war Chevy choking its way along the road. The aliens edged their way to a gully along the side of the road. They were confident of a friendly reception, but in the event their calculations had been wrong, they poised themselves to make a break in the direction of their ship. The ancient Chevy sputtered by. The driver was almost as ancient as the car, a bearded fellow with a stogie stuck between his teeth and a crushed hat on his head. The driver slowed down when he saw the aliens. "Howdy, strangers," he yelled cheerily. "Say, ain't you fellers a mite warm in them coveralls?" He cackled merrily, put his foot to the floor, and sped on by. Sartan looked at his companion. "I am sorry. I should not have doubted you. Brother, you were right. These people will welcome our visit. They seem very cordial." "Good, Sartan. Let us continue." 100 yards further, they were confronted by still another brace of signs. They stopped once more. "City limits," gambling aloud. "Jubilation, where troubles never come due, 'cause the good Lord takes a liking to you. Where gloom and doom are outlawed, and there's never any sadness. where a smile lights up the midnight sky and gives off only gladness. Gambling aloud. The second sign was another in the shape of a horseshoe. Beyond this point, you have 4,372 friends you never had before. Gambling aloud. Suddenly, Toril stopped and played with several switches and dials on the crypterpreter. "What is wrong, brother?" asked the puzzled Sartan. "I received no direct translation for the term gambling." "What is the closest term the machine gives?" "Fraternizing." Sartan laughed. "Now it is you who fret, Toril. According to the signpost legends, fraternizing would seem to be accurate." A steady rolling sound of passionless one-armed bandits drowned out all other noise in Oki's Oasis bar. As a result, Toril and Sartan drew little attention when they entered. Except for their blue metallic spacesuits, they looked like and were ordinary humans. They proceeded rather timidly toward the bar. Oki, the proprietor, was on duty readying the place for the night shift. Toril held up his hand. The crypterpreter had already informed him that oral conversation was the manner of communication on the strange planet. Such conversation had long ago been abandoned on the planet Capella, but learned men such as Toril and Sartan were familiar with how it was done, though when they spoke they sometimes had to halt between syllables. "Howdy!" Toril flashed a wide grin at the barkeep. "Just hold your horses there, mister," was Oki's sharp reply. "You ain't the only snake in this desert. There's 4 customers ahead of you." Sartan transmitted an admonishing thought to his companion. "Toril, you should have noticed that the man was busy. He has only 2 hands." "Forgive me, brother. I was blinded by my own excitement." The 2 Capellans waited and were soon attracted by the silver-handled machines that seemed to have most of the customers fascinated. Sartan wandered over to where a small crowd of men was gathered around a single machine. A huge man, raw-boned and crimson-faced, wearing surplus army suntans, was operating the machine. The big man dropped a large coin into a slot. He gave the silver handle a vicious snap. It made a discordant, bone-crushing sound. 3 little wheels, visible under glass, spun dizzily. Anxious, screwed-up faces looked on as the first little wheel stopped. Bellfruit. A collective gasp came from the small crowd. The second little wheel stopped. Bellfruit. Another gasp. Sartan touched the arm of the man operating the gambling device. "I beg your pardon, but could you please tell me?" The big man wheeled around like a bear aroused from hibernation. "Hands off, mister! You trying to jinx me?" The third little wheel stopped. Lemon. The crowd groaned. The big man turned on Sartan again, a wild and furious look in his eye. "You jinxed me! Damn you, I oughta bust you one right in the snout." "My humble apologies, sir," the bewildered Sartan began. "I'll give you your humble apologies right back with my fist," roared the gambler. Toril quickly made his way through the small crowd, which by now was itching to witness a fight. "Excuse me, sir, but my friend did not realize—" "The hell he didn't!" the gambler fumed. "He was trying to jinx me, by God, and I'm gonna teach him to keep his paws—" Okay, you guys, break it up." It was Oki, massive and mean-looking, using his barrel belly to push his way through to the 2 aliens and the unlucky gambler. "What's going on here, Smokey?" he inquired of the gambler. "Oki, I had a jackpot working when this dumb jerk here ups and grabs my arm." Toril interrupted with, "My friend is sorry for what he did, sir." Oki stabbed a cigar into his mouth. "Who are you guys, anyhow? Where'd you dig up them crazy coveralls?" "Sure a queer way to dress in this heat," spoke a voice from the crowd. This was the moment of pride that Toril and Sartan had looked forward to. They both grinned confident grins. "We have come to you from Capella," he said with some exultation. Oki's face went blank. "Capella? Where the hell is that?" "Sounds like one of them damn hick towns in California," said Smokey, the gambler. Toril, somewhat deflated, but by no means defeated, hastened to elucidate. "Capella is located in the constellation which you call Auriga. Anybody know what the hell he's talking about? Asked the annoyed saloon keeper. Toril and Sartan exchanged troubled glances. Sartan took up the cudgel. Auriga is a constellation, a star cluster, sir. It is 42 million light years away. What in tarnation is a light year? Asked an old-timer in the group. Another replied, They must be from Alaska. They got light years up there. Sometimes stays light the whole confounded year round. That must be it, agreed Oki. And that's why they're wearing them crazy suits. The saloon keeper unloosed a grim laugh. You can take them Arctic pajamas off now, boys. Weather's kinda warm in these parts. Hey fellas, a voice shot out. Did you bring any Eskimo babes down with you? The crowd roared approval at the witticism. Toril transmitted a depressing thought to his companion. I fear they do not believe us, Sartan. Sartan did not get the opportunity to answer immediately. Listen, you guys. Oki pounded his fat finger into Sartan's chest. I want you to behave yourselves, understand? Now that means lay off the customers while they're at the games. You want to gamble, there's plenty of machines available. I got a respectable place. I want to keep it that way. He turned and addressed the other men. All right, boys, fun's over. No fight today. Drink up and gamble your money away. Let's get back to the games. It was necessary for Toril to use the crypterpreter to translate the various signs along the bar. Oki saw the small cylindrical machine sitting on the bar. His curiosity bested him. He gave it a more thorough examination than a dog gives a fire plug. Some of the signs read, Double Bourbon, $2.10. Cool Gin Ricky, $1.25. In God we trust, but nobody else. Rum Collins, $1. A friend in need is a friend indeed. No Indians served here. And Scotch imported, $1.50. Domestic, $1.30. Cool Gin Ricky, said Toril. Coming right up, Oki mumbled, his attention still wrapped around the crypterpreter. Say, what is this gadget anyway? It is a crypterpreter. Toril beamed with pride. It enables us to understand and speak your language. Ah, go on, Oki managed a faint-hearted grin, uncertain of whether his leg was being pulled. Come on now, tell me what it is. But I have just told you, sir. The barkeep cursed under his breath. 2 gin rickeys, did you say? Yes. Oki brought the drinks. Sartan smiled broadly. Thank you exceedingly. That'll be $2.50. Toril raised his glass as though making a toast. $2.50, he repeated. Oki caught his arm and brought the glass down. $2.50, the barkeep said with grim insistence. Sartan pursed his lips comprehendingly. He removed a large pentagonal piece of metal from his pocket and gave it to Oki. Oki took the piece between his fingers, examined it, and frowned. I give up. What is it? Sartan had to glance at Toril for an answer. Toril threw a switch on the crypterpreter. Money, Toril silently advised him. Money, said Sartan to Oki. You guys hold on and don't drink up yet, growled the barkeep. He then yelled in the direction of the blackjack table. Hey Nugget, get on over here. I need you. A wiry little man with a full unkempt beard hustled over to the bar. Nugget McDermott at your service, Oki. What's your pleasure? He asked with a sunny smile. Take a look at this. Oki handed him the piece of metal. The old prospector turned it over in his hands, bit it, and then held it in his palm as though to judge its weight. His expert opinion was, It's gold, Oki, and was uttered without a shred of modesty. Are you sure? The old-timer was highly insulted. Am I sure? Why, you lop-eared sunstroke jackass, of course I'm sure. Nugget McDermott is drawed to gold like nails to a magnet. Why, when this here town was nothing but a patch of cactus. All right. Oki waved him off. Don't get your gander up. Go on back to the blackjack table and tell Sam to give you a drink on the house. Much obliged, Oki, much obliged, said Nugget, doffing his hat and trotting back to the blackjack table. The barkeep's face was pure sunshine when he turned to the aliens again. Gentlemen, with this kind of a substitute, you don't need money in my place. Drink up. Thank you, exceedingly, said Sartan. Oki arbitrarily judged the gold piece to be worth $10. The management invites you to try your luck, gentlemen. Go on, give it a whirl. Toril and Sartan wore blank expressions as Oki slapped $7.50 change on the bar. 4 silver dollars, 4 half dollars, and 6 quarters. Don't be bashful, gentlemen. Oki's machines are friendly to one and all, said the barkeep. Toril removed the change and gave his companion 2 silver dollars, 2 half dollars, and 3 quarters. What is the purpose of the machines? Thought Sartan as they approached the one-armed bandits. I suppose that is what the one called Oki wishes us to learn. Perhaps it is some type of registration machine. It is doubtful. The gentleman you disturbed has been at the same machine since we arrived. Sartan gripped the handle of a vacant machine. Do you think it might be a kind of intelligence test? In lieu of an answer, Toril focused his attention on a small card above the machine which gave the winning combinations. There is that term again. What term? Gambling. Toril pointed to a line on the card warning minors not to gamble. A look of perplexity fell upon his face. I am no longer sure the term has anything to do with fraternizing, he observed mentally. Let us find out. Sartan placed a quarter in the coin slot. The 3 little wheels went spinning. Cherry, lemon, lemon. Nothing. Toril and Sartan looked at each other, their faces blanker than ever. Try it again. Sartan disposed of another quarter. They waited. Lemon, plum, plum. Nothing. Toril inspected the machine from every angle, like a man on the outside trying to figure a way in. Let me try it. He put a quarter in the slot. 3 lemons. It isn't very interesting, is it? Thought Sartan. Why don't we try the larger pieces? A splendid idea, brother. The larger coins did not fit. Toril proceeded to report this sad state of affairs to Oki and was amazed when, for the 8 large coins, Oki rewarded him with 24 smaller ones. He went back to his companion at the one-armed bandit. They then dropped 20 consecutive quarters into the appropriately named machine without getting so much as a single quarter in return. It is puzzling, is it not, brother? Yes, Sartan. From all indications, it would seem to be a machine totally without purpose. It does consume money. But why would one build a machine whose sole purpose is to consume money? Sartan gave it some hard thought. I don't know. Remarkable, Toril concluded. But nothing is done without a purpose. Obviously, we found something that is. No, I do not believe that. Let me have the electro-analyzer. The aliens were so engrossed in their problem as to be unaware that Oki and 2 men at the bar were casting suspicious eyes on them. Sartan fished around in his pocket and produced a small object in the shape of an irregular triangle. Toril took the electro-analyzer from him, removed the cover, and moved his finger around inside. He replaced the cover and slapped the electro-analyzer against the side of the one-armed bandit. When he took his hand away, the small object stuck to the machine like a leech. Oki scratched his head and addressed one of the 2 men at the bar. What the hell you suppose they're doing, Sam? What's that gadget for? Search me, replied Sam, a well-dressed, stoop-shouldered gent. But if you want my opinion, it doesn't look legal. Hey, Nugget! Yelped the barkeep. Again, the little old prospector hustled himself over to the bar. Nugget McDermott at your service. What'll it be, Oki? Go on over and get the sheriff. Tell him there's 2 queer characters here trying to jimmy one of my machines in broad daylight. The old man's feet picked up sawdust as he scampered out the door. Oki kept his attention riveted to the 2 aliens. Toril was busy adjusting the electro-analyzer to the best possible position. What if it does not respond to this machine? Sartan wanted to know. I do not think the machine contains any type of metal with which we are unfamiliar. We will have a reading in 1 minute. The aliens took a step backward and waited. A sudden noise, like that of a television tube exploding, jolted everyone in the room, including Toril and Sartan. The blackjack table emptied. Gamblers left their machines. A semicircle of the curious formed around the two aliens. Oki lit out from behind the bar and elbowed his way through the crowd. The aliens' concentration was unbroken by the attention they had aroused. With all the single-mindedness of religious fanatics, they continued to observe the strange mechanical device. Oki was dumbfounded to find the machine still in one piece, and doubly dumbfounded to discover it was behaving in the most unconventional manner. It was emitting a low, steady gurgling sound, and an occasional sputter or burp. The legs of the machine seemed unsteady. Its body shifted back and forth in herky-jerky motions like an old-fashioned washing machine. The 3 little bellfruit wheels were spinning at the speed of an airplane propeller. Oki thought they might never stop again. "What the hell are you crazy galoots doing to my machine?" he bellowed. Before the aliens could answer, there was another explosive sound, causing the crowd to jump back several steps. Quarters fell from the mouth of the machine. Slowly at first, then at an alarming rate. The coins fell, bounced, and rolled all over the floor. The crowd gulped with fascination. "Holy catfish," said one of the men. "How long since that blasted thing's paid off?" "Looks like this is the first time," said one of the others. "You guys keep quiet," yelled Oki. The coins continued to fall for what seemed like a record time. The crowd was spellbound. Oki watched in silent fury. And the aliens were more confused than they had been when the machine wasn't paying off. The one-armed bandit finally coughed out its last quarter. The 3 bellfruit wheels came to an abrupt halt, as though an inner spring had snapped. The machine broke down. Certain observers later reported that the poor thing actually looked exhausted. The sheriff burst in the door with Nugget McDermott close behind. "Sheriff, I want you to arrest these 2 tin horns," cried Oki. Tin horns? Sartan's face was creased with bewilderment. "What's wrong, Oki?" asked the sheriff. "Take a look for yourself. These 2 bugged my machine and then broke it down. Look at that money all over the floor." Toril smiled. "We meant no harm, sir." "The hell you didn't mean no harm. You were out to rob me." "We were only experimenting." "There's their crooked experimenting right there," said Oki, pointing a finger at the deactivated one-armed bandit. "I want them locked up until that machine's paid for." "All right," said the sheriff. "You 2 better come with me." "But sir," Sartan protested, "we merely wanted to know how the machine functioned. You see, we are from Capella, and—" "Capella!" exclaimed the sheriff. "Where is that? I never heard of the place." "Well, it is not a part of your Earth." "Oh, well, why didn't you say so before?" The sheriff winked at the crowd. "You mean you boys are from out of this world?" "That is correct." Sartan grinned proudly. Well, that makes a big difference." The sheriff turned to the crowd. "All right, boys, grab 'em and hustle 'em over to the jailhouse." A group of men slowly closed in on the 2 aliens. Toril and Sartan backed away toward the wall. "I believe they are angry, brother," thought Sartan. "But why?" inquired Toril. "I do not know. Do you suppose the machine represented some form of religious deity?" "Exceedingly possible," Toril answered. As the men came closer, Oki yelled, "Just get them 2 crackpots! I'll plug the first man that touches that money." The men were diverted by Oki's warning. They didn't notice, until it was almost too late, that the 2 strangers were halfway out the door. "Get after them!" the sheriff bellowed. The aliens ran as though their lives were at stake, which was true, following the same route they had taken into town. The crowd followed them as far as the edge of town. From there, they hurled rocks. Toril and Sartan continued to run at breakneck speed, praying they would reach the safety of the ship. Once they looked behind them and saw that the crowd of angry men had given up the chase. Halfway back to their ship, they passed a sign, though they didn't bother to stop and read it. "You are now leaving Jubilation, U.S.A., the doggonest cheeriest little town in America. Come back soon." End of Jubilation, U.S.A. by G.L. Vandenberg.
Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. That? Oh, that's a perspective machine. Well, not exactly, but that's what I call it. No, I don't know how it works. Too complicated for me. Carter could make it go, but after he made it, he never used it. Too bad. He thought he'd make a lot of money with it there for a while he was working it out. Almost had me convinced, but I told him, "Get it to working first, Carter, and then show me what you can do with it better than I can do without it. I'm doing pretty well as is. Pictures selling good, even if I do make them all by guesswork, as you call it." That's what I told him. You see, Carter was one of them artists that think they could work everything out by formulas and stuff. Me, I just paint things as I see them. Never worry about perspective and all that kind of mechanical aids. Never even went to art school, but I do all right. Carter, now, was a different sort of artist. Well, he wasn't really an artist, more of a draftsman. I first got him in to help me with a series of real estate paintings I'd got an order for. Big aerial views of land developments and drawings of buildings, roads and causeways, that kind of stuff. It was a little too much for me to handle alone, because I never studied that kind of things, you know. I thought he'd do the mechanical drawings, which should have been simple for anybody trained that way, and I'd throw in the colors, figures, and trees and so on. He did fine. Job came out good. Client was real happy. We made a pretty good amount on the job, enough to keep us for a couple of months without working afterwards. I took it easy, fishing and so on, but Carter stayed here in the studio working on his own stuff. I let him keep an eye on things for me around the place and just dropped in now and then to check up. The guy was nuts on the subject of perspective. I thought he knew all there was to know about it already, but he claimed nobody knew anything about it, really. Said he'd been studying it for years, and the more he learned about it, the more there was to learn. He used to cover big sheets of paper with complicated diagrams, trying to prove something or other to himself. I'd come into the studio and find him with thumbtacks and strings and stuff all over the place. He'd get big long rulers and draw lines to various points all over the room, and ended up with a little drawing of a cube, about an inch square, that anybody could have made in half a minute without the apparatus. Seemed pretty silly to me. Then he brought in some books on mathematics and physics and other things, and a bunch of slide rules, calculators, and junk. He must have been pretty a smart guy to know how to handle all those things, even if he was kind of dopey about other things. You know, women and fishing and sports and drinking. He was lousy at everything except working on those perspective problems. Personally, I couldn't see much sense to what he was doing. The guy could draw all right already, so I asked him what more did he want. Let me see if I can remember what he said. "I'm trying to get at the things as they really are, not as they appear," he said. I think those were his words. "Art is an illusion, a bag of tricks. Reality is something else, not what we think it is. Drawings are two-dimensional projections of a world that is not merely three, but four-dimensional, if not more," he said. Yeah, Kind of a crackpot, Carter was. Just on that one subject, though. Nice enough guy otherwise. Here, look at some of the drawings he made, working out his formulas. Nice designs, huh? Might make good wallpaper or fabric patterns. Real abstract. That's what people seem to like. See all those little letters scattered around among the lines? Different kinds of vanishing points they are. Carter claimed the whole world was full of vanishing points. You don't know what a vanishing point is? Let me see if I can explain. Come over to the window here. You see how that road out there gets smaller and smaller in the distance? Of course, the road doesn't really get smaller. It just looks that way. That's what we call a vanishing point in drawing. Simple, isn't it? Never could understand why Carter went to so much trouble working out all those ways to locate vanishing points. Me, I just throw them in wherever I need them. But Carter claimed that was wrong. Said they were all connected together some way, and he was going to work out a method to prove it. Here's a little gadget he made up to help his calculations. Bunch of discs, all pivoted together at the center. You're supposed to turn them around so the arrows point to the different figures and things. Here's the square root sign. I remember Carter telling me that. This one is the tangent function, whatever that means. Log, there, is short for logarithm. Oh, he had a bunch of that scientific stuff in his head all the time. I don't know whether he understood it all himself. He built this thing just before he put together the perspective machine there. Silly looking gadget, huh? All them pipes and wires and that little cube in the center. Don't try to touch it. It ain't really there. You just think it is. It's what Carter called a tesseract or a cataract. No, that ain't the right word. Something like that. Tessera or something or other. There's a picture like it in one of Carter's books. Hurts your eyes to look at it, don't it? That's what Carter thought was going to make him a lot of fame and money, that perspective machine. I told him nobody'd ever make a drawing machine yet that worked, but he said it wasn't supposed to make drawings. It was just supposed to give people a view of what reality really is, instead of what they think it is. I don't know whether he expected to charge money to look through it, or whether he was going to look through it himself and make some new kind of drawings and sell them. No, I can't tell you how it works. I said before, I don't know. Carter only used it once himself. I came in here the day he finished it, just as he was ready to turn it on. He was just putting the finishing touches on it. In a few minutes, he told me, I'll have the answer to a question that may never have been answered before. What is reality? Is the world a thing by itself and all we know illusion? Why do things grow smaller the farther away from us they appear? Why can't we see more objects than one side of anything at a time? What happens to the far side of an object? Does it cease to exist just because we can't see it? Are objects not present, non-existent? Because artists draw things vanishing to points, does that mean that they really vanish? A whack. That's what he was. Nice guy, but sort of screwy. He kept saying more goofy things while he was finishing up the machine about how he'd figured out all we knew about vision and drawing and so on must be wrong, and that once he got a look at the real world, he'd prove it. How about cameras? I asked him. Take a picture with a camera and it looks just about the same as a drawing, don't it? That's because cameras are built to take pictures like we're used to seeing them, he said. Flat, two-dimensional slices of reality without depth or motion. Even 3D moving pictures? I asked. they're closer to reality, he admitted, but they are still only cross-sections of it. The shutter of a movie camera is closed as much of the time as it's open. What happens in between the times it's open? You know, he went on, people used to think matter and motion were continuous, but scientists have proved that they are discontinuous. Now, some of them think time may be too. Maybe everything is just imaginary and appears to our senses in whatever way we want it to appear. We are so well trained that we see everything just as we are taught to see it by generations of artists, writers, and other symbol makers. If we could see things as they really are, what might happen? We'd probably all go nuts, I told him. He just smiled. Well, here goes, he said. It's finished. Now to find out who was right. The scientists and philosophers who say reality is forever unreachable, or the artists who say there isn't any reality, that we make the whole thing up to suit ourselves. He moved one of those pointers you see there and squinted around at the different scales and dials and then stepped back. That little Tessie thing appeared, real small at first, just a point. You could hardly see it. I couldn't see anything else happening and thought he was going to do something else to the machine. I turned to look at Carter and saw his face was white as a sheet. Good God, he says. Just like that. Good God. That's all. Well, I says to him, who was right? The scientists or the artists? The artists! He sort of screeches. The artists were right all the time. There is no reality. It's all a fabric of illusion we've created ourselves. And now I've ripped a hole in that. He gives a strangled hoot and goes hightailing out of here like something was after him. Jumps in his car and roars off down the road and disappears. No, I don't mean he really disappeared. Are you nuts? Just roared on down the road till he got so small I couldn't see him no more. You know, the way things do when they go farther and farther away. Happens every day. That's what us artists mean by perspective. The machine, well, I don't know what to do with it. If Carter ever comes back, he might not like my getting rid of it. I was thinking maybe I'd put it in the hobby show at the county fair next week, though. You notice how that funny-looking cube inside there gets bigger every time you look at it? There. It just doubled its size again, see? People at the fair ought to get a big kick out of that. No telling how big it'll get with all those people looking at it. But, come on, let's go fishing. We'd better hurry or it'll be too late. End of Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck.
The Venus Trap by Evelyn E. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessica Renfro. The Venus Trap by Evelyn E. Smith. One thing man never counted on to take along into space with him was the eternal triangle, especially a true blue triangle like this. "What's the matter, darling?" James asked anxiously. "Don't you like the planet?" "Oh, I love the planet," Phyllis said. "It's beautiful." It was, The blue, really blue grass, blue-violet shrubbery, and loveliest of all, the great golden tree with sapphire leaves and pale pink blossoms, instead of looking alien, resembled nothing so much as a fairy tale version of Earth. Even the fragrance that filled the atmosphere was completely delightful to terrestrial nostrils, which was unusual, for most other planets, no matter how well adapted for colonization otherwise, tended, from the human viewpoint anyway, to stink. Not that they were not colonized nevertheless, for the population of Earth was expanding at too great a rate to permit merely olfactory considerations to rule out an otherwise suitable planet. This particular group of settlers had been lucky indeed to have drawn a planet as pleasing to the nose as to the eye, and moreover free from hostile aborigines. As a matter of fact, the only apparent evidence of animate life were the small, bright-hued creatures winging back and forth through the clear air, and which resembled terrestrial birds so closely that there had seemed no point to giving them any other name. There were insects, too, although not immediately perceptible, but the ones like bees were devoid of stings, and the butterflies never had to pass through the grub stage, but were born in the fullness of their beauty. However, fairest of all the creatures on the planet to James Hott, just then anyhow, was his wife, and the expression on her face was not a lovely one. "You do feel all right, don't you?" he asked. "The light gravity gets some people at first." "Yes, I guess I'm all right. I'm still a little shaken, though, and, it's not the gravity." He would have liked to take her in his arms and say something comforting, reassuring, but the constraint between them had not yet been worn off. Although he had sent her an ethergram nearly every day of the voyage, the necessarily public nature of the messages had kept them from achieving communication in the deeper sense of the word. "Well, I suppose you did have a bit of a shock," he said lamely. "Somehow I thought I had told you in my grams." "You told me plenty in the grams, but not quite enough, it seems." Her words didn't seem to make sense. The strain had evidently been a little too much. "Maybe you ought to go inside and lie down for a while." "I will, just as soon as I feel less wobbly." She brushed back the long light brown hair, which had got tumbled when she fainted. He remembered a golden rather than a reddish tinge in it, but that had been under the yellow sun of Earth. Under the scarlet sun of this planet, it took on a different beauty. "How come the preliminary team didn't include it in their report?" she asked, avoiding his appreciative eye. "They didn't know. We didn't find out ourselves until we'd sent that first message to Earth. I suppose by the time we did relay the news, you were on your way." "Yes, that must have been it." The preliminary exploration team had established the fact that the planet was more or less Earth-type, that its air was breathable, its temperature agreeably spring-like, its mineral composition very similar to Earth's, with only slight traces of unknown elements, that there was plenty of drinkable water, and no threatening life forms. Human beings could therefore live on it. It remained for the scout team to determine whether human beings would want to live on it, whether in fact they themselves would want to, because if so, they had the option of becoming the first settlers. That was the way the system worked, and in the main, it worked well enough. After less than 2 weeks, this scout team had beamed back to Earth the message that the planet was suitable for colonization, so suitable that they would like to give it the name of Elysium, if there was no objection. There would be none, Earth had replied, so long as the pioneers bore in mind the fact that 6 other planets had previously been given the name, and a human colony currently existed on only one of those. No need to worry about a conflict of nomenclature, however, because the name of that other planet, Elysium, had subsequently been changed by unanimous vote of settlers to Hades. After this somewhat sinister piece of information, Earth had added the more cheerful news that the wives and families of the scouts would soon be on their way, bringing with them the tools and implements necessary to transform the wilderness of the frontier into another Earth. In the meantime, the men were to set up the packaged buildings with which all scout ships were equipped, so that when the women came, homes would be ready for them. The men set to work, and before the month was out, they discovered Elysium was neither a wilderness nor a frontier. It was populated by an intelligent race which had developed its culture to the limit of its physical abilities. Actually, well beyond the limit of what the astounded terrestrials could have conceived its physical abilities to be. Then, owing to unavoidable disaster, had started to die out. The remaining natives were perspicacious enough to see in the terrestrials' coming not a threat, but a last hope of revivifying their own moribund species. Accordingly, the Earthmen were encouraged to go ahead building on the sites originally selected, the only ban being on the type of construction materials used, and a perfectly reasonable one under the circumstances. James had built his cottage near the largest, handsomest tree in the area allotted to him. Since there were no hostile life forms, there was no need for a closely knit community. Everyone who had seen it agreed that his house was the most attractive one of all, for although it was only a standard prefab, he had used taste and ingenuity to make it a little different from the other unimaginative homes. And now Phyllis, for whom he had performed all this labor of love, for whom he had waited 5 long months, the tedium of which had been broken only by the intellectual pleasure of teaching English to a sympathetic native neighbor, Phyllis seemed unappreciative. She had hardly looked at the inside of the cottage when he had shown her through, and now was staring at the outside in a blank sort of way. The indoctrination courses had not, he reflected, reconciled her to the frontiersman's necessarily simple mode of living, which was ironic considering that one of her original attractions for him had been her apparent suitability for the pioneer life. She was a big girl, radiantly healthy, even though a little green at the moment. He just managed to keep his voice steady. "You don't like the house, is that it?" "But I do like it. Honestly, I do." She touched his arm diffidently. "Everything would be perfect if only—"
If only what? Is it the curtains? I'm sorry if you don't like them. I brought them all the way from Earth in case the planet turned out to be habitable. I thought blue was your favorite color.
"Oh, it is. It is. I'm mad about the curtains." Perhaps it wasn't the house that disappointed her. Perhaps it was he himself who hadn't lived up to dim memory and ardent expectation. "If you want to know what is bothering me," she glanced up apprehensively, lowering her voice as she did, "it's that tree. It's stuck on you. I just know it is."
He laughed. "Now where did you get a preposterous idea like that, Phil? You've been on the planet exactly 24 hours and
I have in my luggage 132 ethergrams talking about practically nothing but magnolia this, magnolia that. Oh, I had my suspicions even before I landed, James. The only thing I didn't suspect was that she was a tree."
"What are you talking about, honey? Magnolia and I were just friends."
"Purely a platonic relationship, I assure you." The tree herself agreed. It would have been silly for her to pretend not to have overheard, since the two were still standing almost directly underneath her. "Purely platonic."
"She's more like a sister to me," James tried to explain.
Phyllis stiffened.
"Frankly, if I had imagined I was going to have a tree for a sister-in-law, I would have thought before I married you, James."
Bursting into tears, she ran inside the cottage.
"Sorry," he said miserably to Magnolia. "It's a long trip out from Earth and an uncomfortable one. I don't suppose the other women were especially nice to her either. Faculty wives mostly, and you know how they are. No, I don't suppose you would. But she shouldn't have acted that way toward you."
"Not your fault," Magnolia told him, sighing with such intensity that he could feel the humidity rise. "I know how you've been looking forward to her arrival. Rather a letdown, isn't it?"
"Oh, I'm sure it'll be all right." He tried to sound confident. "And I know you'll like Phyllis when you get to know her."
"Possibly. But so far I'm afraid I must admit, since there never has been any pretense between us, that she is a bit of a disappointment. I, and my sisters also, had expected your females when they came to be as upright and true blue as you. Instead, what are they? Shrubs." The door to the cottage flew open.
A shrub, am I? Phyllis brandished an axe, which James winced to recall was an item of the equipment he had ordered from Earth before the scout team had learned that the trees were intelligent. I'll shrub you!
Phyllis! He wrested the axe from her grip. That would be murder. Woodman, as the terrestrial poem goes, the tree remarked. Spare that tree. Touch not a single bough. In youth it sheltered me, and I'll protect it now. Good of her to take the whole thing so calmly. Rather, to pretend to take it so calmly, for he knew how sensitive Magnolia really was. But he was afraid this show of moral courage would not diminish Phyllis's dislike for her. Those without self-control seldom appreciate those who have it. If you'll excuse us, he said, putting his arms around his wife's heaving shoulders. I'd better see to Phyllis. She's a little upset. Hold over from space sickness, I expect. Poor girl, she's a long way from home and frightened. I understand, Jim, Magnolia told him. And remember, whatever happens, you can always count on me. I must say, you're not a very admirable representative of terrestrial womanhood, James snapped, as soon as the door had slammed behind him and his wife, leaving them alone together in the principal room of the cottage, insulting the very first native you meet.
I did not either insult her. All I said was, what beautiful flowers. Do you suppose the fruit is edible? How was I to know it? She could understand. Naturally, I wouldn't dream of eating her fruit now. It would probably taste nasty anyway. And how do you think I felt when a tree answered me back? You don't care that I fainted dead away, and I've never fainted before in my life. All you care about is that old vegetable's feelings. It was bad enough feeling for 5 months that someone had come between us, but to find out it wasn't someone, but something.
Phyllis, he said coldly, I'll thank you to keep a civil tongue in your head. Dropping into the overstuffed chair, his wife dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief.
She wasn't so very polite to me.
Look, Phyllis, he strove to make his voice calm, adult, reasonable. You happen to have hit on a rather touchy point with her. Those trees are dioecious, like us, and she isn't mated, and, well, she has a rather lot of xylem zones. Rings,
Are you trying to tell me she's old?
Well, she's no sapling anymore. And consideration aside, it's government's policy for us to establish good relations with any intelligent life form we have to share the planet with. You weren't in there trying. Phyllis put away her handkerchief with what he hoped would be the final sniff.
I suppose I shouldn't have acted that way, she conceded.
Now you're talking like my own dear Phyllis, James said tenderly, though, as a matter of fact, he had a very remote idea of what his own dear Phyllis was like. He had met her only a couple of months before the scout mission was scheduled, and so their courtship had been brief and the actual weeks of marriage even briefer. He had remembered Phyllis as beautiful, and she was beautiful. He had not, however, remembered her as pig-headed. And pig-headed she was, too.
How come she hasn't a mate? I didn't think trees were choosy.
He wouldn't take exception to that statement, uncharitable though it was. After all, someone whose only acquaintance with trees had been with the terrestrial variety would naturally be incapable of appreciating the total tree at its highest development. It's a great tragedy, he told her in a hushed tone. There was a blight some years back, and most of the male trees died off, except for a few on the other side of the planet. Well, out of bee shot, even if the females there would let the females here have any pollen, which they absolutely won't.
I don't blame them, Phyllis said coldly. Of course she would identify at once with the trees whose domestic lives seemed to be threatened.
It's not that so much, it's that the male trees produce so little pollen.
This would be a good place for people with hay fever then, wouldn't it?
And even when there is fruit, so much of it tends to be parthenocarpous. No seeds, he sighed. The entire race is dying out.
How is it you know so much about botany? She asked suspiciously. It's not your field.
I don't know so very much, really, he smiled. I had to learn a little if I wanted to work the land, so I borrowed an elementary text from Cutler. Had he been a trifle idealistic in quitting his snug, if uninspiring, job on the faculty to join this utopian venture? So many of the other men at the university had enrolled, it had seemed a splendid idea until Phyllis's arrival.
Daddy never had any trouble working his land, and he doesn't know a thing about botany. You've been boning up on it just to please her.
Phyllis, how can you jump to conclusions without a shred of evidence? Not that she wouldn't be able to collect such evidence later, because the allegation happened to be correct. If instead of coming to Elysium I had merely gone to China, would she have thought it so odd that I studied Chinese? Then why, where the natives are trees, shouldn't I study botany? The woman is unreasonable.
And will her people let you farm?
Now he could show her how cogently and comprehensively he could answer a logical question. That aspect of the situation will be all right, dear, because only the trees are an intelligent species, and even of them, some aren't so bright. They won't have any more objection to our eating the other fruit and vegetables than we would have to an extraterrestrial's eating our eggs and chickens, for example. We're going to try to introduce some earth plants here, though, as the higher forms of vegetation are dying out, and we're afraid the lower might follow. Pity it's too late for a sound conservation program.
Phyllis said grimly, she doesn't think it's too late for a sound conservation program. She still has hopes. Far-fetched maybe, and I'm not so sure they are. Mark my words, James. She's got designs on you.
Don't be idiotic, he protested. That would be... He attempted to introduce a light note. It would be miscegenation.
These foreigners can't be expected to have our standards.
And she burst into tears again.
A fine thing to go through that miserable 5-month trip, only to find out a tree has alienated my husband's affections.
Oh, come on, Phil. He still was trying for a smile. What would a tree see in me?
I'm beginning to wonder what I saw in you. You never loved me. You just wanted a wife to come out and colonize with you and breed.
What could he say? It was almost true. Phyllis was a beautiful girl, and he loved her, but if he had planned to remain as an instructor with the Romance Languages Department instead of joining the Scout mission, he knew he would never have asked her to be his wife. For her sake, of course, as well as his own. He should say something to reassure her, but the words wouldn't come.
I don't like it here, Phyllis sobbed. I don't like blue leaves. I don't like blue grass. I like them green, the way they're supposed to be. I hate this nasty planet. It's all wrong. I want to go home.
She was very young, less than 8 years younger than he, true, but he was mature for his age. They didn't know each other very well, and finally there were more men than women on the planet, and he had noticed that the bachelors had seemed readily disposed, upon her arrival the day before, to overlook the fact that she had no college degree. So he must be patient with her. There's nothing wrong about it, dear. The plants here synthesize cyanophyll instead of chlorophyll. That's why the leaves are blue instead of green, and of course there are different mineral constituents of the soil, more aluminum and copper, for instance, than on Earth, and some elements we haven't quite isolated yet. So, you see, they're bound to be a little different from terrestrial trees.
A little different I wouldn't mind, she said sulkily, but they're a lot different without being nearly alien enough.
Look, Phyllis, dear, those trees have been very hospitable, very kind. We owe them a lot. They themselves suggested that we come here and live with them in, so to speak, symbiosis.
That's a fine idea.
He beamed. I knew you'd understand after I explained it to you. We provide the brains and they provide the furniture. Phyllis, what a thing to say. I've heard of man-eating trees before. I suppose there could be man-loving ones too. Phyllis, these trees are as gentle and sweet as... He didn't know how he could explain it to her. No one who had ever been friends with a tree could appreciate the true beauty of the xylemic character. Why, we even offered to go over to the other side of the planet and fetch some pollen for them, but they wouldn't hear of it. Unfortunately, they'd rather die than be mated to anyone they had never met. What a perfectly disgusting idea. I don't think so. Trees can be idealistic. You fetching pollen for her, I mean. Naturally, she wouldn't want pollen from a tree on the other side of the planet. She wants you. Don't be silly. Incompatibility usually exists between the pollen of one species and the stigmata of another. Besides, he added patiently, I haven't got pollen. You'd better not, or it won't be her who'll have the stigmata. Phyllis! He sat down on the arm of her chair and tried to embrace her. You know that you're the only life form I love. Please, James, she pushed him away. I guess I love you too, in spite of everything. But I don't want to make a public spectacle of myself. What do you mean now? That tree would know everything that goes on. She's telepathic. Where did you get a ridiculous idea like that? What kind of rubbish have you been reading? All right, tell me. How else did she learn to speak such good English? It's because she's of a very high order of intelligence, and I suppose, he laughed modestly, because I'm such a good teacher. I don't care how good a teacher you are. A tree couldn't learn to speak a language so well in 5 months. She must be telepathic. It's the only explanation. Give her time, the tree advised later, as James came out on the lawn to talk to his only friend on the planet. He hadn't seen much of the other scouts since the house-building frenzy had started, and visits among the men had decreased. The base camp, where the bachelors and the older married couples lived, was located a good distance away from his land, for he had raised his honeymoon cottage far from the rest. He had wanted to have his Phyllis all to himself. In the idyll he had visualized for the two of them, she would need no company but his. Little had he imagined that within 24 hours of her arrival, he would be looking for company himself. I suppose so, he said, kicking at a root. Oh, I'm sorry, Maggie. I didn't think.
That's all right, Magnolia said bravely. It didn't really hurt. That female has got you all upset, you poor boy.
James muttered a feeble defense of his wife.
Jim, forgive me if I speak frankly, the tree went on in a low rustle. But do you think she's really worthy of you?
Of course she is.
Surely on your planet you could have found a mate more admirable, high-minded, exemplary. More, in short, like yourself. Or are all the human females inferior specimens like Phyllis?
She suits me, James said doggedly.
Of course. It's very noble of you to defend her. You would have disappointed me if you had said anything else, and I honor you for it, James.
He kicked at one of the pebbles. The tree meant well, he knew, yet, like so many well-meaning friends, she succeeded only in dispiriting him. It was almost like being back at the faculty club.
I don't suppose a clod like her would have brought any more books along.
The tree changed the subject. James's own library had been insufficient to slake the tree's intellectual thirst, so he had gone all over the planet to borrow books for Magnolia. Dr. Lakin at Base, who had formerly taught English literature, possessed a fine collection which he had been reluctant to lend until he had learned that they were not for James, but for a tree. At that he had fetched the books himself, since he was anxious to meet her. A lot of the trees here have learned the English language, he had told James, but none seems to have developed a taste for its literature. Your Magnolia is undoubtedly a superior specimen. Excellent natural taste, too. Perhaps a little unformed when it comes to poetry and the more sophisticated aspects of life. But she'll learn. Unfortunately, the same, James knew, could hardly be said of his wife. Phyllis did bring some books, he told Magnolia. For you, no doubt. That was kind of her. I'm sure she has many good qualities which will unfold one by one as her meristems start differentiating. I hope you don't feel I've been too, personal, Jim. I was only trying to help. If I've gone too far... Of course not, Maggie. After all, he laughed bitterly, I do know you better than I know her. We have been good friends, haven't we, Jim? It was rather nice these 5 months we spent alone together. For the first time in my life, I have never regretted being so far from my sisters. And this our life, exempt from public haunt, find tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. Her blue leaves shone violet in the scarlet rays of the setting sun. The gold of her trunk was lit with red radiance. She was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. But she was a tree, not a woman. I'm sure she'll fit in after a while, Magnolia continued. Perhaps she isn't well. She seems to guttate an awful lot. Do you suppose she's been overwatered? That wasn't guttation, James said heavily. It was tears. It means she's unhappy. Unhappy? Perhaps she won't fit in on this planet, in which case she should by all means go back to Earth. It's cruel and unfair to keep an intelligent, loosely speaking, life form anywhere against her will, don't you think? She'll be happy here, James vowed. I'll make her happy. Well, I certainly hope you can manage it. By the way, do you suppose you'll have a chance to read me the books she brought? Or will she be keeping you too busy? I'll never be too busy to read to you, Magnolia. That's very nitrogenous of you, Jim. Our intellectual communions have meant a lot to me. I'd hate to have to give them up. So would I, he said. But there won't be any need to. Phyllis will understand. I certainly hope so. I so admire your English literature. It's so deeply cognizant of the really meaningful things in life. And if your coming to this planet has served only to add poetry to our cultural heritage, it would be reason enough to welcome you with open limbs. For it was a truly perceptive versifier who wrote the immortally simple lines, "Poems are made by fools like me, but only God can make a tree." And such a charming tune to go with it, too, Magnolia went on. We have always sung the music that the wind and the rain have taught us, but until you came, we never thought of putting words and melody together to form one glorious whole. A tree that May in summer wear, she caroled in a pleasing contralto. A nest of robins in her hair. By the way, Jim, ever since reading that poem, I've been meaning to ask you precisely what are robins, and do you think they'd look well in my hair, by which I suppose the bard refers, in a somewhat pedestrian flight of fancy, to leaves? They're a kind of bird, he said drearily. Birds? Nesting in my hair? I wouldn't think of allowing it. But then, I suppose terrestrial birds are quite different from ours. More housebroken, shall we say? Everything's different, James said, and for an irrational moment he hated everything that was blue and should have been green, everything sweet that should have been vicious, everything intelligent that should have been mindless. Since matters could not grow much worse, they improved to a degree. After a day or two had passed, Phyllis, being a conscientious girl, came to realize how wrong it had been for her as a terrestrial immigrant to show overt hostility toward a native of the planet that had welcomed her.
But how could she be a person?
Phyllis wanted to know when they were inside the cottage, for she had learned to hold her tongue when they were near Magnolia or any of her sisters, who, though they could not speak the language as fluently as she, understood it very well and eavesdropped at every possible opportunity in order, they said, to improve their accents.
She's a tree, a plant, and plants are just vegetables.
She stabbed her needle energetically through the tablecloth she was embroidering. You mustn't project terrestrial attitudes upon Elysian ones, James said, patiently looking up from his book. And don't underestimate Magnolia's capabilities. She has sense organs, and motor organs too. She can't move from where she is because she's rooted to the ground, but she's capable of turgor movements, like certain terrestrial forms of vegetation. For example, the sensitive plant, or bluegrass.
Bluegrass, Phyllis exclaimed. I'm sick of bluegrass. I want green grass.
However, these trees have conscious control of their pulvini, whereas the Earth's plants don't, and so they can do a lot of things that Earth plants can't.
It sounds like a dirty word to me.
Pulvini merely means motor organs.
Oh.
He closed his book, which was a more advanced botany text, covered with the jacket of a French novel, in order to spare Phyllis's feelings. Darling, can't you get it through your pretty head that they're intelligent life forms? If it'll make it easier for you to think of them as human beings who happen to look like trees, then do that.
That's exactly what I am doing, and I'm quite sure she thinks of you as a tree who happens to look like a human being.
Phyllis, sometimes I think you're being deliberately difficult. Do you know one of the reasons why I took such pains to teach Magnolia English? It was that I hoped she would be a companion for you, that you could talk to each other when I had to be away from home.
Why do you call her Magnolia? She isn't a lot like one.
Isn't she? I thought she was. You see, I don't know so much botany after all. Actually, he had picked that name for the tree because it expressed both the arboreal and the feminine at the same time, and also because it was one of the loveliest names he knew. But he couldn't tell Phyllis that. There would be further misunderstanding. Of course, she has a name in her own language, but I can't pronounce it.
They do have a language of their own, then?
Naturally, though they don't get much chance to speak it since they've grown so few and far apart that verbal communication has become difficult. They communicate by a network of roots that they've developed.
I don't think that's so clever.
I merely said, oh, what's the use of trying to explain everything to you? You just don't want to understand.
Phyllis put down her needlework and closed her eyes. James, she said, opening them again, it's no use pretending. I've been trying to be sympathetic and understanding, but I can't do it. That tree, I've forced myself to be nice to her. But the more I see of her, the more convinced I am that she's trying to steal you from me.
Phyllis was beginning to poison his mind, he thought, because it had seemed to him also in his last conversation with Magnolia that he had discerned more than ordinary warmth in her attitude toward him, and perhaps a trace of spite towards his wife? Preposterous! The tree had only been trying to cheer him up as any friend might reasonably do. After all, a tree and a man... Nonsense. One had an anabolic metabolism, one a catabolic. But this was a different kind of tree. She spoke, she read, she was capable of conscious turgor movements, and he had often thought secretly was a different kind of man, whereas Phyllis... But that was disloyalty. To the type as well as the individual, the tree could be a companion to him, but she could not give him sons to work his land. She could not give him daughters to populate his planet. Moreover, she did not, could not possibly know what human love meant, while Phyllis could at least learn. "Look, dear," he said, sitting down beside his wife on the couch and taking her hand in his. She didn't draw away this time. "Suppose that what you say is true. Not that it is, of course. Just because the tree has a crush on me doesn't mean I necessarily have a crush on her, does it?" His wife looked up at him, her rose-red lips parted, her moss-gray eyes shining. "Oh, if only I could believe that, James." "Anyhow, she doesn't know what the whole thing's about, poor kid." "Poor kid?" "Phyllis, you know you're prettier than any tree." That was not literally true, but reason was useless. He had to make his point in terms she could understand. "And remember, she's got a lot of rings. She must be centuries old, while you are only 19.
20, Phyllis corrected. "I had a birthday on the ship."
"Well, you certainly must allow me to wish you a happy birthday, darling." She was in his arms at last. He was about to kiss her, and the tree seemed very remote when she drew back.
"But are you sure she can't be watching us?"
"Darling, I swear it." "Lady, by yonder blessed moon, I swear, that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops." But he had sense enough not to say it, and Elysium had not one blessed moon, but 3, and everything was all right. For a while, anyway. "I see your wife is developing a corm," the tree remarked as James paused for a chat. He hadn't much time to be sociable those days, for there was such a lot of work to be done, so many preparations to be made, so many things to be requisitioned from Earth. The supply ships were beginning to come now, bringing necessities and occasional luxury for those who could afford it. "She's pregnant," James explained. "Happened before I left Earth."
"How do you mean?"
"She's about to fruit. Didn't I read that zoology book to you?"
"Yes, but... Oh, James, it all seems so vulgar. To fruit without ever having bloomed. How squalid."
"It all depends on how you look at it," he said. That is, we had hoped that when the baby came, you would be godmother to it. You know what that is, don't you?"
"Of course I do. You read Cinderella to me. I know it's a great honor, but I'm afraid I must decline."
"Why? I thought you were our friend."
"Jim, there is something I must confess. My feelings toward you are not merely those of a friend. Although Phyllis doesn't have too many rings of intellect, she is a female, so she knew all along."
Magnolia's leaves rustled diffidently.
"I feel toward you the way I never felt toward any intelligent life form, but only toward the sun, the soil, the rain. I sense a tropism that seems to incline me toward you. In fact, I'm afraid, Jim, in your own terms, I love you."
"But you're a tree. You can't love me in my own terms, because trees can't love in the way people can. And, of course, people can't love like trees. We belong to 2 entirely different species, Maggie. You can't have listened to that zoology book very attentively."
"Our race is a singularly adaptable one, or we wouldn't have survived so long, Jim, or gone so far in our particular direction. It's lack of fertility, not lack of enterprise, that's responsible for our decline. And I think your species must be an adaptable one, too. You just haven't really tried." "Oh, James, let us reverse the classical roles. Let me be the Apollo to your Daphne. Don't let Phyllis stand in our way. The Greek gods never let a little thing like marriage interfere with their plans."
"But I love Phyllis," he said in confusion. "I love you too," he added, "but in a different way."
"Yes, I know. More like a sister. However, I have plenty of sisters, and I don't need a brother."
We're starting a conservation program, he tried to comfort her. We have every hope of getting some pollen from the other side of the planet once we have explained to the trees there how far we can make a little go. And you've got to accept it. You mustn't be silly about it.
It isn't the same thing, Jim, and you know it. One of the penalties of intelligence is the diffusiveness of the natural instincts. I would rather not fruit at all.
Then, Magnolia, you just don't understand. No matter how much you, pursue me, I can never turn into a laurel tree.
I didn't.
Or any kind of tree. Look, some more books were just sent over from the base.
Magnolia gave a rueful rustle. Just were sent? Didn't they come over a month ago?
James flushed. I know I haven't had a chance to do much reading to you in the last few weeks, Maggie. Or any at all, in fact. But I've been so busy. After the baby's born, things will be much less hectic, and we'll be able to catch up.
Of course, James. I understand. Naturally, your family comes first.
One of the books that came was an advanced zoology text that might make things a little clearer.
I should very much like to hear it. When you have the time to spare, that is.
Tell you what, he said. I'll get the book and redo the chapter on the reproductive system in mammals. Won't take more than an hour or so.
If you're in a hurry, it can wait.
No, he told her. This will make me feel a little less guilty about having neglected you. Whereupon the umbilical cord is severed, he concluded, and the human infant is ready to take its place in the world as a separate entity. Now, do you understand, Magnolia?
No, she said. Where do the bees come in?
I thought you were in such a hurry to get to base, James, Phyllis remarked sweetly from the doorway, wiping her reddening hands on a dish towel.
I am, dear. He slipped the book behind his back. It was possible that, in her present state of mind, induced, of course, by her delicate condition, Phyllis might misunderstand his motive in reading that particular chapter of that particular book to that particular tree. I just stopped for a chat with Magnolia. She's agreed to be godmother to the baby.
How very nice of her. Earth government will be so pleased at such a fine example of rapport with the natives. You might even get a medal. Wouldn't that be nice? James, she hurried on before he could speak, you still haven't found any green-leafed plants on the planet, have you? Have you looked everywhere? Have you looked hard?
Haven't I told you time and time again, Mrs. Hod, the tree said, that there aren't any, that there can't be any? It's impossible to synthesize chlorophyll from the light rays given off by our sun, only cyanophyll. What do you want with a green-leafed plant anyway?
Phyllis's voice broke.
I think I'd lose my mind if I was convinced that I'd never see a green leaf again. All this awful blue, blue, blue all the time, and the leaves never fall. Or if they do, there are new ones right away to take their place. They're always there, always blue.
We're ever blue, Magnolia explained. Sorry, but that's the way it is.
Jim, I hate to hurt your feelings, but I just have to take down those curtains. The colors. I can't stand it.
Pregnant women sometimes get fanciful notions, James said to the tree. It's part of the pregnancy syndrome. Try not to pay any attention.
Kindly don't explain me to a tree, Phyllis cried. I have a right to prefer green, don't I?
There is, as your proverb says, no accounting for strange tastes, the tree murmured. However,
we're going to have a formal christening, James interrupted for the sake of the peace. We thought we should, since ours will be the first baby born on the planet. Everybody on Elysium will come. That is, all the human beings. Only because they can come, you know. We'd love to have the trees if they were capable of locomotor movement.
You'll get to widen your social contacts, Maggie.
Dr. Lakin and Dr. Cutler will probably be here. I know you'll be glad to see Dr. Lakin again, and you've been anxious to meet Dr. Cutler. They've been asking after you, too. I think Dr. Lakin is planning to write a monograph on you for the Journal of the American Association of Professors of English Literature. With your permission, of course.
Christening. That's one of your native festivals, isn't it? It should be most interesting. That's right, Phyllis murmured. It will be Christmas soon. I'd almost forgotten. It'll be the first Christmas I've ever spent away from home. And there won't be any snow or anything. She started to guttate, to cry again.
Cheer up, honey, Jim said. It won't be as bad as you think, because I didn't forget Christmas was coming. There's something specially nice for you on its way from Earth. I only hope it gets here on time.
Phyllis sniffled.
Maybe we'll have a Christmas party, too. Would you like that?
But she remained unresponsive.
He turned to the tree. Christening's entirely different, though, he explained. I guess naming the fruit would be the best way to describe it.
Is that so? Magnolia said. What kind of fruit do you expect to have, Mrs. Hott? Oranges? Bananas? As your good St. Luke says, the tree is known by its fruit. You look as if yours might be a watermelon.
Why, the idea! Phyllis choked. Are you going to stand there, James, and let that vegetable insult me?
I'm sure she didn't mean to, he protested. She got confused by that zoology book I read her. The door slammed behind his weeping wife. I don't think you quite understand, Maggie, he said. In fact, sometimes I almost think you, too, don't want to understand.
I know what kind of fruit it's going to be, the tree concluded triumphantly. Sour apples.
Ouch, exclaimed Magnolia. That tickles.
There's more to acting as a Christmas tree than I had anticipated from your glowing descriptions, Jim.
Here, dear, Phyllis said. Maybe you better let me put the decorations on her.
You can't get on the ladder in your condition, he said, apprehensive not only for her welfare, but for the trees. Phyllis had taken not kindly to the idea of having Magnolia as official Christmas tree, suggesting that if she must participate in the ceremonies, it might be better in the capacity of Yule log. However, Jim knew Magnolia would be offended if any other tree were chosen to be decorated. I'll manage all right, he assured his wife. If you want to be useful, you might put on some coffee and make sandwiches or something. The bachelors are coming over from base with that equipment that arrived yesterday, and they'll probably be glad of a snack before turning in.
The coffee's already on and the canapé is made, Phyllis smiled. And I've baked cookies, too, and whipped up a batch of panucci. What kind of Christmas party do you think it would be without refreshments? Very efficient, isn't she? Magnolia remarked, as the battery-powered lights that James had affixed to her began to wink on, for the deep red-violet dusk had already fallen and the first moon was rising. Have you thought, Mrs. Hott, that if you fruit today, it'll save the expense of another festival? I don't expect to fruit for another 2 months, Phyllis said coldly. And why shouldn't we have another festival? We can afford it, and I like parties. I haven't been to one since the day I landed. Is the life out here getting a little quiet for you, Petiole? The tree asked solicitously. It must be hard when one has no intellectual resources upon which to draw. Phyllis held her peace for 10 seconds. Then, I wonder where those boys can be, she said. I hope they bring some pickles along. I asked to have some sent, but I'm accustomed to having no attention paid to what I want.
There's a surprise coming for you, Phyllis. James could not help telling her again, hoping to arouse some semblance of interest. Something I know you'll love. And for you, too, he said courteously to Magnolia.
You mean the same surprise for both, or a surprise apiece? The tree asked.
Oh, one for each, of course.
I see the lights of the copter now,
Phyllis cried, and running out into the middle of the lawn, began waving her handkerchief. He hadn't seen her so pleasantly excited for a long time.
I don't suppose I'll need to turn on the landing lights, he said to Magnolia. You should do the trick.
Am I all finished? She rustled anxiously. I do wish I could see myself. How do I look?
Splendid. I've never had as beautiful a Christmas tree as you, Maggie, he told her with complete honesty. Not even on Earth.
I'm glad, Jim, but I still wish I could be more to you than just a Christmas tree.
Shh, the others might hear.
For the helicopter had landed and the visitors were pouring out with shouts of admiration.
Not only the bachelors had come, and in full force, but some of the older men from the base, who apparently felt they could manage to do without their wives for 12 hours, even if those hours included Christmas Eve. He wondered where he and Phyllis could put them all, but some could sleep outside if need be, for it was never cold on Elysium. The winds were gentle, and the rains light and fragrant. While the visitors were crowding around Phyllis and the tree, James rooted eagerly through the packages they had brought until he found what he wanted. Then he rushed over to the group. I know I should wait until tomorrow, but I wanted to give the girls their presents now. The other men smiled sympathetically, almost as joyful as he. Merry Christmas, Magnolia! He hoped Phyllis would understand that it was etiquette which dictated the alien life form should get her gift first.
Thank you, the tree said. I am deeply touched. I don't believe anyone ever gave me a present before. What is it?
Liquid plant food, vitamins and minerals, you know, for you to drink.
What fun, she exclaimed in pretty excitement. Pour some over me right now.
Not so fast, Jim boy. Dr. Cutler, the biologist, snatched the jug from James' hand. First, you all better let me take a sample of this here stuff back to base to test on a lower life form, so's I can make sure it won't do anything bad to Miss Magnolia. Might have iron in it, and I have a theory that iron may not be beneficial for the local vegetation.
Oh, thank you, the tree rustled. It's so very thoughtful of you, Doctor, but I'm sure Jim would never give me anything that would injure me.
I'm sure he isn't fixing to do a thing like that, ma'am, but he's no botanist. And for you, Phyllis, James handed his wife the awkward bundle to unwrap for herself. She tore the papers off slowly.
Oh, Jim, darling, it's...
You wanted a bit of green, so I ordered a plant from Earth. You like it? I hope you do.
Oh, Jim, she embraced him and the pot simultaneously. More than anything. It won't stay green, Magnolia observed. Either it'll turn blue or it'll die. Puny-looking specimen, isn't it?
Well, said James, it's only a youngster. I guess this Christmas is too early, but next Christmas there ought to be berries. It's a holly plant, Phil.
Holly, she repeated, her voice shaking a little. Holly.
She and Dr. Cutler exchanged glances. I told you, Miss Phyllis, ma'am, he may know the first thing about botany, but he doesn't know anything after that.
Jim, Phyllis said, linking her free arm through his, I misjudged you. Dr. Cutler is right. You don't know so very much about botany after all.
He looked at her blankly. Her voice was trembling, and not with tears this time.
I love this little plant. It's just what I wanted. But there aren't ever going to be any berries, because to have berries, you have to have two plants. And the right two. Hollies It's just like us.
Oh, James said, feeling thoroughly inadequate. I'm sorry.
But you mustn't be sorry. I'm going to plant it here on Elysium, and I hope it will stay green, in spite of what she says. And it'll have blossoms anyway. And it was very, very sweet of you, dear. She kissed his cheek. Is this one a boy or a girl? Magnolia asked.
You all can't tell till it blooms, Miss Magnolia, ma'am, Dr. Cutler informed her.
Maybe I can. Hand it up here, please.
Phyllis paused for an irresolute moment, then, smiling nervously at her guests, obliged.
It's a boy, Magnolia announced after a minute.
A boy. She gave back the pot reluctantly. Phyllis, she said, you and I have never been friends, and I admit that it's been my fault just as much as yours. As much as mine? Phyllis echoed. I like that. And was going to go on when she obviously recollected that they had company and stopped. So I know it's presumptuous of me to ask you a favor. Yes, Magnolia? Phyllis said, her fine cornsilk eyebrows arched a trifle. What is this favor? When you plant the little fellow, you said you were going to anyhow. Would you plant him near me? Phyllis looked down at the plant she held cradled in her arms, and then up at the tree. Of course, Magnolia, she said, frowning slightly. I didn't realize. Her voice began to tremble. I have been pretty rotten, haven't I? She looked towards James, but he turned his glance away. Just because you were a plant, Phyllis continued, didn't mean I had to be a beast. It must have been awful for you, seeing me like this, practically crowing over you, and knowing that you yourself would never have the chance to be a mother. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen, Magnolia said sadly, and waste its sweetness on the desert air. Phyllis was crying unashamedly now. I'll plant him right next to you, Maggie. I want you to have him. He can be your baby. Thank you, Phil, Maggie said softly. That's very blue of you. Although I think that's a jim-dandy idea, the biologist said, and I sure wouldn't want to do anything to discourage it, being real interested in the results of an experiment like that my own self. I don't think you ought to feel so mean about it, Miss Phyllis. If all she wanted, begging your pardon, Miss Magnolia, ma'am, was a baby, why didn't she take an interest in the holly until she found out it was a male? Why wouldn't a little old girl holly have done as well? Why, you scheming vegetable! Phyllis exploded at Magnolia, clutching the holly plant to her protective bosom. He's much too young for you, and I'm going to plant him far away where he can't possibly fall into your clutches. Now, Miss Phyllis, we all mustn't look at things out of their proper perspective. Then why did you take your hat off when you were introduced to Miss Magnolia Cutler? Dr. Lakin asked interestedly. Sir, where I come from, we respect femininity, whether it be animal, vegetable, or mineral. Nonetheless, we all got to remember, though Miss Magnolia is unquestionably a lady, she is not a woman. Phyllis began to laugh hysterically. You're right, she gasped. I had almost forgotten she was only a tree, and that it is only a little Christmas holly plant that's probably going to die anyway. They almost always do. That's cruel, Phyllis, James said, and you know it is. Do you really think I'm cruel? Are you going to tell the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Vegetables on me? But why am I cruel? I'm giving her the holly. That's what she wants, isn't it? Do you hear that, Miss Magnolia, ma'am? He's all yours. We'll plant him next to you right away. And I hope he doesn't die. I hope he grows up to make you a good husband. She's really quite remarkable, Dr. Lakin said to James later that same evening, after the planting ceremonies were over and the rest of the party had gone into the cottage for fresh coffee and more sandwiches and cookies and panucci. Quite remarkable. You're a lucky man, Hot. Thank you, sir, James replied abstractedly. I'm sure Phyllis will be pleased to— Phyllis! Oh, Mrs. Hot is a very remarkable woman, of course. A handsome, strong girl. She'll make a splendid mother, I'm sure. But I was referring to Miss Magnolia. She's a credit to you, my boy. If for no other reason, your name will go down in the history of our colony as that of the guide and mentor of Miss Magnolia. That is quite a tree you have there. James looked at the dark form of the tree, for the lights had been turned out, silhouetted against the 3 pale moons and the violet night. Yes, she is, he said. You're fortunate to be her neighbor and her friend.
Yes, I am. Well, I expect I'd better join the rest. Are you coming on in, Jim? In a little while, sir. I want to have a word with Magnolia. I won't be long. Of course. I'm delighted to see that there is such an excellent relationship between you. Good night, Miss Magnolia, he called.
Good night, Dr. Lakin,
the tree replied, politely enough, but it was obvious that she was preoccupied with her new charge, who stood as close to her as it was possible to plant him and yet allow room for him to grow. The door closed. James walked across the lawn until he was quite near Magnolia.
Maggie,
he whispered, reaching out to touch her trunk. Smooth it was, and hard, but he could feel the vibrant life pulsing inside it. Certainly she was not a plant, not just a plant. Even though she was a tree, she was a native of Elysium, neither animal nor vegetable, unique unto the planet, unique unto herself.
Maggie. Yes, Jim. Don't you think his silhouette is so graceful there in the moonlight? He isn't really puny, just frail.
Maggie, you're not serious about this Holly.
What do you mean?
And still, he didn't have her full attention. Would he ever have it again? Serious about raising him to be your...
Why not, Jim?
It's impossible.
Is it?
It certainly is far more possible with him, isn't it? That much I understood from your zoology books. I suppose so.
Besides, I have nothing to lose, have I?
But even if it were possible, wouldn't it be humiliating for you? The creature's mindless. Magnolia's leaves rustled in the darkness. She was laughing, a little bitterly.
Your Phyllis isn't your intellectual equal, Jim, and yet you say you love her, and I suppose you do. Am I not entitled to my follies also?
But she couldn't compare Phyllis to a holly plant. It was unreasonable.
He may die, of course, Magnolia said. I've got to be prepared for that. The soil is different, the air is different, the sun is different. But the chances are, if he survives, he'll turn blue, and if he turns blue, who knows what other changes might be brought about. Maybe the plants on your earth aren't inherently mindless, Jim. Maybe they just didn't have a chance. Know ye the land where the cypress and myrtle are emblems of deeds that are done in their clime? That land isn't earth, Jim, so it might just possibly be Elysium.
Again, he didn't say anything. What he wanted to say, he had no right to say, so he kept silent.
It'll be a chance for me too, Jim. At least we're both plants, he and I. That gives us a head start.
Yes, I suppose it does.
Intellect doesn't count for much in the propagation of the species. Life goes on without regard for reason, and that's mainly what we're here for, to make sure that life goes on, if we're here for anything at all. Thanks to your kind, Jim, life will continue on this planet. It will certainly be your kind of life, and I hope it can be ours as well.
Yes, he said, I hope so too.
And he did, but he wished it didn't have to continue in quite that way. Perhaps it was a trick of the 3 moons, but the holly plant's leaves seemed to have changed color. They were no longer green, but almost blue, powder blue. You'd best be getting on to your party, Jim, Magnolia said. You wouldn't want to be remiss in your duties as host. And please close the door gently when you go inside. The little holly plant's asleep.
As he closed the door carefully behind him, he heard a burst of laughter coming from the kitchen, where the guests apparently had assembled. Raucous animal laughter, and rising shrill and noisy above it, Phyllis's company laugh. End of The Venus Trap, by Evelyn E. Smith. Recording by Jessica Renfro.
The Sound of Silence by Barbara Constant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Liv Hardy of Mixtape Studio. The Sound of Silence by Barbara Constant. Illustrated by Schelling. Most people, when asked to define the ultimate in loneliness, say it's being alone in a crowd, and it takes only one slight difference to make one forever alone in the crowd. Nobody at Hoskins, Haskell & Chapman Incorporated knew just why Lucilla Brown, G.G. Hoskins' secretary, came to work half an hour early every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Even G.G. himself, had he been asked, would have had trouble explaining how his occasional exasperated wish that just once somebody would reach the office ahead of him could have caused his attractive young secretary to start doing so 3 times a week, or kept her at it all the months since that first gloomy March day. Nobody asked G.G., however, not even Paul Chapman, the very junior partner in the advertising firm who had displayed more than a little interest in Lucilla all fall and winter, but very little interest in anything all spring and summer. Nobody asked Lucilla why she left early on the days she arrived early. After all, 8 hours is long enough. And certainly nobody knew where Lucilla went at 4:30 on those 3 days, nor would anybody in the office have believed it had he known.
Lucky Brown? Seeing a psychiatrist?
The typist would have giggled. The office boy would have snorted, and every salesman on the force would have guffawed. Even Paul Chapman might have managed a wry smile. A real laugh had been beyond him for several months, ever since he asked Lucilla confidently, "Will you marry me?" And she answered, "I'm sorry, Paul. Thanks, but no thanks." Not that seeing a psychiatrist was anything to laugh at in itself. After all, the year was 1962, and there were almost as many serious articles about mental health as there were cartoons about psychoanalysts, even in the magazines that specialized in poking fun. In certain cities, including Los Angeles, and certain industries, especially advertising, "I have an appointment with my psychiatrist," was a perfectly acceptable excuse for leaving work early. The idea of a secretary employed by almost the largest advertising firm in one of the best-known suburbs in the sprawling City of the Angels, doing so should not, therefore, have seemed particularly odd. Nor would it have if the person involved had been anyone at all except Lucilla Brown. The idea that she might need aid of any kind, particularly psychiatric, was ridiculous. She had been born 22 years earlier in undisputed possession of a sizable silver spoon, and she was, in addition, bright, beautiful, and charming, with 20/20 vision, perfect teeth, a father and mother who adored her, friends who did likewise, and the kind of luck you'd have to see to believe. Other people entered contests. Lucilla won them. Other people drove 5 miles over the legal speed limit and got caught doing it. Lucilla outdistanced them, but fortuitously slowed down just before the highway patrol appeared from nowhere. Other people waited in the wrong line at the bank, while the woman ahead of them learned how to roll pennies. Lucilla was always in the line that moved right up to the teller's window. Lucky was not, in other words, just a happenstance abbreviation of Lucilla. It was an exceedingly apt nickname. And Lucky Brown's co-workers would have been quite justified in laughing at the very idea of her being unhappy enough about anything to spend 3 precious hours a week stretched out on a brown leather couch, staring miserably at a pale blue ceiling and fumbling for words that refused to come. There were a good many days when Lucilla felt like laughing at the idea herself, and there were other days when she didn't even feel like smiling. Wednesday, the 25th of July, was one of the days when she didn't feel like smiling, or talking, or moving. It had started out badly when she opened her eyes and found herself staring at a familiar blue ceiling. "I don't know," she said irritably. "I tell you, I simply don't know what happens. I'll start to answer someone, and the words will be right on the tip of my tongue, ready to be spoken. Then I'll say something altogether different. Or I'll start to cross the street and, for no reason at all, be unable to even step off the curb." "For no reason at all, Lucilla?" Dr. Andrews asked. "Are you sure you aren't withholding something you ought to tell me?" She shifted a little, suddenly uncomfortable. And then she was fully awake, and the ceiling was ivory, not blue. She stared at it for a long moment, completely disoriented, before she realized that she was in her own bed, not on Dr. Andrews' brown leather couch, and that the conversation had been another of the interminable imaginary dialogues she found herself carrying on with a psychiatrist, day and night, awake and asleep. "Get out of my dreams," she ordered crossly, summoning up a quick mental picture of Dr. Andrews' expressive face, level grey eyes and silvering temples, the better to banish him from her thoughts. She was immediately sorry she had done so, for the image remained fixed in her mind. She could almost feel his eyes as she heard his voice ask again, "For no reason at all, Lucilla?" The weatherman had promised a scorcher, and the heat that already lay like a blanket over the room made it probable the promise would be fulfilled. She moved listlessly, showering, patting herself dry, lingering over the choice of a dress until her mother called urgently from the kitchen. She was long minutes behind schedule when she left the house. Usually she rather enjoyed easing her small car into the stream of automobiles, pouring down Sepulveda toward the San Diego freeway, jockeying for position, shifting expertly from one lane to another to take advantage of every break in the traffic. This morning she felt only angry impatience. She choked back on the irritated impulse to drive directly into the side of a car that cut across in front of her, held her horn button down furiously when a slow-starting truck hesitated fractionally after the light turned green. When she finally edged her Renault up on the on-ramp, and the freeway stretched straight and unobstructed ahead, she stepped down on the accelerator and watched the needle climb up and pass the legal 65-mile limit. The sound of her tires on the smooth concrete was soothing, and the rush of wind outside gave the morning an illusion of coolness. She edged away from the tangle of cars that had pulled onto the freeway with her, and momentarily was alone on the road, with her rearview mirror blank, the oncoming lanes bare, and a small rise shutting off the world ahead. That was when it happened.
"Get out of the way!"
a voice shrieked.
"Out of the way! Out of the way! Out of the way!"
Her heart lurched, her stomach twisted convulsively, and there was a brassy taste in her mouth. Instinctively she stamped down on the brake pedal, swerved sharply into the outer lane. By the time she had topped the rise, she was going a cautious 50 miles an hour and hugging the far edge of the freeway. Then, and only then, she heard the squeal of agonized tires and saw the cumbersome semi-trailer coming from the opposite direction rock dangerously, jackknife into the dividing post that separated north and southbound traffic, crunch ponderously through them, and crash to a stop several hundred feet ahead of her and squarely athwart the lane down which she had been speeding only seconds earlier. The highway patrol materialized within minutes. Even so, it was after 8 by the time Lucilla gave them her statement. Agreed for the umpteenth time with the shaken but uninjured truck driver that it was indeed fortunate she hadn't been in the center lane, and drove slowly the remaining miles to the office. The grey mood of early morning had changed to black. Now there were two voices in her mind competing for attention. "I knew it was going to happen," the truck driver said. "I could see over the top of that hill. All I could do was fight the wheel and pray that if anybody was coming, he'd get out of the way. She could almost hear him repeating the words.
Get out of the way! Out of the way!
And right on the heel of his cry came Dr. Andrews' soft query. For no reason at all, Lucilla? She pulled into the company parking lot, jerked the wheel savagely to the left, jammed on the brakes. "Shut up," she said. "Shut up, both of you." She started into the building, then hesitated. She was already late. But there was something. Get out of the way, for no reason at all. She yielded to impulse and walked hurriedly downstairs to the basement library. "That stuff I asked you to get together for me by tomorrow, Ruthie," she said to the grey-haired librarian. "You wouldn't by any chance have already done it, would you?" "Funny you should ask." The elderly woman bobbed down behind the counter and popped back up with an armload of magazines and newspapers. "Just happened to have some free time last thing yesterday. It's already charged out to you, so you just go right ahead and take it, dearie." It was 8:30 when Lucilla reached the office. "When I need you, where are you?" Gigi asked sourly. "Learned last night that the top dog at Carey Cotton Corporation is in town today, so they've pushed that conference up from Friday to 10 this morning. If you'd been here early or even on time, we might at least have gotten some of the information together." Lucilla laid the stack of material on his desk. "I haven't had time to flag the pages yet," she said, "but they listed on the library request on top. We did 19 ads for KK last year and 3 of premium offers. I stopped by sales on my way in. Susie's digging out figures for you now." Said Gigi. "Well, so that's where you've been. You could at least have let me know." There was grudging approval beneath his gruffness. "Say, how'd you know I needed this today anyhow?" "Didn't," said Lucilla, putting her purse away and whisking the cover off her typewriter. "Happenstance, that's all." Just happened to go down to the library. For no reason at all. Withholding something. Get out of the way. The telephone's demand for attention overrode her thoughts. She reached for it almost gratefully. "Mr. Hoskins' office?" she said. Yes, he knows about the 10 o'clock meeting this morning. Thanks for calling anyway." She hung up and glanced at Gigi, but he was so immersed in one of the magazines that the ringing telephone hadn't even disturbed him. Ringing? The last thing she did before she left the office each night was set the lever in the instrument's base to off, so that the bell would not disturb Gigi if he worked late. So far today, nobody had set it back to on. "It's getting worse," she said miserably to the pale blue ceiling. "The phone didn't ring this morning. It couldn't have, but I answered it." Dr. Andrews said nothing at all. She let her eyes flicker sideways, but he was outside her range of vision. "I don't like having you sit where I can't see you," she said crossly. "Freud may have thought it was a good idea, but I think it's a lousy one." She clenched her hands and stared at nothing. The silence stretched thinner and thinner, like a balloon blown big until the temptation to rupture it was too great to resist. "I didn't see the truck this morning, nor hear it. There was no reason at all for me to slow down and pull over." "You might be dead if you hadn't. Would you like that better?" The matter-of-fact question was like a hand laid across Lucilla's mouth. "I don't want to be dead," she admitted finally. "Neither do I want to go on like this, hearing words that aren't spoken and bells that don't ring. When it gets to the point that I pick up a phone just because somebody's thinking—" She stopped abruptly. "I didn't quite catch the end of that sentence," Dr. Andrews said. "I didn't quite finish it. I can't." "Can't or won't? Don't hold anything back, Lucilla. You were saying that you picked up the phone just because somebody was thinking. He paused expectantly. Lucilla reread the ornate letters on the framed diploma on the wall, looked critically at the picture of Mrs. Andrews, whom she'd met, and her impish daughter, whom she hadn't, counted the number of pleats in the billowing drapes, ran a tentative finger over the face of her wristwatch, straightened a fold of her skirt, and could stand the silence no longer. "All right," she said wearily. "The girl at Carrie Cotton thought about talking to me, and I heard my phone ring, even though the bell was disconnected. Gigi thought about needing backup material for the conference, and I went to the library. The truck driver thought about warning people, and I got out of his way. So I can read people's minds, some people's minds, some of the time, anyway, only there's no such thing as telepathy, and if I'm not telepathic, then—" She caught herself on the brink of time and bit back the final word, fighting for self-control. "Then what?" The peremptory question toppled Lucilla's defenses. "I'm crazy," she said. Speaking the word released all the others dammed up behind it. "Ever since I can remember, things like this have happened. All at once, in the middle of doing something or saying something, I'd find myself thinking about what somebody else was doing or saying. Not thinking, knowing. I'd be playing hide-and-seek, and I could see the places where the other kids were hiding just as plainly as I could see my own surroundings. Or I'd be worrying over the answers to an exam question, and I'd know what somebody in the back of the room had decided to write down, or what the teacher was expecting us to write. Not always, but it happened often enough so that it bothered me, just the way it does now when I answer a question before it's been asked, or know what the driver ahead of me is going to do a split second before he does it, or win a bridge game because I can see everybody else's hand through his own eyes, almost. Has it always bothered you, Lucilla? No. She drew the word out, considering, trying to think when it was that she hadn't felt uneasy about the unexpected moments of perceptiveness. When she was very little, perhaps. She thought of the tiny laughing girl in the faded snaps of the old album, and suddenly, inexplicably, she was that self, moving through remembered rooms, pausing to collect a word from a boyish father, a thought from a pretty young mother. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes against that distant time. "Way back," she said, "when I didn't know any better, I just took it for granted that sometimes people talked to each other and that sometimes they passed thoughts along without putting them into words. I was about 6, I guess, when I found out it wasn't so." She slipped into her 6-year-old self as easily as she had done the younger Lucilla. This time she wasn't in a house, but high on a hillside, walking on springy pine needles instead of a prosaic carpet. "Talk," Dr. Andrews reminded her, his voice so soft that it could almost have come from inside her own mind. "We were picnicking," she said. "A whole lot of us. Somehow I wandered away from the others." 1 minute the hill was bright with sun, and the next it was deep in shadows, and the wind that had been merely cool was downright cold. She shivered and glanced around, expecting her mother to be somewhere near, holding out a sweater or jacket. There was no one at all in sight. Even then, she never thought of being frightened. She turned to retrace her steps. There was a big tree that looked familiar, and a funny rock behind it, half buried in the hillside. She was trudging toward it, humming under her breath, when the worry thoughts began to reach her. "Only a little creek, so I don't think she could have fallen in. Not really any bears around here, but she never gets hurt. A bear, twisted ankle, dark, cold." She had veered from her course and started in the direction of the first thought, but now they were coming from all sides, and she had no idea at all which way to go. She ran wildly then, first one way, then the other, sobbing and calling. "Lucilla!" The voice sliced into the night, and the dark mountainside and the frightened child were gone. She shuddered a little, reminiscently, and put her hand over her eyes. "Somebody found me, of course. And then Mother was holding me, and crying, and I was crying too, and telling her how all the different thoughts at once frightened me and mixed me up. She scolded me for telling fibs, and said that nobody except crazy people thought they could read each other's minds."
"I see," said Dr. Andrews. "So you tried not to, of course, and any time you did it again, or thought you did, you blamed it on coincidence or luck?"
"And had that nightmare again."
"Yes, that too. Tell me about it."
"I already have, over and over."
"Tell me again, then."
"I feel like a fool, repeating myself," she complained.
Dr. Andrews made no comment.
"Oh, all right. It always starts with me walking down a crowded street, surrounded by honking cars and yelling newsboys and talking people. The noise bothers me and I'm tempted to cover my ears to shut it out, but I try to ignore it instead and walk faster and faster. Bit by bit, the buildings I pass are smaller, the people fewer, the noise less. All at once I discover there's nothing around at all but a spreading carpet of grey-green moss, years deep, and a silence that feels as old as time itself. There's nothing to frighten me, but I'm frightened and lonesome not so much for people but for a sound, any sound. I turn to run back toward town, but there's nothing behind me now but the same grey moss and grey sky and dead silence." By the time she reached the last word, her throat had tightened until speaking was difficult. She reached out blindly for something to cling to. Her groping hand met Dr. Andrews, and his warm fingers closed reassuringly around hers. Gradually the panic drained away, but she could think of nothing to say at all, although she longed to have the silence broken. As if he sensed her longing, Dr. Andrews said, "You started having the dream more often just after you told Paul you wouldn't marry him. Is that right?" "No, it was the other way around. I hadn't had it for months, not since I fell in love with him. Then he got assigned to that Which Tomorrow show, and he started calling me lucky, the way everybody does, and the dream came back." She stopped short and turned on the couch to stare at the psychiatrist with startled eyes. "The lonesomeness must have started after I decided not to marry him, not before."
"I wonder why the dream stopped when you fell in love with him."
"That's easy," Lucilla said promptly, grasping at the chance to evade her own more disturbing question. "I felt close to him, whether he was with me or not. The way I used to feel close to people back when I was a little girl. Before that day in the mountains when Mother said—"
"That was when you started having the dream, wasn't it?"
"How do you know?" "I didn't, not until just now, but yes, that's when it started. I'd never minded the dark or being alone, but I was frightened when Mother shut the door that night because the walls seemed so solid. Now that I knew that all the thoughts I used to think were with me there were just pretend. When I finally went to sleep, I dreamed, and I went on having the same dream, night after night after night, until finally they called a doctor, and he gave me something to make me sleep."
"I wish they'd called me," Dr. Andrews said.
"What could you have done? The sleeping pills worked anyway, and after a while I didn't need them anymore, because I'd heard other kids talking about having hunches and lucky streaks, and I stopped feeling different from the rest of them,
except once in a while when I was so lucky it bothered me. And after you met Paul, you stopped being too lucky, and the dream stopped? No! Lucilla was startled at her own vehemence. No, it wasn't like that at all, and you'd know it if you'd been listening. With Paul, I felt close to him all the time, no matter how many miles or walls or anything else there were between us. We hardly had to talk at all because we seemed to know just what the other one was thinking all the time. Listening to music or watching the waves pound in or just working together at the office. Instead of feeling odd when I knew what he was thinking or what he was going to say, I felt good about it because I was so sure it was the same way with him and what I was thinking. We didn't talk about it. There just wasn't any need to. She lapsed into silence again. Dr. Andrews straightened her clenched hand out and stroked the fingers gently. After a moment, she went on. He hadn't asked me to marry him, but I knew he would. And there wasn't any hurry because everything was so perfect anyway. Then one of the company's clients decided to sponsor a series of fantasy shows on TV and wanted us to tie in the ads for next year with the fantasy theme. Paul was assigned to the account and Gigi let him borrow me to work on it because it was such a rush project. I'd always liked fairy stories when I was little, and when I discovered there were grown-up ones too, like those in Unknown Worlds and the old weird tales, I read them too. But I hadn't any idea how much there was, until we started buying copies of everything there was on the newsstands, ransacking musty little stores for back issues and ones that had gone out of publication, until Paul's office was just full of teachery piles of gaudy magazines, and everywhere you looked there were pictures of strange stars and eight-legged monsters and men in space suits. So what do the magazines have to do with you and Paul? The way he felt about them changed everything. He just laughed at the ones about spaceships and other planets and robots and things. But he didn't laugh when he came across stories about, well, mutants and people with talents. Talents? Like reading minds, you mean? She nodded, not looking at him. He didn't laugh at those. He acted as if they were, well, indecent. The sort of thing you wouldn't be caught dead reading in public. And he thought that way too, especially about the stories that even mentioned telepathy. At first, when he brought them to my attention in that disapproving way, I thought he was just pretending to sneer, to tease me, because we knew they could be true. Only his thoughts matched his remarks. He hated the stories, Dr. Andrews, and was just determined to have me hate them too. All at once I began to feel as if I didn't know him at all, and I began to wonder if I just imagined everything all those months. I felt so close to him. And then I began to dream again, and to think about that lonesome, silent world, even when I was wide awake.
Go on, Lucilla,
Dr. Andrews said as she hesitated. That's all, just about. We finished the job and got rid of the magazines, and for a little while it was almost as if those 2 weeks had never been. Except I couldn't forget that he didn't know what I was thinking at all, even when everything he did, almost, made it seem as if he did. It began to seem wrong for me to know what he was thinking. Crazy, like Mother had said, and was, somehow. Not even nice, if you know what I mean.
Then he asked you to marry him.
And I said no, even when I wanted, oh, so terribly, to say yes, and yes, and yes. She squeezed her eyes tight shut to hold back a rush of tears. Time folded back on itself. Once again the hands of her wristwatch pointed to 4:30, and the white-clad receptionist said briskly, Doctor will see you now. Once again from some remote vantage point, Lucilla watched herself brush past Dr. Andrews and cross to the familiar couch. Heard herself say, "It's getting worse." Watched herself move through a flickering montage of scenes from childhood to womanhood, from past to present. She opened her eyes to meet those of the man who sat patiently beside her. "You see," he said, "telling me wasn't so difficult after all." And then, before she had decided on a response, "What do you know about Darwin's theory of evolution, Lucilla?" His habit of ending a tense moment by making an irrelevant query no longer even startled her. Obediently she fumbled for an answer. "Not much. Just that he thought all the different kinds of life on Earth today evolved from a few blobs of protoplasm that sprouted wings or grew fur or developed teeth, depending on when they lived and where." She paused hopefully, but met with only silence. "Sometimes what seemed like a step forward wasn't," she said, ransacking her brain for scattered bits of information. "Then the species died out, like the saber-toothed tiger, with those tusks that kept right on growing until they locked his jaws shut, so he starved to death." As she spoke, she remembered the huge beast as he had been pictured in one of her college textbooks. The recollection grew more and more vivid, until she could see both the picture and the facing page of text. There was an irregularly shaped inkblot in the upper corner, and several heavily underlined sentences that stood out so distinctly she could actually read the words. "According to Darwin, variations in general are not infinitesimal, but in the nature of specific mutations. Thousands of these occur, but only the fittest survive the climate, the times, natural enemies, and their own kind, who strive to perpetuate themselves unchanged." Taken one by one, the words were all familiar. Taken as a whole, they made no sense at all. She let the book slip unheeded from her mind and stared at Dr. Andrews in bewilderment. "Try saying it in a different way." "You sound like a schoolteacher humoring a stupid child." And then, because of the habit of obedience was strong, "I guess he meant that tails didn't grow an inch at a time, the way the dogs got cut off, but all at once, like a fish being born with legs as well as fins, or a baby saber-tooth showing up among tigers with regular teeth, or one ape in a tribe discovering he could swing down out of the treetops and stand erect and walk alone." He echoed her last words. "And walk alone." A premonitory chill traced its icy way down Lucilla's backbone. For a second she stood on grey moss, under a grey sky, in the midst of a grey silence. "He not only could walk alone, he had to. Do you remember what your book said?" "Only the fittest survive," Lucilla said numbly. "Because they have to fight the climate, and their natural enemies, and their own kind." She swung her feet to the floor and pushed herself into a sitting position. I'm not a mutation. I'm not. And you can't say I am because I won't listen." "I didn't say you were." There was the barest hint of emphasis on the first word. Lucilla was almost certain she heard a whisper of laughter, but he met her gaze blandly, his expression completely serious. "Don't you dare laugh," she said nonetheless. "There's nothing funny about being able to read people's minds," Dr. Andrews said helpfully. "You'd much rather have me offer some other explanation for the occurrences that bother you so. Is that it?" "I guess so. Yes, it is. A brain tumor or schizophrenia or anything at all that could maybe be cured. So I could marry Paul and have children and be like everybody else. Like you. She looked past him to the picture on his desk. It's easy for you to talk. He ignored the last statement. Why can't you get married anyway? You've already said why. Because Paul would hate me. Everybody would hate me if they knew I was different. How would they know? It doesn't show. Now, if you had 3 legs, or a long bushy tail, or outsized teeth... Lucilla smiled involuntarily, and then was furious at herself for doing so and at Dr. Andrews for provoking her into it. This whole thing is utterly asinine anyhow. Here we are, talking as if I might really be a mutant, and you know perfectly well that I'm not. Do I? You made the diagnosis, Lucilla, and you've given me some mighty potent reasons for believing it. Can you give me equally good reasons for doubting that you're a telepath? The peremptory demand left Lucilla speechless for a moment. She groped blindly for an answer, then almost laughed aloud as she found it. But of course, I almost missed it. Even after you practically drew me a diagram, if I could read minds just as soon as anybody found it out, he'd be afraid of me or hate me, like the book said. And you said too. If you believed it, you'd do something like having me locked up in a hospital, maybe, instead of... Instead of what, Lucilla? Instead of being patient and nice and helping me see how silly I've been. She reached out impulsively to touch his hand, then withdrew her own, feeling somewhat foolish when he made no move to respond. Her relief was too great, however, to be contained in silence. Way back the first time I came in, almost, you said that before we finished therapy, you'd know me better than I knew myself. I didn't believe you. Maybe I didn't want to, but I begin to think you were right. Lot of times lately, you've answered a question before I even asked it. Sometimes you haven't even bothered to answer. You've just sat there in your big brown chair, and I've lain here on the couch, and we've gone through something together without using words at all. She had started out almost gaily, the words spilling over each other in their rush to be said, but bit by bit she slowed down, then faltered to a stop. After she had stopped talking altogether, she could still hear her last few phrases, repeated over and over like an echo that refused to die. Answered, before I even asked, without using words at all, without using words. She could almost taste the terror that clogged her throat and drained her lips. You do believe it, and you could have me locked up, only... Fragments of thought, splinters of words, and droplets of silence spun into a kaleidoscopic jumble, shifted infinitesimally, and fell into an incredible new pattern. Understanding displaced terror, and was in turn displaced by indignation. She stared accusingly at her interrogator. But you look just like anybody. You expected perhaps 3 legs, or a long bushy tail, or teeth like that textbook tiger? And you're a psychiatrist! What else? Would you have talked to me like this across a grocery counter, Lucilla? Or listened to me if I'd been driving a bus or filling a prescription? Would I have found the others in a bowling alley or a business office? Then there are others? She let out her breath on a long sigh, involuntarily glancing again at the framed picture. Only I love Paul, and he isn't. He can't. Nor can Carol. His eyes were steady on hers, yet she felt as if he were looking through and beyond her. For no reason at all, she strained her ears for the sound of footsteps or the summons of a voice. Where do you suppose the second little blob of protoplasm with legs came from? Dr. Andrews asked. And the third? If that ape who found he could stand erect had walked lonesomely off into the sunset, like a second-rate actor on a late-late show, where do you suppose you'd be today? He broke off abruptly and watched with Lucilla as the office door edged open. The small girl who inched her way around it wore blue jeans and a ponytail, rather than the organdy frock and curls. But her pixie smile matched that of the girl in the photograph Lucilla had glanced at again and again.
"You wanted me, Daddy?"
she asked, but she looked toward Lucilla. "I thought you'd like to meet someone with the same nickname as yours," Dr. Andrews said, rising to greet her. "Lucky? Meet Lucky."
"Hello! But I don't have to say it, do I? I can talk to you just the way I talk to Daddy and Uncle Whitney and Big Bill."
"Hello yourself," said Lucilla. This time, when the corners of her mouth began to tick upward, she made no attempt to stop them.
"Of course you can, darling, and I can answer you the same way, and you'll hear me."
Dr. Andrews reached for the open pack of cigarettes on his deck. "Is this strictly a private conversation, girls, or can I get in on it too?"
"It's unpolite to interrupt, Daddy."
"He's not exactly interrupting. It was his conversation to begin with." Dr. Andrews' receptionist paused briefly beside the still open office door. None of them heard either her gentle rap or the soft click of the latch slipping into place when she pushed the door shut. Nor did she hear them. End of The Sound of Silence by Barbara Constant. Recording by Liv Hardy of Mixtape Studio.
Spacemen Never Die by Morris Hirschman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Henry knew his wife had been married once before. Now he expected her to start a new life with him. But to her the past was alive. And Spacemen Never Die by Morris Hirschman. Henry Weller stood facing a huge, three-dimensional picture on the wall of his dining room. "Can't we get rid of it?" he asked, turning to his wife. "I mean, with all due respect, of course." No man enjoys coming into his dining room and having to sit at meals and look at a full-size picture of his wife's first husband arriving on Venus. Fair's fair, but such a setup is ridiculous. "No," Phoebe shook her blonde head. "Don Manton loved me, and he was famous. I like to be reminded of the days when my picture was on all the telepapers, and my face on so many telescreens." She might just as well have called him a tattered nonentity, though Henry was doing pretty well as a foreman of the local humanoid factory. He was stopped from reminding her by Phoebe saying she'd leave for a bit of shopping. She left abruptly. Henry watched her take off from the roof of their two-story fibroid house and went back to the dining room. Now even his warmest admirers would give in that he had a streak of stubbornness in him 1 mile wide and 6 miles deep. Henry took the three-dimensional monstrosity off the wall, holding it hard by thumb and forefinger on its Luminex frame, and prepared to say goodbye to the picture of Don Manton. A foreman at one of the humanoid shops has to be able to consider alternatives, and Henry had done this. If he only hid the picture, there'd be a domestic crisis, and the picture would sooner or later be back on the wall. If he destroyed it, there'd also be a crisis, but one that would eventually blow over. Unluckily for him, these three-dimensional wall pictures were made out of glassine, and when he tried to set fire to it, he nearly burned down the house. Upon feeding it into the old-fashioned fireplace, nothing grew hot except his temper. Ripping the picture to shreds would have been the next step, but you can't rip glassine. For maybe the 6 millionth time he cursed out Don Manton, the well-known explorer in the realm of outer space. Henry understood, in a general way, that Don Manton had been among the first to chart the cities of Mars and Venus, and had accidentally died on a planet named Immel, but Henry had no intention of living in Don Manton's shadow. The picture, which showed the late explorer talking to 3 Venusians, had been hung up again when Phoebe came through the ceiling door along the extension stairway, which flicked up to meet her. "You've been trying to get rid of Don's picture." He hung it crookedly, and the diagonal slash of the white wallpaper had given him away. "Just this one. You've got cans of telefilm in the cellar, but them I don't mind. This," he flicked it with a thumbnail, "I do mind." "As long as I stay," Phoebe said quietly, "my darling Don's picture stays." "But what about your darling Henry? Am I just a humanoid who looks and behaves and talks like a human being? Haven't I got feelings?" Henry strode around the room, hitting the fibroid floor like a prehistoric monster on a sandpaper bridge. "Either the picture goes," he said finally, definitely, "or I go." Phoebe shook out her blonde hair, letting it fall about her shoulders. "Too bad." Inside an hour he had packed his suitcases. Phoebe cried bitterly, but wouldn't budge about the picture. He put up at his club and went to the bar, and was gobbling down something called pressurized scotch when he heard a noise back of him. "Get away from me," said Henry, who was quite a few over the traditional 8 by this time. "I've had enough of Don Manton, let alone his helpers." Steve Rogues had taken a couple of trips with Manton, was tall and thin as a bar stool, and with a spaceman's ability to think fast when he had to. Loudly, he ordered a Venus whiz, explaining to the disgusted Henry, "After the barkeep mixes the drinks, he melts the swizzle stick and pours it in too." He gulped the stuff down gratefully and then said, "Tell me your troubles, Hank." Henry did. Speed Rogues looked disgusted. "Are you serious?" he asked, and when Henry swore to cut Speed's throat on asking that again, went on, "Women are space mad." As Henry agreed, Rogues said, "The one thing you don't understand about Don Manton is that he was maladjusted. He couldn't stay still. He always wanted what he couldn't have. That goes for his feelings for women, too." Henry looked up with bloodshot eyes that nearly popped out of his head. Rogues kept going. "Don and Phoebe never got along once they got married. It was Manton's fault. Like all explorers, he was unhappy over his lot and looked beyond the rainbow. In fact, he told me once that the only reason he went in for exploring space was to get away from his wife." Henry Weller suddenly rocked with laughter. He got to his feet, took Rogues, and went to his room, still laughing. He lay on the bed for half an hour. At the end of that time, he sat up. "Tell the manager I won't be here for supper," he said to Speed. "I've got a little trip to make." "Where are you going?" "Home, to give the good tidings to my wife." Henry's fibroid house looked about the same. He parked the plane and let himself in by the roof door and down the extension staircase. He found Phoebe in the kitchen bent over a pot, and at sound of him she turned. A near smile flickered in her blue eyes. "Phoebe." "Henry." They laughed together. Henry wanted to tell her what he knew as bitterly and maliciously as possible, but he simply opened his mouth a few times. He didn't say it. Everyone is entitled to an illusion, and this was Phoebe, his blonde wench, his wife, his woman. He looked a bit sick. Phoebe smiled. "Come into the dining room." The 3-dimensional picture had been rolled up into the corner. Henry promised to put it away in the cellar, and clean up the cellar as soon as he could. Phoebe said that her first husband never liked to stay home. He'd always been afraid to live normally. "I was wrong about the picture," she told him, "and I didn't know till I saw you leave the house." It goes without saying that Henry and his Phoebe lived happily ever after, but it is perhaps not too well known that Phoebe was left with a little disposal problem, too. She had a rough time finding a buyer, in secret of course, for her brand-new humanoid, who looked and behaved and talked so exactly like the well-known flyer, Speed Rogues. The end of Spacemen Never Die by Morris Hirschman. License to Steal by David Levinson, Jr., writing as Lewis Newman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Ignorance of the law can so be a valid excuse, and the result is this hilarious but legal license to steal. The history of man becomes fearfully and wonderfully confusing with the advent of interstellar travel. Of special interest to the legally inclined student is the famous Scarg affair, which began before the Galactic Tribunal with the case of Citizens versus Scarg. The case and the opinion of the court may be summarized as follows. Scarg, a native of Snbit, Altair 4, where theft is honorable, sanctioned by law and custom, immigrated to Earth, Sol 3, where theft is contrary to both law and custom. While residing in Chicago, a city in a political subdivision known as the state of Illinois, part of the United States of America, one of the ancient nation-states of Earth, he overheard his landlady use the phrase, a license to steal, a common colloquialism in the area which refers to any special privilege. Scarg then went to the police station in Chicago and requested a license to steal. The desk sergeant, as a joke, wrote out a document purporting to be a license to steal, and Scarg, relying on said document, committed theft, was apprehended, tried, and convicted. On direct appeal allowed to the Galactic Tribunal, the court held, 1. All persons are required to know and obey the law of the jurisdiction in which they reside. 2. Public officials must refrain from misrepresenting to strangers the law of the jurisdiction. 3. Where, as here, a public official is guilty of such misrepresentation, the requirement of knowledge no longer applies. 4. Where, as here, it is shown by uncontradicted evidence that a defendant is law-abiding and willing to comply with the standards of his place of residence, misrepresentation of law by public officials may amount to entrapment. 5. The doctrine of entrapment bars the state of Illinois from prosecuting this defendant. 6. The magnitude of the crime is unimportant compared with the principle involved, and the fact that the defendant's unusual training on Snbit enabled him to steal a large building in Chicago, known as the Merchandise Mart, is of no significance. 7. The defendant, however, is civilly liable for the return of the building and its occupants or their value, even if he had to steal to get it, provided, however, that he stole only on and from a planet where theft was legal. The Scarg case was by no means concluded by the decision of the Galactic Tribunal, but continued to reverberate down the years, a field day for lawyers, and a lesson to all in the complexities of modern intergalactic law and society, said Winston Harold C. Herman Professor of Legal History, Harvard. Though freed on the criminal charge of theft, Scarg still faced some 20,000 charges of kidnapping, plus the civil liability imposed upon him by the ruling of the court. The kidnapping charges were temporarily held in abeyance. Not that the abductions were not considered outrageous, but it was quickly realized by all concerned that if Scarg were constantly involved in lengthy and expensive defenses to criminal prosecution, there would be no chance at all of obtaining any restitution from him. First things first, and with Terrans, that rarely means justice. Scarg offered to pay over the money he had received for the building and its occupants, but that was unacceptable to the Terrans, for what they really wanted, with an exaggerated fervor typical of them, provided it agrees with their financial interests, was the return of the original articles. Not only were the people wanted back, but the building itself had special significance. Its full title was the New Merchandise Mart, and it had been built in the exact style of the original, and on the exact spot on the south side of the Chicago River, where the original had stood prior to its destruction in the sack of Chicago. It was more than just a large commercial structure to the Terrans. It was also a symbol of Terra's unusually quick recovery from its empire chaos into its present position of leadership within the Galactic Union. The Terrans wanted that building back. So Skark, an obliging fellow at heart, tried first to get it back, but this proved impossible, for he had sold the building to the Aldebaranian Confederacy for use in its annual prosperity fiesta. The dominant culture of the Aldebaranian system is a descendant of the conspicuous destruction or potlatch type, in which articles of value are destroyed to prove the wealth and power of the destroyers. It was customary once every Aldebaranian year, about 6 Terran, for the Aldebaranian government to sponsor a token celebration of this destructive sort, and it had purchased the merchandise mart from Skark as part of its special celebration marking the first 1,000 years of the Confederacy. Consequently, the building, along with everything else, was totally destroyed in the bonfire that consumed the entire 4th planet from the main Aldebaranian sun. Nor was Skark able to arrange the return to Terra of the occupants of the building, some 20,000 in number, because he had sold them as slaves to the Boötean League. It is commonly thought slavery is forbidden throughout the galaxy by the terms of Article 19 of the Galactic Compact, but such is not the case. What is actually forbidden is involuntary servitude, and this situation proved the significance of that distinction. In the case of Sol versus Boötes, the Galactic Tribunal held that Terra had no right to force the slaves to give up their slavery and return to Terra if they did not wish to. And, quite naturally, none of them wished to. It will be remembered that Boöteans, a singularly handsome and good-natured people, were in imminent danger of racial extinction due to the disastrous effects of a strange nucleonic storm which had passed through their system in 1622. The physiological details of the Boötean effect, as it has been called, was to render every Boötean sterile in relation to every other Boötean, while leaving every Boötean normally capable of reproduction, provided one of the partners in the union had not been subject to the nucleonic storm. Faced with this situation, the Boöteans immediately took steps to encourage widespread immigration by other humanoid races, chiefly Terrans, for it was Terrans who had originally colonized Boötes, and it was therefore known that inbreeding was possible. But the Boöteans were largely unsuccessful in their immigration policy. Terra was peaceful and prosperous, and the Boöteans, being poor advertisers, were unable to convince more than a handful to leave the relative comforts of home for the far-off Boötean system, where, almost all were sure, some horrible fate lay behind the Boöteans' honeyed words. So when Skark showed up with some 20,000 Terrans, the Boöteans, in desperation, agreed to purchase them in the hope of avoiding the involuntary servitude prohibition of Article 19 by making them like it. In this they were spectacularly successful. The slaves were treated to the utmost luxury, and every effort was made to satisfy any reasonable wish. Their duties consisted entirely of keeping company with the singularly attractive Boöteans. Under these circumstances, it is perhaps hardly surprising that out of the 20,101 occupants, all but 332 flatly refused to return to Terra. The 332 who did wish to return, most of whom were borderline psychotics, were shipped home, and Boötes sued Skark for their purchase price, but was turned down by the Galactic Quadrant Court on the theory of, basically, caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. The court in Sol versus Boötes had held that although adults could not be required to return to Terra, minors under the age of 31 could be, and an additional 569 were returned under this ruling, to the vociferous disgust of the post-puberty members of that group. Since there was apparently some question of certain misrepresentations by Skark as to the ages or family affiliations of some members of this minor group, he agreed to an out-of-court settlement of Buote's claim for their purchase price, thus depriving the legal profession of further clarification of the rights of two good faith dealers in this particular sort of transaction. The Terran people, of course, were totally unsatisfied with this result, led by some demagogues and, to a milder degree, by most of the political opposition to the existing Terran government, and reminded of certain actual examples from Terra's own history. Many became convinced that some form of nefarious brainwashing had been exercised upon the unfortunate Terran expatriates. Excitement ran high, and there was even some agitation for withdrawal from the Galactic Union. Confronted with such unrest, the Terran government made efforts to reach some settlement with Buotes, despite the decision of the court in Sol versus Buotes, and was finally able to gain in the Centurion Agreement a substantial reparation, it being specifically stipulated in the agreement that the money was to be paid to the dependents who suffered actual financial loss. In a suit against the Terran government by one of the excluded families, to obtain for that family a share of the reparation, the validity of the treaty, as it applied to exclude the suing family from others in like position, was upheld by the United States Supreme Court. The suit was begun before the agreement had been ratified by the General Assembly, and the court indicated that the plaintiff would have lost on the strength of the long line of cases, giving the world president certain inherent powers over the conduct of foreign affairs. Since, however, the matter came up for decision after ratification, the court said that the inherent powers question was moot, and that the agreement, having been elevated to the status of a treaty by ratification, must be held valid under the Supremacy of Treaties section of Article 102 of the United Terran Charter. Although this failed to satisfy the Terran people, and their anger may have contributed to the fall of the Solarian Party administration in the following election, the treaty is generally considered by students of the subject as a triumph of Solarian diplomacy and an outstanding example of intergalactic good faith on the part of Buotes. Of course, neither the demagoguery nor the anger could hide forever the true facts about how the Buotians were treating their slaves, and when the true facts became known, there was a sudden flood of migration from Terra to Buotes, which threatened to depopulate the Solarian Empire and drown Buotes. The flood was quickly dammed by the Treaty of Deneb, restricting migration between the two systems. This treaty was held to be a valid police powers exception to the free migration principle of Article 17 of the Galactic Compact in Boleslav versus Sol and Buotes. All of this left Skerrick with liabilities of some 40 million credits and practically no assets. Like most Altarians, he was a superb thief, but a poor trader. The price he had received for the merchandise mart and the slaves, while accounting to a tidy personal fortune, was less than half the amount of the claims against him, and due to an unfortunate predilection for slow aedrals and fast floazes, he only had about half of that left. Skerrick, who by this time apparently developed a love of litigation equal to his love of thievery, used part of what he did have left in a last effort to evade liability by going into bankruptcy, a move which was naturally met with howls of outrage by his creditors and a flood of objections to his petition, a flood which nearly drowned the federal district court in Chicago. It would be difficult to imagine a more complex legal battle than might have taken place, nor one more instructive to the legal profession had the situation been carried to its logical conclusion. On the one hand was the age-old policy of both Terran and galactic bankruptcy law. A man becomes unable to pay his debts. He goes into bankruptcy. Whatever he does have is distributed to his creditors, who must be satisfied with what they can get out of his present assets. They cannot require him to go to work to earn additional funds with which to pay them more. It is precisely to escape this form of mortgage on one's future that bankruptcy exists. Yet there were over 7,000 creditors claiming that Skerrick's debts could not be discharged in bankruptcy, because Skerrick could be required to steal enough to satisfy them fully. Could the creditors require Skerrick to exert such personal effort to satisfy their claims? A lawyer would almost certainly say no, citing the Bankruptcy Act as sufficient grounds alone, not to mention the anomaly of having Terrans in a Terran court ask that Skerrick, for their benefit, commit an act illegal on Terra and punishable by that Terran court. The idea of a Terran court giving judicial sanction to theft is novel, to say the least. Indeed, Judge Griffin, who was presiding, was overheard to remark to a friend on the golf course that he would throw the whole thing out for that reason alone. Yet in spite of this undeniable weight of opinion, it is difficult to say just what the final decision would have been had the matter been carried to the Galactic Tribunal, for in the original case of Skerrick versus Illinois, that august body, it will be remembered, had specifically stated that Skerrick was liable for the value of the building and its occupants, even if he must steal to obtain it. Now, that hasty and ill-advised phrase was certainly dicta, and was probably intended only as a joke, the opinion having been written by Master Adjudicator Zist, a member of that irrepressible race of Saurian humorists, the Syrians. But if the case had actually come before them, the court might have been hoist on its own petard, so to speak, and been forced to rule in accord with the earlier joke. Unfortunately for the curious of the legal profession, the question was never to be answered, for Skerrick did a remarkable thing, which made the whole controversy irrelevant. What his motives were will probably never be known. His character makes it unlikely that he had begun the bankruptcy proceedings in good faith, and was later moved by conscience. It is possible that the bankruptcy was merely an elaborate piece of misdirection. More probably, however, he simply seized on the unusual opportunity the publicity gave him. Whatever the motives, the facts are that Skerrick used the last of his waning resources to purchase one of the newly developed Terran Motors Time Birds, in which he traveled secretly to Altair. Even this first model of the Time Bird, with its primitive meson exchange disk coordinator, cut the trip from Sol to Altair from weeks to days, and Skerrick, landing secretly on his home planet while his bankruptcy action was still in the turmoil stage, was able to accomplish the greatest coup in Altarian history. He never could have done it without the publicity of the legal proceedings. In a culture where theft is honorable, the most stringent precautions are taken against its accomplishment. But who could have expected Skerrick? He was light years away, trying to go into bankruptcy. And so, while all eyes on Altair, as well as throughout the rest of the galaxy, were amusingly fixed on the legal circus shaping up on Terra, Skerrick was able to steal the Altarian crown jewels, and the Altarian crown prince as well, and flee with them to Sol. The reaction was violent. The galaxy was gripped by an almost hysterical amusement. Skerrick's creditors on Terra were overjoyed. The Altarians made one effort to regain their valuables in the courts, but were promptly turned down by the Galactic Tribunal, which held wisely that a society which makes a virtue of theft would have to take the consequences of its own culture. So Skerrick's creditors were paid in full. The jewels alone were more than sufficient for that, containing as they did no less than 7 priceless wanderstones, those strange bits of frozen fire found ever so rarely floating in the interstellar voids, utterly impervious to any of the effects of gravitation. Altair paid a fantastic price for the return of the collection, and Skerrick also demanded, and got, a sizable ransom for the prince, after threatening to sell him to Boötes, from whence, of course, he would never return. Being a prince in a democratic, constitutional monarchy is not as glamorous as you might think. His creditors satisfied, Skerrick returned to Sinbad, dragging with him the angry crown prince, angry at having lost the chance to go to Boötes, that is. At Altair, Skerritt was received as a popular hero. He had accomplished something to which every Altairian had dreamed, almost from the moment of his birth, and he was widely and joyously acclaimed. Riding on this wave of popular adulation, he entered politics, ran for the office of Premier, and was elected by an overwhelming majority. As soon as he took office, he took steps in accordance with Altairian custom to wipe out the stain on his honor incurred by allowing the Chicago police sergeant to fool him with the now famous license to steal. He instituted suit against the sergeant for the expenses of his defense to the original theft charge. The case was carried all the way to the Galactic Tribunal, which by this time was heartily sick of the whole mess. Feeling apparently that the sergeant was the original cause of said mess, the court overruled his plea that he had merely been joking. The court cited an ancient case from West Virginia, U.S.A., Plate versus Durst, 42W Virginia, 63, 24, SE 580, 32, LRA 404. Note, the date of this case is invariably given as 1896, which is most confusing, since the present date is only 1691. The 1896, however, refers to the 1896th year of the pre-atomic era, which we, of course, style AA, ante atomica. Since the present era begins at the first atomic explosion, the case actually occurred in approximately the year 54 AA. The court quoted the opinion of this ancient case as follows: jokes are sometimes taken seriously by the inexperienced, and if such is the case, and the person thereby deceived is led to incur expenses, in the full belief and expectation that the joker is in earnest, the law will also take the joker at his word, and give him good reason to smile. Accordingly, the sergeant was charged with a very large judgment. Although the city of Chicago paid this judgment, the sergeant had become a laughingstock of the planet, so he applied for and was granted a hardship exception to the Treaty of Deneb and migrated to Boötes. There, regarded as the real savior of the Boötean race and a chosen instrument of the god of Boötes, he was received as a saint. He died in 1689, surrounded by his 22 children and 47 grandchildren, having made himself wealthy by becoming the leader of the most excessive fertility cult, which is only now being forcibly suppressed by the Boötean government. In 1635 PA, someone on Earth remembered the kidnapping indictments still outstanding against Skerritt and attempted to prosecute them. By this time, however, Skerritt was Premier, the chief executive officer of Altair, and all extradition matters were within his sole discretion. In the exercise of this power, he refused to extradite himself, and the prosecutor on Earth, whose constituents were beginning to laugh at him, had the indictments quashed, in the interest of interstellar harmony. The story has an interesting sequel. During Skerritt's unprecedented 6 consecutive terms as Premier, no one else had ever served less than 7, he was able, by dint of unremitting political maneuvering, to have theft outlawed in the Altairian system. It was, he said, a cultural trait that is more trouble than it is worth. The end of A License to Steal by Louis Newman. The Moon is Green by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Anybody who wanted to escape death could, by paying a very simple price: denial of life. The Moon is Green by Fritz Leiber. Effie, what the devil are you up to? Her husband's voice chopped through her mood of terrified rapture and made her heart jump like a startled cat. Yet by some miracle of feminine self-control, her body did not show a tremor. Dear God, she thought, he mustn't see it. It's so beautiful, and he always kills beauty. I'm just looking at the moon, she said listlessly. It's green. Mustn't see it. And now with luck he wouldn't. For the face, as if it also heard and sensed the menace in the voice, was moving back from the window's glow into the outside dark, but slowly, reluctantly, and still fawn-like, pleading, cajoling, tempting, and incredibly beautiful. Close the shutters at once, you little fool, and come away from the window. Green as a beer bottle, she went on dreamily. Green as emeralds, green as leaves with sunshine striking through them, and green grass to lie on. She couldn't help saying those last words. They were her token to the face, even though it couldn't hear. Effie! She knew what that last tone meant. Wearily, she swung shut the ponderous lead-lined shutters and drove home the heavy bolts. That hurt her fingers. It always did. But he mustn't know that. You know that those shutters are not to be touched. Not for 5 more years at least. I only wanted to look at the moon, she said, turning around, and then it was all gone. The face, the night, the moon, the magic. And she was back in the grubby, stale little hole, facing an angry, stale little man. It was then that the eternal thud of the air-conditioning fans and the crackle of the electrostatic precipitators that sieved out the dust reached her consciousness again, like the bite of a dentist drill. Only wanted to look at the moon, he mimicked her in a falsetto. Only wanted to die like a little fool and make me much more ashamed of you. Then his voice went gruff and professional. Here, count yourself. She silently took the Geiger counter he held at arm's length, waited until it settled down to a steady ticking slower than a clock, due only to cosmic rays and indicating nothing dangerous, and then began to comb her body with the instrument. First her head and shoulders, then out along her arms, back along their underside. There was something oddly voluptuous about her movements, although her features were gray and sagging. The ticking did not change its tempo until she came to her waist. Then it suddenly spurted, clicking faster and faster. Her husband gave an excited grunt, took a quick step forward, froze. She goggled for a moment in fear, then grinned foolishly, dug in the pocket of her grimy apron, and guiltily pulled out a wristwatch. He grabbed it as it dangled from her fingers, saw that it was a radium dial, cursed, heaved it up as if to smash it on the floor, but instead put it carefully on the table. You imbecile! You incredible imbecile! He softly chanted to himself through clenched teeth, with eyes half closed. She shrugged faintly, put the Geiger counter on the table, and stood there slumped. He waited until the chanting had soothed his anger before speaking again. He said quietly, I do suppose that you realize the sort of world you're living in. She nodded slowly, staring at nothingness. Oh, she realized all right. Realized only too well. It was a world that hadn't realized. The world that had gone on stockpiling hydrogen bombs. The world that had put those bombs in cobalt shells, although it had promised that it wouldn't, because the cobalt made them much more terrible and cost no more. The world that had started throwing those bombs, always telling itself that it hadn't thrown enough of them yet to make the air really dangerous without the deadly radioactive dust that came from the cobalt. Throwing them, and kept on throwing until the danger point, where the air and ground would become fatal to all human life, was approached. Then, for about a month, the two great enemy groups had hesitated, and then each, unknown to the other, had decided that it could risk one last gigantic and decisive attack without exceeding the danger point. It had been planned to strip off the cobalt cases, but someone forgot, and then there wasn't time. Besides, the military scientists of each group were confident that the lands of the other had got the most dust. The two attacks came within an hour of each other. After that, the fury. The fury of doomed men who think only of taking with them as many as possible of the enemy, and in this case, they hoped, all. The fury of suicides who know they have botched up life for good. The fury of cocksure men who realize they have been outsmarted by fate, the enemy, and themselves, and know that they will never be able to improvise a defense when arraigned before the High Court of History, and whose unadmitted hope is that there will be no High Court of History left to arraign them. More cobalt bombs were dropped during the fury than in all the preceding years of the war. After the fury, the terror. Men and women, with death sifting into their bones through their nostrils and skin, fighting for bare survival under the dust-hazed sky that played fantastic tricks with the light of the sun and moon, like the dust of Krakatoa that drifted around the world for years. Cities, countryside, and the air were all poisoned, alive with deadly radiation. The only realistic chance for continued existence was to retire, for the 5 or 10 years the radiation would remain deadly, to some well-sealed and radiation-shielded place that must also be copiously supplied with food, water, power, and a means of air conditioning. Such places were prepared by the far-seeing, seized by the strong, defended by them in turn against the desperate hordes of the dying, until there were no more of those. After that, only the waiting, the enduring. A mole's existence without beauty or tenderness, but with fear and guilt as constant companions. Never to see the sun, to walk among the trees, to even know if there were still trees. Oh, yes, she realized what the world was like. You understand, too, I suppose, that we were allowed to reclaim this ground-level apartment only because the committee believed us to be responsible people, and because I've been making a damn good showing lately. Yes, Hank, I thought you were eager for privacy. You want to go back to the basement tenements? God, no. Anything rather than that fetid huddling, that shameless communal sprawl. And yet, was this so much better? The nearness to the surface was meaningless. It only tantalized. And the privacy magnified Hank. She shook her head dutifully and said, "No, Hank." "Then why aren't you careful? I've told you 1,000,000 times, Effie, that glass is no protection against the dust that's outside that window. The lead shutter must never be touched. If you make one single slip like that, and it gets around, the committee will send us back to the lower levels without blinking an eye. And they'll think twice before trusting me with any important jobs." "I'm sorry, Hank." "Sorry? What's the good of being sorry? The only thing that counts is never making a slip. Why the devil do you do such things, Effie? What drives you to it?" She swallowed. "It's just that it's so dreadful being cooped up like this," she said hesitantly. "Shut away from the sky and the sun. I'm just hungry for a little beauty." "And do you suppose I'm not?" he demanded. "Don't you suppose I want to get outside too and be carefree and have a good time? But I'm not so damn selfish about it. I want my children to enjoy the sun, and my children's children. Don't you see that that's the all-important thing, and that we have to behave like mature adults and make sacrifices for it?" "Yes, Hank." He surveyed her slumped figure, her lined and listless face. "You're a fine one to talk about hunger for beauty," he told her. Then his voice grew softer and more deliberate. "You haven't forgotten, have you, Effie, that until last month the committee was so concerned about your sterility that they were about to enter my name on the list of those waiting to be allotted a free woman? Very high on the list, too." She could nod even at that one, but not while looking at him. She turned away. She knew very well that the committee was justified in worrying about the birth rate. When the community finally moved back to the surface again, each additional healthy young person would be an asset. not only in the struggle for bare survival, but in the resumed war against communism which some of the committee members still counted on. It was natural that they would view a sterile woman in disfavor, and not only because of the waste of her husband's germ plasma, but because sterility might indicate she had suffered more than the average from the radiation. In that case, if she did bear children later on, they would be more apt to carry a defective heredity, producing an undue number of monsters and freaks in future generations, and so contaminating the race. Of course she understood it. She could hardly remember a time when she didn't. Years ago, centuries, there wasn't much difference in a place where time was endless. His lecture finished, her husband smiled and grew almost cheerful. Now that you're going to have a child, that's all in the background again. Do you know, Effie, that when I first came in, I had some very good news for you. I'm to become a member of the junior committee, and the announcement will be made at the banquet tonight. He cut short her mumbling congratulations. So brighten yourself up and put on your best dress. I want the other juniors to see what a handsome wife the new member has got. He paused. Well, get a move on. She spoke with difficulty, still not looking at him. I'm terribly sorry, Hank, but you'll have to go alone. I'm not well. He straightened up with an indignant jerk. There you go again. First that infantile, inexcusable business with the shutters, and now this. No feeling for my reputation at all. Don't be ridiculous, Effie. You're coming. Terribly sorry, she repeated blindly, but I really can't. I'd just be sick. I wouldn't make you proud of me at all. Of course you won't, he retorted sharply. As it is, I have to spend half my energy running around making excuses for you. Why you're so odd. Why you always seem to be ailing. Why you're always stupid and snobbish and say the wrong thing. But tonight's really important, Effie. It will cause a lot of bad comment if the new member's wife isn't present. You know how just a hint of sickness starts the old radiation disease rumor going. You've got to come, Effie. She shook her head helplessly. Oh, for heaven's sake, come on, he shouted, advancing on her. This is just a silly mood. As soon as you get going, you'll snap out of it. There's nothing really wrong with you at all. He put his hand on her shoulders and turned her around, and at his touch her face suddenly grew so desperate and gray that for a moment he was alarmed in spite of himself. Really? He asked, almost in a note of concern. She nodded miserably. He stepped back and strode about irresolutely. Well, of course, if that's the way it is. He checked himself, and a sad smile crossed his face. So you don't care enough about your old husband's success to make one supreme effort in spite of feeling bad. Again, after a helpless headshake, I just can't go out tonight, under any circumstances. And her gaze stole toward the lead shutters. He was about to say something when he caught the direction of her gaze. His eyebrows jumped. For seconds he stared at her incredulously, as if some completely new and almost unbelievable possibility had popped into his mind. The look of incredulity slowly faded, to be replaced by a harder, more calculating expression. But when he spoke again, his voice was shockingly bright and kind. Well, it can't be helped, naturally, and I certainly wouldn't want you to go if you weren't able to enjoy it. So you hop right into bed and get a good rest. I'll run over to the men's dorm and freshen up. No, really, I don't want you to have to make any effort at all. Incidentally, Jim Barnes isn't going to be able to come to the banquet either. Touch of the old flu, he tells me, of all things. He watched her closely as he mentioned the other man's name, but she didn't react noticeably. In fact, she hardly seemed to be hearing his chatter. I got a bit sharp with you, I'm afraid, Effie, he continued contritely. I'm sorry about that. I was excited about my new job, and I guess that is why things upset me. Made me feel let down when I found out you weren't feeling as good as I was. Selfish of me. Now, you get into bed right away and get well. Don't worry about me a bit. I know you'd come if you possibly could. And I know you'll be thinking about me. Well, I must be off now. He started toward her, as if to embrace her, and then seemed to think better of it. He turned back at the doorway and said, emphasizing the words, "You'll be completely alone for the next 4 hours." He waited for her to nod, then bounced out. She stood still until his footsteps died away. Then she straightened up, walked over to where he put down the wristwatch, picked it up, and smashed it hard on the floor. The crystal shattered, and the case flew apart, and something went zing. She stood there breathing heavily. Slowly, her sagging features lifted, forming themselves into the beginning of a smile. She stole another look at the shutters. The smile became more definite. She felt her hair, wet her fingers, and ran them along her hairline and back over her ears. After wiping her hands on her apron, she took it off. She straightened her dress, lifted her head with a little flourish, and stepped smartly to the window. Then her face went miserable again, and her steps slowed. No, it couldn't be. It wouldn't be, she told herself. It had been an illusion, a silly, romantic dream that she had somehow projected out of her beauty-starved mind and given a moment's false reality. There couldn't be anything alive outside. There hadn't been for 2 whole years. And if there conceivably were, it would be something altogether horrible. She remembered some of the pariahs, hairless, witless creatures with radiation welts crawling over their bodies like worms, who had come begging for succor during the last months of the terror, and been shot down. How they must have hated the people in refuges. But even as she was thinking these things, her fingers were caressing the bolts, gingerly drawing them, and she was opening the shutters, gently, apprehensively. No, there couldn't be anything outside, she assured herself wryly, peering out into the green night. Even her fears had been groundless. But the face came floating up toward the window. She stared back in terror, then checked herself, for the face wasn't horrible at all, only very thin, with full lips and large eyes, and a thin, proud nose like the jutting beak of a bird. No radiation welts or scars marred the skin, olive in the tempering moonlight. It looked, in fact, just as it had when she had seen it the first time. For a long moment the face stared deep, deep into her brain. Then the full lips smiled, and a half-clenched, thin-fingered hand materialized itself from the green darkness, and rapped twice on the grimy pane. Her heart pounding, she furiously worked the little crank that opened the window. It came unstuck from the frame with a tiny explosion of dust, and a zing like that of the watch, only louder. A moment later it swung wide, and a puff of incredibly fresh air caressed her face and the inside of her nose, stinging her eyes with unanticipated tears. The man outside balanced on the sill, crouching like a fawn, head high, one elbow on knee. He was dressed in scarred, snug trousers and an old sweater. "Is it tears I get for a welcome?" he mocked her gently in a musical voice. "Or are those only to greet God's own breath, the air?" He swung down inside, and now she could see he was tall. Turning, he snapped his fingers and called, "Come, puss." A black cat with a twisted stump for a tail, and feet like small boxing gloves, and ears almost as big as a rabbit's, hopped clumsily in view. He lifted it down, gave it a pat. Then, nodding familiarly to Effie, he unstrapped a little pack from his back and laid it on the table. She couldn't move. She even found it hard to breathe. "The window," she finally managed to get out. He looked at her inquiringly, caught the direction of her stabbing finger. Moving without haste, he went over and closed it carelessly. "The shutters, too," she told him, but he ignored that, looking around. "It's a snug place you and your man have," he commented. "Or is it that this is a free love town, or a harem spot, or just a military post?" He checked her before she could answer. "But let's not talk about such things now. Soon enough I'll be scared to death for both of us. Best enjoy the kick of meeting, which is always good for 20 minutes at the least." He smiled at her rather shyly. "Have you food?" "Good, then bring it." She set cold meat and some precious canned bread before him, and had water heating for coffee. Before he fell to, he shredded a chunk of meat and put it on the floor for the cat, which left off its sniffing inspection of the walls and ran up eagerly mewing. Then the man began to eat, chewing every mouthful slowly and appreciatively. From across the table Effie watched him, drinking in his every deft movement, his every cryptic quirk of expression. She attended to making the coffee, but that only took a moment. Finally she could contain herself no longer. "What's it like up there?" she asked breathlessly. "Outside, I mean." He looked at her oddly for quite a space. Finally he said flatly, "Oh, it's a wonderland for sure, more amazing than you tombed folks could ever imagine. A veritable fairyland." And he quickly went on eating. "No, but really," she pressed. Noting her eagerness, he smiled, and his eyes filled with playful tenderness. "I mean it, on my oath," he assured her. "You think the bombs and the dust made only death and ugliness. That was true at first, but then, just as the doctors foretold, they changed the life in the seeds and loins that were brave enough to stay. Wonders bloomed and walked." He broke off suddenly and asked, "Do any of you venture outside?" "A few of the men are allowed to," she told him, "for short trips in special protective suits, to hunt for canned food and fuels and batteries and things like that." "Ah, those blind-souled slugs that never see anything but what they're looking for," he said, nodding bitterly. "They'd never see the garden where a dozen buds blossom where one did before, and the flowers have petals a yard long, and the stingless bees, big as sparrows, gently supping their nectar. House-cats grown spotted and huge as leopards, not little runts like Joe Louis here, stalk through those gardens, but they're gentle beasts, no more harmful than the rainbow-scaled snakes that glide about their paws, for the dust burned all the murder out of them, as it burned itself out. I've even made a little poem about it. It starts, 'Fire can hurt me, or water, or the weight of the earth, but the dust is my friend.' Oh, yes, and then the robins like cockatoos and squirrels like princesses' ermines, all under the treasure chest of the sun and moon and stars that the dust's magic powder changes from ruby to emerald and sapphire and amethyst and back again. Oh, and then the new children." "You're telling the truth?" she interrupted him, her eyes brimming with tears. "You're not making it up?" "I am not," he assured her solemnly, "and if you could catch a glimpse of one of the new children, you'd never doubt me again. They have long limbs as brown as this coffee would be if it had lots of fresh cream in it, and smiling, delicate faces, and whitish teeth, and the finest hair. They're so nimble that I, a sprightly man and somewhat enlivened by the dust, feel like a cripple beside them. And their thoughts dance like flames and make me feel a very imbecile. Of course they have 7 fingers on each hand and 8 toes on each foot, but they're more beautiful for that. They have large, pointed ears that the sun shines through. They play in the garden all day long, slipping among the great leaves and blooms, and they're so swift you can hardly see them, unless one chooses to stand still and look at you. For that matter, you have to look a bit hard for all these things I'm telling you." "But is it true?" she pleaded. "Every word of it," he said, looking straight into her eyes. He put down his knife and fork. "What's your name?" he asked softly. "Mine's Patrick." "Effie," she told him. He shook his head. "That can't be," he said. Then his face brightened. "Euphemia," he exclaimed. "That's what Effie is short for. Your name is Euphemia." As he said that, looking at her, she suddenly felt beautiful. He got up and came around the table and stretched out his hand toward her. "Euphemia," he began. Yes, she answered huskily, shrinking from him a little, but looking up sideways and very flushed. Don't either of you move, Hank said. The voice was flat and nasal because Hank was wearing a nose respirator that was just long enough to suggest an elephant's trunk. In his right hand was a large, blue-black automatic pistol. They turned their faces to him. Patrick's was abruptly alert, shifty. But Effie was still smiling tenderly, as if Hank could not break the spell of the magic garden, and should be pitied for not knowing about it. You little, Hank began with almost gleeful fury, calling her several shameful names. He spoke in short phrases, closing tight his unmasked mouth between them, while he sucked in breath through the respirator. His voice rose in a crescendo. And not with a man of the community, but a pariah. A pariah! I hardly know what you're thinking, man, but you're quite wrong. Patrick took the opportunity to put in hurriedly, conciliatingly. I just happened to be coming by hungry tonight, a lonely tramp, and knocked at the window. Your wife was a bit foolish, and let kind-heartedness get the better of prudence. Don't think you can pull the wool over my eyes, Effie, Hank went on with a screechy laugh, disregarding the other man completely. Don't think I don't know why you're suddenly going to have a child after 4 long years. At that moment the cat came nosing up to his feet. Patrick watched him narrowly, shifting his weight forward a little, but Hank only kicked the animal aside, without taking his eyes off them. Even that business of carrying the wristwatch in your pocket instead of on your arm, he went on with channeled hysteria. A neat bit of camouflage, Effie, very neat, and telling me it was my child when all the while you've been seeing him for months. Man, you're mad. I've never touched her, Patrick denied hotly, though still calculatingly, and risked a step forward, stopped when the gun instantly swung his way. Pretending you're going to give me a healthy child, Hank raved on, and then all the while you knew it would be, either in body or germ plasma, a thing like that. He waved the gun at the malformed cat, which had leapt to the top of the table and was eating the remains of Patrick's food, though its watchful green eyes were fixed on Hank. I should shoot him down, Hank yelled between sobbing, chest-racking inhalations through his mask. I should kill him this instant for the contaminated pariah he is. All the while Effie had not ceased to smile compassionately. Now she stood up without haste and went to Patrick's side. Disregarding his warning, apprehensive glance, she put her arm lightly around him and faced her husband. Then you'd kill the bringer of the best news we've ever had, she said, and her voice was like a flood of some warm, sweet liquor in that musty, hate-charged room. Oh, Hank, forget your silly, wrong jealousy and listen to me. Patrick here has something wonderful to tell us. Hank stared at her. For once he screamed no reply. It was obvious that he was seeing for the first time how beautiful she had become, and that realization jolted him terribly. What do you mean? He finally asked, unevenly, almost fearfully. I mean that we no longer need to fear the dust, she said, and now her smile was radiant. It never really did hurt people the way the doctors said it would. Remember how it was with me, Hank? The exposure I had, and the recovery from, although the doctor said I wouldn't at first, and without even losing my hair? Hank, those who were brave enough to stay outside, and who weren't killed by terror and suggestion and panic, they adapted to the dust. They changed, but they changed for the better. Everything. Effie, he told you lies, Hank interrupted, but still in the same agitated, broken voice, cowed by her beauty. Everything that grew or moved was purified, she went on ringingly. You men going outside have never seen it, because you've never had eyes for it. You've been blinded to the beauty, to life itself. And now all the power in the dust has gone and faded anyway, burning itself out. That's true, isn't it? She smiled at Patrick for confirmation. His face was strangely veiled, as if he were calculating obscure changes. He might have given a little nod, at any rate. Effie assumed that he did, for she turned her back to her husband. You see, Hank, we can all go out now. We never need fear the dust again. Patrick is a living proof of that. she continued triumphantly, standing straighter, holding him a little tighter. Look at him. Not a scar or a sign, and he's been out in the dust for years. How could he be this way if the dust hurt the brave? Oh, believe me, Hank. Believe what you see. Test it if you want. Test Patrick here. Effie, you're all mixed up. You don't know, Hank faltered, but without conviction of any sort. Test him, Effie repeated with utter confidence, ignoring, not even noticing, Patrick's warning nudge. All right, Hank mumbled, looking at the stranger dully. Can you count? He asked. Patrick's face was a complete enigma. When he suddenly spoke, his voice was like a fencer's foil, light, bright, alert, constantly playing, yet utterly on guard. Can I count? Do you take me for a complete simpleton, man? Of course I can count. Then count yourself, Hank said, barely indicating the table. Count myself, should I? The other retorted with a quick, fastidious laugh. Is this a kindergarten? But if you want me to, I'm willing. His voice was rapid. I have 2 arms and 2 legs, that's 4, and 10 fingers and 10 toes. You'll have to take my word for them. That's 24. A head, 25, and 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. With this, I mean, Hank said heavily, advancing to the table, picking up the Geiger counter, switching it on, and handing it across the table to the other man. But while it was still at arm's length from Patrick, the clicks began to mount furiously, until they were like the chatter of a pygmy machine gun. Abruptly, the clicks slowed, but that was only the counter shifting to a new scaling circuit, in which each click stood for 512 of the old ones. With those horrid, rattling little volleys, fear cascaded into the room and filled it, smashing like so much colored glass all the bright barriers of words Effie had raised against it, for no dream can stand against the Geiger counter, the 20th century's mouthpiece of ultimate truth. It was as if the dust and all the terrors of the dust had incarnated themselves in one dread invading shape that said in words stronger than audible speech, those were illusions, whistles in the dark. This is reality, the dreary, pitiless reality of the burrowing years. Hank scuttled back to the wall. Through chattering teeth he babbled, enough radioactives? Kill 1,000 men. Freak. A freak. Even Effie, taken off guard, all the fears that had been drilled into her twanging like piano wires, shrank from the skeletal-seeming shape beside her, held herself to it only by desperation. Patrick did it for her. He disengaged her arm and stepped briskly away. Then he whirled on them, smiling sardonically, and started to speak, but instead looked with distaste at the chattering Geiger counter he held between fingers and thumb. Have we listened to this racket long enough? He asked. Without waiting for an answer, he put down the instrument on the table. The cat hurried over to it curiously, and the clicks began again to mount in a minor crescendo. Effie lunged for it, frantically, switching it off, darting back. That's right, said Patrick with another chilling smile. You'd do well to cringe, for I'm death itself. Even in death I could kill you, like a snake. And with that his voice took on the tones of a circus barker. Yes, I'm a freak, as the gentleman so wisely said. That's what one doctor who dared to talk to me for a minute told me before he kicked me out. He couldn't tell me why, but somehow the dust doesn't kill me, because I'm a freak, you see, just like the men who ate nails and walked on fire and ate arsenic and stuck themselves through with pins. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen, only not too close, and examine the man the dust can't harm. Rappaccini's child brought up to date, his embrace, death. And now, he said, breathing heavily, I'll get out and leave you in your damn lead cave. He started toward the window. Hank's gun followed him shakily. Wait, called Effie in an agonized voice. He obeyed. She continued falteringly. When we were together earlier, you didn't act as if... When we were together earlier, I wanted what I wanted, he snarled at her. You don't suppose I'm a bloody saint, do you? All the beautiful things you told me? That, he said cruelly, is just a line I've found that women fall for. They're all so bored and so starved for beauty, as they generally put it. Even the garden? Her question was barely audible through the sobs that threatened to suffocate her. He looked at her, and perhaps his expression softened just a trifle. What's outside, he said flatly, is just a little worse than either of you can imagine. He tapped his temple. The garden's all here. You've killed it, she wept. You've killed it in me. You've both killed everything that's beautiful. But you're worse, she screamed at Patrick, because he only killed beauty once, but you brought it to life just so you could kill it again. Oh, I can't stand it. I won't stand it. And she began to scream. Patrick started toward her, but she broke off and whirled away from him to the window, her eyes crazy. You've been lying to us, she cried. The garden's there, I know it is, but you don't want to share it with anyone. No, Euphemia, Patrick protested anxiously. It's hell out there. Believe me. I wouldn't lie to you about it. Wouldn't lie to me, she mocked. Are you afraid, too? With a sudden pull, she jerked open the window and stood before the blank, green-tinged oblong of darkness that seemed to press into the room like a menacing, heavy, wind-urged curtain. At that, Hank cried out a shocked, pleading, Effie! She ignored him. I can't be cooped up here any longer, she said, and I won't, now that I know. I'm going to the garden. Both men sprang at her, but they were too late. She leapt lightly to the sill, and by the time they had flung themselves against it, her footsteps were already hurrying off into the darkness. Effie, come back! Come back! Hank shouted after her desperately, no longer thinking to cringe from the man beside him, or how the gun was pointed. I love you, Effie. Come back. Patrick added his voice. Come back, Euphemia. You'll be safe if you come back right away. Come back to your home. No answer to that at all. They both strained their eyes through the greenish murk. They could barely make out a shadowy figure about a half a block down the near black canyon of the dismal, dust-blown street, into which the greenish moonlight hardly reached. It seemed to them that the figure was scooping something up from the pavement and letting it sift down along its arms and over its bosom. Go out and get her, man, Patrick urged the other. For if I go out for her, I warn you, I won't bring her back. She said something about having stood the dust better than most, and that's enough for me. But Hank, chained by his painful learned habits and by something else, could not move. And then the ghostly voice came whispering down the street, chanting, Fire can hurt me, or water, or the weight of earth, but the dust is my friend. Patrick spared the other man one more look. Then, without a word, he vaulted up and ran off. Hank stood there. After perhaps a half a minute, he remembered to close his mouth. Then he inhaled. Finally, he was sure the street was empty. As he started to close the window, there was a little mew. He picked up the cat and gently put it outside. Then he did close the window, and the shutters, and bolted them, and took up the Geiger counter, and mechanically began to count himself. The end of The Moon is Green by Fritz Leiber. Spoken for by William Morrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. He was lost. Anyone could see that. But she had no idea how entirely lost he was, nor why. Spoken for by William Morrison. Half of Jupiter's great disk and most of the other moons were below the horizon when the man stepped out of the airplane and changed her life. As far as Carol Marsh was concerned, he was ordinary enough in appearance, and she wasn't ordinarily attracted to ordinary men. He was slightly over medium height. His features were not quite regular, and he had a deep tan over what had started out as a sunburn, so that she decided he had misjudged the strength of the sun on some planet with a thin atmosphere. She frowned as she watched him look around. She was annoyed by the fact that it took him almost a minute to get his bearings and realize that she was, first, a human being, and second, a girl well worth a man's attention. Even the troubled expression in his eyes was something she held against him. A man shouldn't look troubled. A man should be confident, self-assured in a manner that also assures the girl he spoke to. She remembered back on Earth, John Burr had been completely self-assured. It was startling to realize that it was with this newcomer, whose appearance she had every reason to dislike, that she had fallen suddenly and completely in love, as suddenly and completely as if she had fallen off a cliff. "I'm looking for some people," he said, "but I suppose—" His very voice was ill at ease, and that was something else she should have held against him, and against herself. She had always resented men whose voices betrayed their lack of confidence. "I suppose it's no use," he went on. "I'd recognize the house." "Who are the people you're looking for?" He took out a wallet, and from it drew a stereo picture. 2 children, a boy and a girl, were standing with a smiling young woman in front of a sturdy, old-fashioned plastic house. Their clothes were out of fashion by a year or so, but that depended on where you were. Mars, for instance, was always 3 years behind Earth. Here on Ganymede, on the other hand, you might even be ahead of Earth in some respects. As Carol's eyes lifted to him, she saw him staring at the picture with such longing that she at once knew herself for a fool. They're his wife and children, she thought. He's trying to find them. And I had to fall in love with him at first sight. His eyes were on her now, and she said, "I'm sorry, I've never seen them." "Have you lived around here long?" 5 years. "Then this can't be the place." He stood there irresolutely and started to turn slowly away, without even a word of thanks to her. "My father may have heard about them," said Carol, knowing herself for a fool again. Past experience, she told herself ruefully, had taught her nothing. The thing to do was to let him go and forget him as quickly as possible, before she learned anything about him, before her feeling for him could become anything more than an irrational, momentary impulse. The stronger the bonds of knowledge and interest between them, the more painful they would be to break. And the breaking was inevitable. The house where she and her father lived was a simple, dome-shaped building, its walls and furniture both made of a silicon plastic, whose raw materials had come from the ground on which it stood. There were rugs and draperies of a slightly different composition, woven on the all-purpose household helper that her father had bought before leaving Earth. They lived comfortably enough, she thought, as she led the man in. But he hardly noticed the house or anything in it. When they reached the library, her father looked up from the book he was reading. Only then did the man display interest. The book was a favorite of her father's, and it made him unhappy to cut his reading short. Nevertheless, he turned off the projector, stood up and said, "Yes, Carol?" "This man is looking for some friends of his, Dad. I thought you might be able to help him." She held out the picture, and to her relief her father stared at it instead of her. Sometimes he was a little too shrewd. If she was making a fool of herself, there was no need for him to know it. He could be a sardonic man, and he did not suffer fools gladly, even in his own family. He was of the opinion that she had used up her quota of foolishness with John Burr. He was shaking his head. "Sorry, I've never seen them. Are you sure they live around here?" "No," said the man, "I'm not sure. I'm not sure of anything except that they're my wife and kids, and I've got to find them." "Have you checked at the district office?" "I did that first. They couldn't help me, but they said their records weren't complete yet." They're complete enough, I should think. Maybe they don't list every prospector who wanders around without settling down, but they wouldn't be likely to miss a woman and 2 children. I'm afraid that you're wasting your time looking on Ganymede. The man's face clouded. It wasn't a waste of my time, he said. I've got nothing else to do with it. And I have to find them. They need me. Mr. Marsh looked away from the man to his daughter, and Carol was a little slow in avoiding his eyes. I see, he said, and she had an idea of what he meant by that. He saw too much. If he knew, there was nothing she could do about it. She said, "Perhaps, Mr." She paused, and the man said dully, "Callender. Perhaps, if Mr. Callender would have dinner with us and tell us a little more, we'd be able to help." "Not a bad idea, Carol. We should know a little more." Carol selected a dinner and pressed the button that would start its preparation. Her father said casually, "You're a stranger to Ganymede, aren't you, Mr. Callender?" "I'm not sure of that," said the man. Her father's eyebrows went up. Carol said, "But you do come from one of Jupiter's moons." "I can't remember which one. There are a lot of things that my memory's hazy about. I can't even recall the name of the company I worked for as an engineer." "That may not be so strange. I find difficulty remembering the school where I taught on Earth. P.S. 654, wasn't it, Daddy?" "P.S. 634, Mr. Marsh corrected briefly. "You see," she said, "do you remember your wife's name and the names of your children?" "I wouldn't forget them," he said. "My wife's name is Mona." He stared at the wall for a moment, his face without expression. "I can still see the way she looked when I left to undergo treatment. Paul was, let's see, he must be about 9, maybe 10 by this time. And Wilma was 6 or 7. I remember how scared she was the time she found a harmless little phytopod. She thought it was going to bite her." "Phytopod?" said Carol. "We don't have them around here. What do they look like?" "They're small and furry and have 2 feet that look like roots. When they stand still, you're likely to mistake them for plants." "Do you recall some things?" said Carol. "Little things that don't tell me where to look. I remember the time we went on a picnic. I don't recall how many moons there were in the sky, and the ground began to shake. It didn't do any damage, but Wilma was terrified. Paul took it in his stride, though." "There aren't any earthquakes on Ganymede," said her father. "If your memory of that is correct, you're looking in the wrong place." "I suppose so," he said. "But what's the right place?" "Perhaps, if you thought of a few more incidents, we might be able to figure it out. It's the little things you don't forget that can be most helpful." What nonsense, thought Carol, although she kept the thought to herself. The little things can be the most harmful. They keep the pain, and the memory of the pain, alive and vivid. She remembered little things about John all too well. The careless way he wore his clothes, and the way he combed his hair. The cigarettes he smoked, and the food he liked to eat. And the stupid way she had let herself fall in love with him. She hadn't even had the excuse of its happening suddenly, as it had now. She had begun to love John as she had come to know him, disregarding all the evidence of his selfishness, of his genuine inability to care for anyone else than John Burr. Unaware of what was going on in her mind, Callender was saying, with somewhat more animation than he had previously shown, "I think you're right, Mr. Marsh. I've kept my troubles too much to myself. Maybe you can't actually do anything for me, but it wouldn't hurt me to talk. I should have done my talking long ago, when they found me." "Where did they find you?" asked her father. "And what did you mean before, when you say you're not sure of anything?" "They picked me up in a lifeboat drifting someplace between Mars and Jupiter. The motor was off, but the power pile was working, and the air purifying equipment was on. I was apparently hibernating. I might have been that way for 6 months or a year." "And you don't remember?" said Carol. "There's plenty I don't remember, but as I've said, my memory isn't completely blank. My wife and I and the kids had settled down in a new colony. Exactly where it was is one of the things I forget. I believe now that it wasn't Ganymede. Maybe it was some other moon of Jupiter's. Anyway, I seem to recall having some trouble with my health and being taken into an interplanetary hospital ship for treatment. L treatment, they called it. That's where they put me to sleep. What happened after that, I can only guess. The ship must have been involved in some accident. I must have been transferred to the lifeboat. Alone? Asked Carol's father. No, there were 2 other patients with me. They were found dead. I was the only one left alive. The bodies of the crew members who transferred us weren't found at all. They might have gone back for more patients and then been unable to get away again. Who found your lifeboat? The crew of a freighter who spotted it drifting across the space lane. They took me on board and revived me, but they were in a hurry and didn't have much time to stay and investigate. Mr. Marsh was thoughtful and silent. Carol asked, weren't there any records in the lifeboat? Nobody thought of that, at least not in the beginning. At first, when I regained consciousness, my mind was almost a complete blank. Then I began to remember things, but not enough. I couldn't recall where the colony had been, and after I had recovered enough to be able to get around, I began looking for my wife and children. I haven't come across a trace of them, although I've been on many worlds. The food had long been ready and waiting. Until now, no one had thought of getting it. He stared as if through the wall at Carol after she had set dishes before him, had to remind him of their presence. When he did eat, it was automatically, without enjoyment. Afterward, her father surprised Carol by saying, why not stay with us overnight, Mr. Callender? We have an extra room, and tomorrow I'll be able to give you a little helpful information. The man's eyes came alive. You're serious? You think that from what I told you, you'll be able to guess where I came from? I use the word might. Don't get your hopes up too much. His face fell again. Thanks for warning me, he said in a flat tone. When, later on, he had gone to his room, Carol said, Dad, do you really think you can help him? That depends on your idea of help. Why are you so interested in him? Perhaps you've fallen in love with him, Carol? I think so. Under the circumstances, that would be completely idiotic. Would there be any sense in asking why you fell in love with him? Well, he looks so lost. I think it's maternal. As genuine a case of grand passion as I've ever encountered, he said dryly. Almost as genuine as your previous experience. Carol flushed. He isn't like John. Fortunately, you're right. Burr was essentially a selfish baby. I can't imagine him spending his life looking for a wife and children he had lost. In future, Carol, if you must fall in love at all, do it suddenly. You choose much better that way. Yes, I know, she said, except for the fact that the wife and children may interfere. But don't worry, Dad. This time I'm not quitting my job and moving several million miles away to try to forget. There'll be no need for that. His face took on a troubled expression. You'll have to face your problem right here. You haven't answered my questions, said Carol. Do you really think you can help him? That isn't an easy one to answer. We'll have to prepare him for the shock, Carol. A first-class shock. That's why I wanted to be sure you were in love with him. It may make things easier for him to stand. What things? Her father hesitated. Have you ever heard of the L treatment he mentioned? She shook her head. I thought not, Carol, he said. His voice was unexpectedly full of compassion. You're going to have a very sick man on your hands. It won't be pleasant for either you or me, and it's going to be horrible for him. But it must be gone through. He must be told. For heaven's sake, what is it? The L in L treatment, he said slowly, stands for longevity. That was what he was treated for. But you see now why it was found to be dangerous and discontinued. The reason you never heard of it is that it was developed and discarded 200 years ago. Callendar wasn't adrift in space for a year or two, as he thinks. He was adrift for 2 centuries. No! Oh, no! That's why the clothes in those pictures seemed odd. They've been in style and out again half a dozen times, with slight changes every time. That is why, furthermore, he can't find his wife and children on any of Jupiter's moons. The moons were first colonized 90 years ago. But he says he'll never see his wife and children again. They've lived their lives and died and been buried in the past. He should have died with them in his own time and not lived in ours. No, said Carol, or I'd never have known him. She was white and trembling, and her father pulled her to him and let her head rest on his shoulder. Mr. Marsh said, Perhaps you're right. I don't know. Anyway, he'll have to be told. And for your sake, I'd better do the telling. Carol was silent, and they both thought of the sleeping man who didn't know that his old life had ended, and that a new life was to begin so painfully in the morning. The end of Spoken For by William Morrison. Subjectivity by Norman Spinrad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Boredom on a long interstellar trip can be quite a problem, but the entertainment technique the government dreamed up for this one was a little too good. Subjectivity by Norman Spinrad. Interplanetary flight having been perfected, the planets and moons of the Sol system having been colonized, man turned his attention to the stars and ran into a stone wall. After 3 decades of trying, scientists reluctantly concluded that faster-than-light drive was an impossibility, at least within the realm of any known theory of the universe. They gave up. But a government does not give up so easily, especially a unified government which already controls the entire habitat of the human race. Most especially, a psychologically and sociologically enlightened government which sees the handwriting on the wall and has already noticed the first signs of racial claustrophobia, an objectless sense of frustrated rage, increases in senseless crimes, proliferation of perversions and vices of every kind. Like grape juice sealed in a bottle, the human race had begun to ferment. Therefore, the solar government took a slightly different point of view towards interstellar travel. Man must go to the stars. Period. Therefore, man will go to the stars. If the speed of light cannot be exceeded, then man will go to the stars within that limit. When a government with tens of billions of dollars to spend becomes monomaniacal, great things can be accomplished. Also, unfortunately, unspeakable horrors. Stage 1. A drive was developed which could propel a spaceship at half the speed of light. This was merely a matter of technological concentration and several $billion. Stage 2. A ship was built around the drive and outfitted with every conceivable safety device. A laser beam communication system was installed so that Sol could keep in contact with the ship all the way to Centaurus. A crew of 10 carefully screened, psyched, and trained near supermen was selected, and the ship was launched on a 16-year round trip to Centaurus. It never came back. 2 years out, the 10 near supermen became 10 raving maniacs. But the Sol government did not give up. The next ship contained 5 near supermen and 5 near superwomen. They only lasted a year and a half. The solar government intensified the screening process. The next ship was manned by 10 bona fide supermen. They stayed sane for nearly 3 years. The solar government sent out a ship containing 5 supermen and 5 superwomen. In 2 years, they had 10 superlunatics. The psychologists came to the unstartling conclusion that even the cream of humanity, in a sexually balanced crew, could not stand up, psychologically, to 16 years in a small steel womb, surrounded by billions of cubic miles of nothing. One would have expected reasonable men to give up. Not the solar government. Monomania had produced great things in the form of the C/2 drive. It now proceeded to produce unspeakable horrors. The cream of the race had failed, reasoned the solar government. Therefore, we will give the dregs a chance. The 5th ship was manned by homosexuals. They lasted only 6 months. A ship full of lesbians bettered that by only 2 weeks. Number 7 was manned by schizophrenics. Since they were already mad, they did not go crazy. Nevertheless, they did not come back. Number 8 was catatonics. 9 was paranoids. 10 was sadists. 11 was masochists. 12 was a mixed crew of sadists and masochists. No luck. Maybe it was because 13 is still a mystic number, or maybe it was merely that the solar government was running out of ideas. At any rate, ship number 13 was the longest shot of all. Background. From the beginnings of man, it has been known that certain plants, mushrooms, certain cacti, produce intense hallucinations. In the mid-20th century, scientists, and others less scientifically minded, had begun to extract these hallucinogenic compounds, chiefly mescaline and psilocybin. The next step was the synthesis of hallucinogenics. LSD-25 was the first, and it was far more powerful than the extracts. In a few centuries, more and more different hallucinogens were synthesized. LSD-105, johannic acid, huxleron, baronite. So by the time the solar government had decided that the crew of ship number 13 would attempt to cope with the terrible reality of interstellar space by denying that reality, they had quite an assortment of hallucinogenics to choose from. The one they chose was a new, as yet untested. 2 experiments for the price of 1, explained economy-minded officials. And unbelievably complex compound, tentatively called omnidrene. Omnidrene was what the name implied, a hallucinogen with all the properties of the others, some of which had proven to be all its own, and some of which were as yet unknown. As 10 micrograms was 1 day's dose for the average man, it was the ideal hallucinogen for a starship. So they sealed 5 men and 5 women. They had given up on sexually unbalanced crews. In ship number 13, along with 1/2 ton of omnidrene and their fondest wishes, pointed the ship toward Centaurus and prayed for a miracle. In a way they could not possibly have foreseen, they got it. As Starship 13 passed the orbit of Pluto, a meeting was held, since this could be considered the beginning of interstellar space. The ship was reasonably large, 10 small private cabins, a bridge that would only be used for planetfalls, large storage areas, and a big common room, where the crew had gathered. They were sitting in all-purpose lounges, arranged in a circle. A few had their lounges at full recline, but most preferred an upright position. Oliver Brunei, the nominal captain, had just opened the first case of omnidrene, and taken out a bottle of the tiny pills. "This, fellow inmates," he said, "is omnidrene. The time has come for us to indulge. The automatics are all set, and we won't have to do a thing that we don't want to for the next 8 years. He poured 10 of the tiny blue pills into the palm of his right hand. On Earth, they used to have some kind of traditional ceremony when a person crossed the equator for the first time. Since we are crossing a far more important equator, I thought we should have some kind of ceremony. The crew squirmed irritably. I do tend to be verbose, Brunei thought. Well, anyway, I just thought we all ought to take the first bill together, he said somewhat defensively. So come on, Ollie, said a skinny, sour-looking man of about 30 years. Okay, Laser, okay. Marashowski's going to be trouble, Brunei thought. Why did they put him on the ship? He handed the pills around. Laser Marashowski was about to gulp his down. Wait a minute, said Brunei. Let's all do it together. 1, 2, 3. They swallowed the pills. In about 10 minutes, thought Brunei, we should be feeling it. He looked at the crew. 10 of us, he thought. 10 brilliant misfits. Laser, who has spent half his life high on baronite. Vera Galindez, would-be medium, trying to make herself telepathic with mescaline. George Donner. Why is he here? Me, at least with me it's simple. This or jail. What a crew. Drug addicts, occultists, sensationalists. And what else? What makes a person do a thing like this? It'll all come out, thought Brunei. In 16 years, it'll all come out. Feel anything yet, Ollie? Said Marcia Johnson. No doubt why she came along. Just an ugly old maid, liking the idea of being cooped up with 5 men. Nothing yet, said Brunei. He looked around the room. Plain steel walls, lined with cabinets full of Omnidrene on 2 sides. View screen on the ceiling, bare floor. The other 2 walls decked out like an automat. Plain gray steel walls. Then why were the gray steel walls turning pink? Oh, said Joby Crowell, rolling her pretty blonde head. Oh, here it comes. The walls are dancing. The ceiling is a spiral, muttered Vera. A winding red spiral. Okay, fellow inmates, said Brunei. It's hitting. Now the walls were red, bright fire engine red, and they were melting. No, not melting, but evaporating. Like a crystal it is, said Lin Pei, waving his delicate oriental hands. Like jade, as transparent as crystal. There's a camel in the circle, said Laser. A brown camel. Let's all try to see the camel together, said Vera Galindez sharply. Tell us what it looks like, Laser. It's brown. It's a 2-humped kind. It has a 2-foot tail. And big feet, said Lin Pei. A stupid face, said Donner. Very stupid. Your camel is a great bore, said the stocky, scowling Bram Daker. Let's have something else, said Joby. Okay, said Brunei. Now someone else tell what they see. A lizard, said Linda Tobias, a strange, somber girl, inclined to the morbid. A lizard, squeaked Ingrid Solon. No, said Lin Pei, a dragon. A green dragon with a forked red tongue. He has little useless wings, said Laser. He's totally oblivious to us, said Vera. Brunei saw the dragon. It was 5 feet long, green, and scaly. It was a conventional dragon, except for the most bovine expression in its eyes. Yes, he thought, the dragon is here, but the greater part of him knew that it was an illusion. How long would this go on? It's good that we see the same things, said Marcia. Let's always see the same things. Yes. How about a mountain? A tall blue mountain with snow on the peak. Yes, and clouds. 1 week out. Oliver Brunei stepped into the common room. Lin Pei, Vera, and Laser were sitting together on what appeared to be huge purple toadstools. But that's my hallucination, thought Brunei. At least, I think it is. Hello, Ollie, said Laser. Hi, what are you doing? We're looking at the dragon again, said Vera. Join us? Brunei thought of the dragon for a moment. The toadstool disappeared, and the by now familiar bovine dragon took its place. In the last 2 days, they had discovered that if any two of them concentrated on something long enough to materialize it, anyone else who wanted to could see it in a moment. What's so interesting about that silly dragon? Said Brunei. How about the camel? Said Laser. The dragon turned into a 2-hump brown camel. Phooey, said Lin Pei. Okay, said Vera. So what do you want? Lin Pei thought for a moment. How about a meadow? He said. A soft lawn of green grass. The sky is blue, and there are a few clouds. Clover is blooming, said Laser. Smell it. Brunei reclined on the soft grass. The smell of earth beneath him was warm and moist. A few apple trees here and there, he said, and there was shade. Look, over the hill, said Laser. There's the dragon. Will you please get rid of that dragon, snapped Brunei. Okay, Ollie, okay. 1 month out. Get out of the way, yelled Brunei. He gave the dragon a kick. It mooed plaintively. That wasn't very nice, Ollie. That dragon is always underfoot, said Brunei. Why don't you get rid of it? I've taken to liking it, said Laser. Besides, what about your St. Bernard? This ship is getting too cluttered up with everyone's hallucinations, said Brunei. Ever since, when was it, a week ago? Ever since we've been able to conjure 'em up by ourselves and make everyone else see 'em. Dacre dematerialized the woman on his lap. Why don't we get together, he said. Get together? Yes, we could agree on an environment. Look at this common room, for example. What a mess. Here it's a meadow, there it's a beach, a palace, a boudoir. You mean we could make it the same for all of us? Asked Laser. Sure, we can have whatever we want in our cabins, but let's make some sense out of the common room. Good idea, said Brunei. I'll call the others. 3 months out. Brunei stepped through the stucco portal and into the central Spanish garden. He noticed that the sky was blue, with a few fleecy white clouds. But then, the weather was always good. They had agreed on it. Laser, Ingrid, Lin Pei, and Vera were sitting on the green lawn surrounding the fountain. Dacre, Joby, Linda, and Donner preferred the shade and lounged against the white arabesqued wall which enclosed the garden on 4 sides, broken only by 4 arched entrance portals. The garden had been a good compromise, thought Brunei, something for everyone. Fresh air and sunshine, but also the mental security offered by the walls, which also provided shade for those who wanted it. A fountain, a few palm trees, grass, flowers, even a little formal Japanese rock garden that Lin Pei had insisted on. Hello, Ollie, said Laser. Nice day. Isn't it always? Replied Brunei. How about a little shower? Maybe tomorrow. I noticed a lot of sleeping people today, said Brunei. Yes, said Lin Pei. By now the garden seems to be able to maintain itself. You think it has a separate existence? Asked Ingrid. Of course not, said Vera. Our subconscious minds are maintaining it. It's probably here when we're all asleep. No way of telling that, said Brunei. Besides, how can it exist when we're asleep, when it doesn't really exist to begin with? Semantics, Ollie, semantics. Brunei took a bottle of Omnidrine out of his pocket. Time to charge up the old batteries again, he said. He passed out the pills. I noticed Marcia is still in her cabin. Yeah, said Laser. She keeps to herself a lot. No great. Just then Marcia burst into the garden screaming, Make it go away! Make it go away! Behind her slithered a gigantic black snake with a head as big as a horse's and bulging red eyes. I thought we agreed to leave our private hallucinations in our cabins, snapped Brunei. I tried. I don't want it around, but it won't go away. Do something. 10 feet of snake had already entered the garden. The thing seemed endless. Take it easy, said Laser. Let's all concentrate and think it away. They tried to erase the snake, but it just rolled its big red eyes. That won't work, said Vera. Her subconscious is still fighting us. Part of her must want the snake here. We've all got to be together to erase it. Marcia began to cry. The snake advanced another 2 feet. Oh, quiet, said Laser. Ollie, do I have your permission to bring my dragon into the garden? He'll make short work of the snake. Brunei scowled. You and your dragon. Oh, maybe it'll work. Instantly, the green dragon was in the garden, but it was no longer 5 feet long and bovine. It was a good 12 feet long, with cold reptilian eyes and big yellow fangs. It took one look at the snake, opened its powerful jaws, and belched a huge tongue of orange flame. The serpent was incinerated. It disappeared. Brunei was trembling. What happened, Laser? He said. That's not the same stupid little dragon. Ha! Ha! Squeaked Laser. He's, grown. Brunei suddenly noticed that Laser was ashen. He also noticed that the dragon was turning in their direction. Get it out of here, Laser. Get it out of here. Laser nodded. The dragon flickered and went pale, but it was over a minute before it disappeared entirely. 6 months out. Things wandered the passageway and haunted the cabins. Marcia's snake was back. There was Laser's dragon, which seemed to grow larger every day. There was also a basilisk, a pterodactyl, a vampire bat with a 5-foot wingspread, and an old-fashioned red spade-tailed demon, and other assorted horrors. Even Oliver's friendly St. Bernard had grown to monstrous size, turned pale green, and grown large yellow fangs. Only the Spanish garden in the common room was free from the monstrosities. Here the combined conscious minds of the 10 crew members were still strong enough to banish the rampaging hallucinations. 10 of them sat around the fountain, which seemed a shade less sparkling. There were even rain clouds in the sky. I don't like it, said Bram Daker. It's getting completely out of control. So we just have to stay in the garden, that's all, said Brunei. The food's all here, and so is the Omnidrene. They can't come here. Not yet, said Marcia. They all shuddered. What went wrong? Asked Ingrid. Nothing, said Donner. They didn't know what would happen when they sent us out, so we can't say they were wrong. Very comforting, croaked Laser. But can anyone tell me why we can't control them anymore? Who knows, said Brunei. At least we can keep them out of here. There was a snuffling at the wall. The head of something like a Tyrannosaurus Rex peered over the wall at them. Ugh, said Lin Pei. I think that's a new one. The dragon's head appeared alongside the Tyrannosaurus. Well, at least there's a familiar face, tittered Linda. Very funny. Marcia screamed. The huge black snake thrust its head through a portal. The flap of leathery wings could be heard, and the smell of sulfur. Come on, shouted Brunei. Let's get these things out of here. After 5 minutes of intense group concentration, the last of the horrors was banished. It was a lot harder this time, said Daker. There were more of them, said Donner. They're getting stronger and bolder. Maybe someday they'll break through. And Lin Pei let the sentence hang. Everyone supplied his own ending. Don't be ridiculous, snapped Brunei. They're not real. They can't kill us. Maybe we should stop taking the Omnidrene, suggested Vera without very much conviction. At this point, said Brunei, he shuddered. If the garden disappeared and we had nothing but the bare ship for the next 15.5 years, and we knew it, and at the same time knew that we had the Omnidrene to bring it back, how long do you think we'd hold off? You're right, said Vera. We just have to stick it out, said Brunei. Just remember, they can't kill us. They aren't real. Yes, the crew whispered in a tiny, frail voice. They aren't real. 7 months out. The garden was covered in a gloomy gray cloud layer. Even the weather was getting harder and harder to control. The crew of Starship number 13 huddled around the fountain, staring into the water, trying desperately to ignore the snufflings, flappings, wheezes, and growls coming from outside the walls. But occasionally a scaly head would raise itself above the wall, or a pterodactyl or a bat would flap overhead, and there would be violent shudders. I still think we should stop taking Omnidrene, said Vera Galindez. If we stop taking it, said Brunei, which would disappear first, them or the garden? Vera grimaced. But we've got to do something, she said. We can't even make them disappear at all anymore. And it's becoming a full-time job just to keep them outside the walls. Sooner or later, said Laser, we're not going to be strong enough to keep them out. Brr. The snake, screamed Marcia. It's coming in again. A huge black head was already through a portal. Stop the snake, everyone, yelled Brunei. Eyes were riveted on the ugly serpent in intense concentration. After 5 minutes, it was obviously a stalemate. The snake had not been able to advance, nor could the humans force it to retreat. Then smoke began to rise behind the far wall. The dragon's burning down the wall, shrieked Laser. Stop him! They concentrated on the dragon. The smoke disappeared. But the snake began to advance again. They're too strong, moaned Brunei. We can't hold them back. They stopped the snake for a few moments, but the smoke began to billow again. They're going to break through, screamed Donner. We can't stop them. What are we going to do? Help! Creaks, crackles, groans, as the wall began to crack and blister and shake. Suddenly, Bram Daker stood up, his dark eyes aflame. Only one thing strong enough, he bellowed. Earth! 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 Think of Earth. All of you. We're back on Earth. Visualize it, make it real, and the monsters will have to disappear. But where on Earth? Said Vera, bewildered. The spaceport, shouted Brunei. The spaceport. We all remember the spaceport. We're back on Earth. The spaceport. Earth. 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 The garden began to flicker. It became red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, invisible. Then back again through the spectrum the other way. Violet, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, invisible. Back and forth like a pendulum through the spectrum. Oliver Brunei's head hurt unbearably. He could see the pain on the other faces, but he allowed only one thought to fill his being. Earth. The spaceport. Earth. More and more, faster and faster the garden flickered, and now it was the old common room again, and that was flickering. Light was flickering. Mind was flickering. Time, too, seemed to be flickering. Only Earth, thought Brunei. Earth doesn't flicker. The spaceport doesn't flicker. Earth! Earth! Now all the flickerings of color, time, mind, and dimensions were coalescing into one gigantic vortex that was a thing neither of time, nor space, nor mind, but all three somehow fused into one. They're screaming, Brunei thought. Listen to the horrible screams. Suddenly he noticed that he too was screaming. The vortex was growing, swirling, undulating, and it too began to flicker. There was an unbearable, impossible pain, and the sight of Starship number 13 suddenly appearing out of nowhere and sitting itself calmly down in the middle of the spaceport was somewhat disconcerting to the spaceport officials, especially since, at the very moment it appeared, and even afterward, they continued to have visual and laser contact with its image over 3 light months from Earth. However, the solar government itself was much more pragmatic. One instance, Starship 13 had been light months from Earth. The next, it was sitting in the spaceport. Therefore, Starship 13 had exceeded the speed of light somehow. Therefore, it must be possible to exceed the speed of light, and a thorough examination of the ship and its contents would show how. Therefore, you idiots throw a security cordon around that ship. In such manners, the long-conditioned reflexes of the solar government worked marvelously. Before the airwaves had cooled, 200 heavily armed soldiers had surrounded the ship. 2 hours later, the solar coordinator was on the scene, with 10 orders of soul to present to the returning heroes, and a large, well-armored vehicle to convey them to the laboratories, where they would be gone over with the proverbial fine-tooth comb. An honor guard of 200 men standing at attention made a pathway from the ship's main hatch to the armored carrier, in front of which stood the solar coordinator, with his 10 medals. They opened the hatch. 1, 2, 5, 7, 10 dazed and bewildered heroes staggered past the honor guard to face the coordinator. He opened his mouth to begin his welcoming speech and start the 5 years of questioning and experiments which would eventually kill 5 of the crew and give man the secret of faster-than-light drive. But instead of speaking, he screamed. So did 200 heavily armed soldiers, because out of Starship 13's main hatch sauntered a 12-foot green dragon, followed by a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a pterodactyl, a vampire bat with a 5-foot wingspan, an old-fashioned red, spade-tailed demon, and finally, big as a horse's, the pop-eyed head of an enormous black serpent. The end of Subjectivity by Norman Spinrad.
The Last Letter by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Last Letter. Who or what was the scoundrel that kept these carriers from the swift completion of their handsomely appointed rondos? On 10th month 1, 2457 A.D., at exactly 9 a.m., Planetary Federation time, but with a permissible error of a millionth of a second either way, in the 5th sub-level of New York, Robot Postal Station 68, Black Sorter gulped down 10,000 pieces of first-class mail. This breakfast tidbit did not agree with the mail sorting machine. It was as if a robust dog had been fed a large chunk of good red meat with a strychnine pill in it. Black Sorter's innards went whir-clunk. A blue electric glow enveloped him, and he began to shake as if he might break loose from the concrete. He desperately spat back over his shoulder a single envelope, gave a great huff, and blew out toward the sorting tubes a medium-sized snowstorm consisting of the other 9,999 pieces of first-class mail, chewed to confetti. Then, still convulsed, he snapped up a fresh 10,000 and proceeded to chomp and grind on them. Black Sorter was rugged. The rejected envelope was tongued up by Red Subsorter, who growled deep in his throat, said a very bad word, and passed it to Yellow Rerouter, who passed it to Green Rerouter, who passed it to Brown Study, who passed it to Pink Wastebasket. Unlike Black Sorter, Pink Wastebasket was very delicate, though highly intuitive. The machine equivalent of a white Russian countess. She was designed to scan in 3,137 codes, route special delivery space mail to interplanetary liners by messenger rocket, and distinguish 9s from upside-down 6s. Pink Wastebasket haughtily inhaled the offending envelope, and almost instantly turned a bright crimson and began to tremble. After a few minutes, small atomic flames started to flicker from her midsection. White Nursemaid 7 and Greasy Joe both received Pink Wastebasket's distress signal and got there as fast as their wheels would roll them, but the highborn machine's malady was beyond their simple skills of oil can and electroshock. They summoned other machine-tending and repairing machines, ones far more expert than themselves, but all were baffled. It was clear that Pink Wastebasket, who continued to tremble and flicker uncontrollably, was suffering from the equivalent of a major psychosis with severe psychosomatic symptoms. She spat a stream of filthy ions at Gray Psychiatrist, not recognizing her old friend. Meanwhile, the paper blizzard from Black Sorter was piling up in great drifts between the dark pillars of the sublevel, and flurries had reached Pink Wastebasket's aristocratic area. An expedition of sturdy machines, headed by 2 hastily summoned snowplows, was dispatched to immobilize Black Sorter at all costs. Pink Wastebasket, quivering like a demented hula dancer, was clearly approaching a crisis. Finally, Gray Psychiatrist, after consulting with Green Surgeon, and even then with an irritated reluctance as if he were calling in a witch doctor, summoned a human being. The human being walked respectfully around Pink Wastebasket several times and then gave her a nervous little poke with a rubber-handled probe. Pink Wastebasket gently regurgitated her last snack, turned dead white, gave a last flicker and shake, and expired. Black Coroner recorded the immediate cause of death as tinkering by a human being. The human being, a bald and scrawny one named Potshelter, picked up the envelope responsible for all the trouble, stared at it incredulously, opened it with trembling fingers, scanned the contents briefly, gave a great shriek, and ran off at top speed, forgetting to hop on his perambulator, which followed him, making anxious clucking noises. The nearest human representative of the Solar Bureau of Investigation, a rather wooden-looking man named Crumbine, also bald, recognized Potshelter as soon as the latter burst gasping into his office, squeezing through the door while it was still dilating. The human beings whose work took them among the top brass, as the upper echelon machines were sometimes referred to, formed a kind of human elite, just one big nervous family. "Sit down, Potshelter," the SBI man said. "Hold still a second so the chair can grab you. Hitch onto the hookah and choose a tranquilizer from the tray at your elbow. Whatever deviation you've uncovered can't be that much of a danger to the planets. I imagine that when you leave this office, the solar battle fleet will still be orbiting peacefully around Luna." "I seriously doubt that." Potshelter gulped a large lavender pill and took a deep breath. "Crumbine, a letter turned up in the first-class mail this morning. Great Scott! It is a letter from one person to another person. Good Lord! The flow of advertising has been seriously interfered with. At a modest estimate, 300 million pieces of expensive first-class advertising have already been chewed to rags, and I'm not sure the steel helms, God bless them, have the trouble in hand yet." Judas Priest! Naturally, the poor machines weren't able to cope with the letter. It was utterly outside their experience, beyond the furthest reach of their programming. It threw them into a terrible spasm. Pink Wastebasket is dead, and at this very instant, if we're lucky, 3 police machines of the toughest blued steel are holding down Black Sorter and putting a muzzle on him. Great Scott, it's incredible, Potshelter. And Pink Wastebasket dead? Take another tranquilizer, Potshelter, and hand over the tray. Crumbine received it with trembling fingers, started to pick up a big pink pill, but drew back his hand from it in sudden revulsion at its color, and swallowed 2 blue oval ones instead. The man was obviously fighting to control himself. He said unsteadily, "I almost never take doubles, but this news you bring? Good Lord! I seem to recall a case where someone tried to send a sound tape through the mails, but that was before my time. Incidentally, is there any possibility that this is a letter sent by one group of persons to another group? A hive or a therapy group or a social club? That would be bad enough, of course, but no, just one single person sending to another." Potshelter's expression set in grimly solicitous lines. "I can see you don't quite understand, Crumbine. This was not a sound tape, but a letter, written in letters. You know, letters, characters like books." "Don't mention books in this office." Crumbine drew himself up angrily and then slumped back. "Excuse me, Potshelter, but I find this very difficult to face squarely. Do I understand you to say that one person has tried to use the mails to send a printed sheet of some sort to another? Worse than that, a written letter. Written? I don't recognize the word. It's a way of making characters, of forming visual equivalents of sound without using electricity. The writer, as he's called, employs a black liquid and a pointed stick called a pen. I know about this because one hobby of mine is ancient means of communication. Crumbine frowned and shook his head. Communication is a dangerous business, Potshelter, especially at the personal level. With you and me, it's all right because we know what we're doing. He picked up a third blue tranquilizer. But with most of the hive folk, person-to-person communication is only a morbid form of advertising, a dangerous travesty of normal newscasting, catharsis without the analyst, recitation without the teacher, a perversion of promotion employed in betraying and subverting. The frown deepened as he put the blue pill in his mouth and chewed it. But about this pen, do you mean the fellow glues the pointed stick to his tongue and then speaks and the black liquid traces the vibrations on the paper? A primitive non-electrical oscilloscope, sloppy but conceivable, and producing a record of sorts of the spoken word. No, Crumbine. Potshelter nervously popped a square orange tablet into his mouth. It's a handwritten letter. Crumbine watched him. I never mix tranquilizers, he boasted absently. Handwritten, huh? You mean that the message was imprinted on a hand, and the skin or the entire hand afterwards detached and sent through the mails in the fashion of a Martian reproach? A grisly find indeed, Potshelter. You still don't quite grasp it, Crumbine. The fingers of the hand move the stick that applies the ink, producing a crude imitation of the printed word. Diabolical! Crumbine smashed his fist down on the desk so that the 4 phones and 20 microphones rattled. I tell you, Potshelter, the SBI is ready to cope with the subtlest modern deceptions. But when fiends search out and revive tricks from the pre-atomic cave era, it's almost too much. But great Scott, I dally while the planets are in danger. What's the sender's code on this hellish letter? No code, Potshelter said darkly, proffering the envelope. The return address is handwritten. Crumbine blanched as his eyes slowly traced the uneven lines in the upper left-hand corner. From Richard Rowe, 215 West 10th Street, horizontal, 2837 Rocket Court, vertical, Hive 37, New York 319, New York, Columbia, Terra. Ugh, Crumbine said, shivering. Those crawling characters, those letters as you call them, those things barely enough like print to be readable. They seem to be on the verge of awakening all sorts of horrid racial memories. I find myself thinking of fur-clad witch doctors dipping long-pointed sticks in bubbling black cauldrons. No wonder Pink Wastebasket couldn't take it, brave girl. Firming himself behind his desk, he pushed a number of buttons and spoke long numbers and meaningful alphabetical syllables into several microphones. Banks of colored lights around the desk began to blink like a theater marquee sending Morse code, while phosphorescent arrows crawled purposefully across maps and space charts and through 3-dimensional street diagrams. There, he said at last. The sender of the letter is being apprehended and will be brought directly here. We'll see what sort of a man this Richard Rowe is, if we can assume he's human. 7 precautionary cordons are being drawn around his population station. 3 composed of machines, 2 of SBI agents, and 2 consisting of human and mechanical medical combat teams. Same goes for the intended recipient of the letter. Meanwhile, a destroyer squadron of the solar fleet has been detached to orbit over New York. In case it becomes necessary to Z-bomb? Potshelter asked grimly. Crumbine nodded. With all those villains lurking just outside the solar system in their invisible black ships, with planet-side in their hearts, we can't be too careful. One word transmitted from one spy to another, anything may happen, and we must bomb before they do so as to contain our losses. Better one city destroyed than a traitor on the loose who may destroy many cities. 100 years ago, 3 person-to-person postcards went through the mails. Just 3 postcards, Potshelter, and poof went Schenectady, Hoboken, Cicero, and Walla Walla. Here, as long as you're mixing them, try one of these oval blues. I find them best for steady swallowing. Bells jangled. Crumbine grabbed up 2 phones, holding one to each ear. Potshelter automatically picked up a third. The ringing continued. Crumbine started to wedge one of his phones under his chin, nodded sharply at Potshelter, and then toward a cluster of microphones at the end of the table. Potshelter picked up a 4th phone from behind them. The ringing stopped. The 2 men listened, looking doped, Crumbine with an eye fixed on the sweep second hand of the large wall clock. When it had made 1 revolution, he cradled his phones. Potshelter followed suit. "I do like the simplicity of the new on-the-hour Puffy Loaf phono commercial," the latter remarked thoughtfully. "The bread that's lighter than air. Nice." Crumbine nodded. "I hear they've had to add masks to the lead foil wrapping to keep the loaves from floating off the shelves. Fact." He cleared his throat. "Too bad we can't listen to more phono commercials, but even when there isn't a crisis on the agenda, I find I have to budget my listening time. 1 minute per hour strikes a reasonable balance between duty and self-indulgence." The nearest wall began to sing. "Mr. J. Augustus Crumbine, we all think you're fine, 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 fine. Now out of the skyey blue come some telegrams for you." The wall opened to a small heart shape toward the center, and a sheaf of pale yellow envelopes arced out and plopped on the middle of the desk. Crumbine started to leaf through them, scanning the little transparent windows. Electronic soap, Better Homes and Lending Platforms, Psycho Blinkers, Your Girl Next Door, Poppy Woppies, Poopsie Whoopsies. He started to open an envelope, and then, after a quick look around and an apologetic smile at Potshelter, dumped them all in the disposal hopper, which gargled briefly. "After all, there is a crisis this morning," he said in a defensive voice. Potshelter nodded absently. "I can remember back before personalized delivery and rhyming robots," he observed. "But how I'd miss them now, so much more distingué than the hives with their non-personalized radio, TV, and stereo advertising. For that matter, I believe there are some backward areas on Terra where the great advertising potential of telephones and telegrams hasn't been fully realized, and they are still used in part for personal communication. Now me, I've never in my life sent or received a message except on my walkie-talkie." He patted his breast pocket. Crumbine nodded, but he was a trifle shocked and inclined to revise his estimate of Potshelter's social status. Crumbine conducted his own social correspondence solely by telepathy. He shared with 3 other SBI officials a private telepath, a charming albino girl named Agnes. "Yes, and it's a very handsome walkie-talkie," he assured Potshelter a little falsely. "Suits you. I like the upswept antenna." He drummed on the desk and swallowed another blue tranquilizer. "Damn it, what's happened to those machines? They ought to have the 2 spies here by now. Did you notice that the second, the intended recipient of the letter, seems to be female? Another good Terran name, too, Jane Doe, hive in Upper Manhattan." He began to tap the envelope sharply against the desk. "Damn it, where are they?" "Excuse me," Potshelter said hesitantly, "but I'm wondering why you haven't read the message inside the envelope." Crumbine looked at him blankly. "Great Scott, I assumed that at least it was in some secret code, of course. Normally I'd have asked you to have Pink Wastebasket try her skill on it, but—" His eyes widened and his voice sank. "You don't mean to tell me that it's—" Potshelter nodded grimly. "Handwritten too, yes." Crumbine winced. "I keep trying to forget that aspect of the case." He dug out the message with shaking fingers, fumbled it open, and read, "Dear Jane, it must surprise you that I know your name, for our hives are widely separated. Do you recall day before yesterday when your guided tour of Grand Central Spaceport got stalled because the guide blew a fuse? I was the young man with hair in the tour behind yours. You were a little frightened, and a group mistress was reassuring you. The machine spoke your name. Since then, I have been unable to forget you. When I go to sleep, I dream of your face looking up sadly at the mistress's kindly photocells. I don't know how to get in touch with you, but my grandfather has told me stories his grandfather told him, that his grandfather told him about young men writing what he calls love letters to young ladies. So I am writing you a love letter. I work in a first-class advertising house, and I will slip this love letter into an outgoing 10,000 pack and hope. Do not be frightened of me, Jane. I am no caveman, except for my hair. I'm not insane. I am emotionally disturbed, but in a way that no machine has ever described to me. I want only your happiness. Sincerely, Richard Rowe." Crumbine slumped back in his chair, which braced itself manfully against him, and looked long and thoughtfully at Potshelter. Well, if that's a code, it's certainly a fiendishly subtle one. You'd think he was talking to his girl next door. Potshelter nodded wonderingly. I only read as far as where they were planning to blow up Grand Central Spaceport and all the guides in it. Judas Priest, I think I have it, Crumbine shot up. It's a pilot advertisement, boy next door, or that kind of thing, printed to look like handwrittening, which would make all the difference. And the pilot copy got mailed by accident, which would mean there is no real Richard Rowe. At that instant, the door dilated and 2 blue detective engines hustled a struggling young man into the office. He was slim, rather handsome, had a bushy head of hair that had somehow survived evolution and radioactive fallout, and across the chest and back of his paper singlet was neatly stamped, Richard Rowe. When he saw the 2 men, he stopped struggling and straightened up. "Excuse me, gentlemen," he said, "but these police machines must have made a mistake. I've committed no crime." Then his gaze fell on the hand-addressed envelope on Crumbine's desk, and he turned pale. Crumbine laughed harshly. "No crime. No, not at all. Merely using the mails to communicate. Ha!" The young man shrank back. "I'm sorry, sir." "Sorry," he says. "Do you realize that your insane prank has resulted in the destruction of perhaps 500 million pieces of first-class advertising? In the strangulation of a postal station and the paralysis of Lower Manhattan? In the mobilization of SBI reserves, the demothballing of 2 divisions of GI machines, and the redeployment of the solar battle fleet? Good Lord, boy, why did you do it?" Richard Rowe continued to shrink, but he squared his shoulders. "I'm sorry, sir, but I just had to. I just had to get in touch with Jane Doe." "A girl from another hive? A girl you'd merely gazed at because a guide happened to blow a fuse?" Crumbine stood up, shaking an angry finger. "Great Scott, boy, where was your girl next door?" Richard Rowe stared bravely at the finger, which made him look a trifle cross-eyed. She died, sir, both of them. But there should be at least 6. "I know, sir, but of the other 4, 2 have been shipped to the Adirondacks on vacation, and 2 recently got married and haven't been replaced." Potshelter, a faraway look in his eyes, said softly, "I think I'm beginning to understand." But Crumbine thundered on at Richard Rowe with, "Good Lord, I can see you've had your troubles, boy. It isn't often we have these shortages of girls next door, so that temporarily a boy can't marry the girl next door as he always should. But Judas Priest, why didn't you take your troubles to your psychiatrist, your group master, your socializer, your queen mother?" "My psychiatrist is being overhauled, sir, and his replacement short-circuits every time he hears the word trouble. My group master and socializer are on vacation duty in the Adirondacks. My queen mother is busy replacing girls next door." "Yes, it all fits," Potshelter proclaimed excitedly. "Don't you see, Crumbine, except for a set of mischances that would only occur once in a billion times, the letter would never have been conceived or sent." "You may have something there," Crumbine concurred. "But in any case, boy, why did you, written this letter to this particular girl? What is there about Jane Doe that made you do it?" "Well, you see, sir, she's—" Just then, the door redilated, and a blue matron machine conducted a young woman into the office. She was slim, and she had a head of hair that would have graced a museum beauty, while across the back and, well, chest is an inadequate word, of her paper chemise, Jane Doe was silk-screened in the palest pink. Crumbine did not repeat his last question. He had to admit to himself that it had been answered fully. Potshelter whistled respectfully. The blue detective engines gave hard-boiled grunts. Even the blue matron machine seemed awed by the girl's beauty. But she had eyes only for Richard Rowe. "My Grand Central man," she breathed in amazement. "The man I've dreamed of ever since. My man with hair." She noticed the way he was looking at her, and she breathed harder. "Oh, darling, what have you done?" I tried to send you a letter." "A letter? For me? Oh, darling." Crumbine cleared his throat. "Potshelter, I'm going to wind this up fast. Miss Doe, could you transfer to this young man's hive?" "Oh, yes, sir. Mine has an overplus of girls next door." "Good. Mr. Rowe, there's a sky pilot 2 levels up. Look for the usual white collar just below the photocells. Marry this girl and take her home to your hive. If your queen mother objects, refer her to a Potshelter here." He cut short the young people's thanks. "Just one thing," he said, wagging a finger at Rowe. "Don't written any more letters." Why ever would I? Richard answered. Already my action is beginning to seem like a mad dream. Not to me, dear, Jane corrected him. Oh, sir, could I have the letter he sent me? Not to do anything with, not to show anyone, just to keep. Well, I don't know, Crumbine began. Oh, please, sir. Well, I don't know why not, I was going to say. Here you are, miss. Just see that this husband of yours never writtens another. He turned back as the contracting door shut the young couple from view. You were right, Potshelter, he said briskly. It was one of those combinations of mischances that come up only once in a billion times. But we're going to have to issue recommendations for new procedures and safeguards that will reduce the possibilities to 1 in a trillion. It will undoubtedly up the Terran income tax a healthy percentage, but we can't have something like this happening again. Every boy must marry the girl next door, and the first-class males must not be interfered with. The advertising must go through. I'd almost like to see it happen again, Potshelter murmured dreamily. If there were another Jane Doe in it. Outside, Richard and Jane had halted to allow a small cortege of machines to pass. First came a squad of police machines with Black Sorter in their midst, unmuzzled and docile enough, though still gnashing his teeth softly. Then, stretched out horizontally and borne on the shoulders of gray psychiatrist, black coroner, white nursemaid 7, and Greasy Joe, there passed the slim form of Pink Wastebasket, Snow White in death. The machines were keening softly, mournfully. Round about the black pillars, little Mecco mops were scurrying like mice, cleaning up the last of the first-class male bits of confetti. Richard winced at this evidence of his aberration, but Jane squeezed his hand comfortingly, which produced in him a truly amazing sensation that changed his whole appearance. I know how you feel, darling, she told him, but don't worry about it. Just think, dear, I'll always be able to tell your friends' wives something no other woman in the world can boast of, that my husband once wrote me a letter. End of The Last Letter by Fritz Leiber. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Dope on Mars by Jack Sharkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Somebody had to get the human angle on this trip. But what was humane about sending me? The Dope on Mars by Jack Sharkey. My agent was the one who got me the job of going along to write up the first trip to Mars. He was always getting me things like that, appearances on TV shows or mentions in writers' magazines. If he didn't sell much of my stuff, at least he sold me. It'll be the biggest break a writer ever got, he told me 2 days before blastoff. Oh, sure, there'll be scientific reports on the trip, but the public doesn't want them. They want the human slant on things. But, Louie, I said weakly, I'll probably be locked up for the whole trip. If there are fights or accidents, they won't tell me about them. Nonsense, said Louie, sipping carefully at a paper cup of scalding coffee. It'll be just like the public going along, vicariously. They'll identify with you. But, Louie, I said, wiping the dampness from my palms on the knees of my trousers as I sat there, how'll I go about it? A story? An article? A you are there type of report? What? Louis shrugged. So keep a diary. That'll be more intimate-like. But what if nothing happens? I insisted hopelessly. Louis smiled. So you fake it. I got up from the chair in his office and stepped to the door. That's dishonest, I pointed out. Creative is the word, Louis said. So I went on the first trip to Mars, and I kept a diary. This is it. And it is honest. Honest it is. October 1st, 1960. They picked the launch date from the March 1959 New York Times, which stated that this was the most likely time for launching. Trip time was supposed to be 260 days. That's one way. So we're aiming toward where Mars will be, and had better be, or else. There were 5 of us on board. A pilot, co-pilot, navigator, and biochemist. And of course, me. I've met all but the pilot. He's very busy today. And they seem friendly enough. Dwight Kroger, the biochemist, is rather old to take the rigors of the journey, as he puts it. But the government had a choice between sending a green scientist who could stand the trip, or an accomplished man who would probably not survive. So they picked Kroger. We've blasted off, though, and he's still with us. He looks a damn sight better than I feel. He's kind of balding and very iron-gray-haired and skinny, but his skin is tanned like an Indian's, and right now he's telling jokes in the washroom with the co-pilot. Jones, the co-pilot, I didn't quite catch his first name, is scarlet-faced, barrel-chested, and gives the appearance of belonging under a spreading chestnut tree, not in a metal bullet flinging itself out into airless space. Come to think of it, who does belong where we are? The navigator's name is Lloyd Streeter, but I haven't seen his face yet. He has a little cubicle behind the pilot's compartment, with all kinds of maps and rulers and things. He keeps bent low over the welded-to-the-wall, they call it a bulkhead for some reason or other, table, scratching away with a ballpoint pen on the maps, and now and then calling numbers over a microphone to the pilot. His hair is red and curly, and he looks as though he'd be tall if he ever gets to stand up. There are freckles on the backs of his hands, so I think he's probably got them on his face too. So far, all he's said is, "Scram, I'm busy." Kroger tells me the pilot's name is Patrick Desmond, and that I can call him Pat when I get to know him better. So far, he's still Captain Desmond to me. I haven't the vaguest idea what he looks like. He was already on board when I got here, with my typewriter and ream of paper, so we didn't meet. My compartment is small but clean. I mean, clean now. It wasn't during blastoff. The inertial gravities didn't bother me so much as the gyroscopic spin they put on the ship, so we have a sort of artificial gravity to hold us against the curved floor. It's that constant whirly feeling that gets me. I get sick on merry-go-rounds, too. They're having pork for dinner tonight. Not me. October 2nd, 1960. Feeling much better today. Kroger gave me a box of Dramamine. He says they'll help my stomach. So far, so good. Lloyd came by also. You play chess? He asked. A little, I admitted. How about a game sometime? Sure, I said. Do you have a board? He didn't. Lloyd went away then, but the interview wasn't wasted. I learned that he is tall and does have a freckled face. Maybe we can build a chessboard. With my paper and his ballpoint pen and ruler, it should be easy. Don't know what we'll use for pieces, though. Jones, I still haven't learned his first name, has been up with the pilot all day. He passed my room on the way to the galley, the kitchen, for a cup of dark brown coffee. They like it thick. And told me that we are almost past the moon. I asked to look, but he said, not yet. The instrument panel is top secret. They'd have to cover it so I could look out the view screen, and they still need it to steer or something. I still haven't met the pilot. October 3rd, 1960. Well, I've met the pilot. He's kind of squat with a vulturish neck and close-set jet black eyes that make him look rather mean. But he was pleasant enough, and said I could call him Pat. I still don't know Jones' first name, though Pat spoke to him, and it sounded like Flants. That can't be right. Also, I am one of the first 5 men in the history of the world to see the opposite side of the moon, with a bluish, blurred crescent beyond it that Pat said was the Earth. The back of the moon isn't very different from the front. As to the space in front of the ship, well, it's all black with white dots in it, and none of the dots move, except in a circle which Pat says is a torque, resulting from the gyroscopic spin we're in. Actually, he explained to me, the screen is supposed to keep the image of space locked into place, no matter how much we spin, but there's some kind of drag. I told him I hoped it doesn't mean we'll land on Mars upside down. He just stared at me. I can't say I was too impressed by the 16 by 19 view of outer space. It's done much better in the movies. There's just no awesomeness to it, no sense of depth or immensity. It's as impressive as a piece of velvet with salt sprinkled on it. Lloyd and I made a chessboard out of a carton. Right now we're using buttons for men. He's one of these fast players who doesn't stop and think out their moves. So far, I haven't won a game. It looks like a long trip. October 4th, 1960. I won a game. Lloyd mistook my queen button for my bishop button and left his king in jeopardy, and I checkmated him next move. He said chess was a waste of time, and he had important work to do, and he went away. I went to the galley for coffee and had a talk about moss with Kroger. He said there was a good chance of lichen on Mars, and I misunderstood and said, a good chance of lichen what on Mars? And Kroger finished his coffee and went up front. When I got back to my compartment, Lloyd had taken away the chessboard and all his buttons. He told me later he needed it to back up a star map. Pat slept mostly all day in his compartment, and Jones sat and watched the screen revolve. There wasn't much to do, so I wrote a poem, sort of. Mary, Mary, quite contrary, how does your garden grow? With Martian rhyme and Venusian slime, and a radioactive hoe. I showed it to Kroger. He said it may prove to be environmentally accurate, but that I should stick to prose. October 5th, 1960. Learned Jones' first name. He wrote something in the ship's log, and I saw his signature. His name is Falance, like in Macbeth. He prefers to be called Jones. Pat uses his first name as a gag. Some fun. Only 255 days to go. April 1st, 1961. I've skipped over the last 177 days or so, because there's nothing much new. I brought some books with me on the trip, books that I'd always meant to read, but never had the time. So now I know all about Vanity Fair, Pride and Prejudice, War and Peace, Gone with the Wind, and Babbitt. They didn't take as long as I thought they would, except for Vanity Fair. It must have been a riot when it first came out. I mean all those sly digs at the aristocracy, with copious interpolations by Mr. Thackeray, in case you didn't get it when he pulled a particularly good gag. Some fun. Only 78 days to go. June 1st, 1961. Only 17 days to go. I saw Mars on the screen today. It seemed to be descending from overhead, but Pat says that's the torque doing it. Actually, it's we who are coming in sideways. We've all grown beards, too. Pat said it was against regulations, but what the hell? We have a contest. Longest whiskers on landing gets a prize. I asked Pat what the prize was, and he told me to go to hell. June 18, 1961. Mars has the whole screen filled. Looks like Death Valley. No sign of canals, but Pat says that's because of the dust storm down below. It's nice to have it down below again. We're going to land, so I have to go to my bunk. It's all foam rubber, nylon braid supports, and magnesium tubing. Might as well have been cement for all the good it did me at takeoff. Earth seems awfully far away. June 19, 1961. Well, we're down. We have to wear gas masks with oxygen hookups. Kroger says the air is breathable, but thin, and it has too much dust in it to be any fun to inhale. He's all for going out and looking for lichen, but Pat says he's got to set up camp, then get instructions from Earth. So we just have to wait. The air is very cold, but the sun is hot as hell when it hits you. The sky is a blinding pink, or maybe more of a pale fuchsia. Kroger says it's the dust. The sand underfoot is kind of rose-colored and not really gritty. The particles are round and smooth. No lichen so far. Kroger says maybe in the canals, if there are any canals. Lloyd wants to play chess again. Jones won the beard contest. Pat gave him a cigar he'd smuggled on board. No smoking was allowed on the ship. And Jones threw it away. He doesn't smoke. June 20, 1961. Got lost today. Pat told me not to go too far from camp. So, when I took a stroll, I made sure every so often that I could still see the rocket behind me. Walked for maybe an hour. Then the oxygen gauge got past the halfway mark, so I started back toward the rocket. After maybe 10 steps, the rocket disappeared. 1 minute it was standing there, tall and silvery. The next instant it was gone. Turned on my radio pack and got hold of Pat. Told him what had happened, and he told Kroger. Kroger said I had been following a mirage to step back a bit. I did, and I could see the ship again. Kroger said to try and walk towards where the ship seemed to be, even when it wasn't in view, and meantime they'd come out after me in the Jeep, following my footprints. Started walking back and the ship vanished again. It reappeared, disappeared, but I kept going. Finally saw the real ship, and Lloyd and Jones waving their arms at me. They were shouting through their masks, but I couldn't hear them. The air is too thin to carry sound well. All at once something gleamed in their hands, and they started shooting at me with their rifles. That's when I heard the noise behind me. I was too scared to turn around, but finally Jones and Lloyd came running over, and I got up enough nerve to look. There was nothing there, but on the sand paralleling mine were footprints. At least I think they were footprints. Twice as long as mine and 3 times as wide, but kind of featureless because the sand's loose and dry. They doubled back on themselves, spaced considerably further apart. What was it? I asked Lloyd when he got to me. Damned if I know, he said. It was red and scaly, and I think it had a tail. It was 2 heads taller than you, he shuddered. Ran off when we fired. Where, said Jones, are Pat and Kroger? I didn't know. I hadn't seen them nor the Jeep on my trip back. So we followed the wheel tracks for a while, and they veered off from my trail and followed another, very much like the one that had paralleled mine when Jones and Lloyd had taken the shot at the scaly thing. We'd better get 'em on the radio, said Jones, turning back toward the ship. There wasn't anything on the radio but static. Pat and Kroger haven't come back yet, either. June 21st, 1961. We're not alone here. More of the scaly things have come toward the camp, but a few rifle shots send them away. They hop like kangaroos when they're startled. Their attitudes aren't menacing, but their appearance is, and Jones says, who knows what's menacing in an alien? We're going to look for Kroger and Pat today. Jones said we better before another windstorm blows away all the Jeep tracks. Fortunately, the Jeep has a leaky oil pan, so we always have the smears to follow, unless they get covered up too. We're taking extra oxygen, shells, and rifle. Food, too, of course. And we're locking up the ship. It's later now. We found the Jeep, but no Kroger or Pat. Lots of those big tracks nearby. We're taking the Jeep to follow the aliens' tracks. There's some moss around here, on reddish-brown rocks that stick up through the sand. Just on the shady side, though. Kroger must have been happy to find his lichen. The trail ended at the brink of a deep crevice in the ground. Seems to be an earthquake-type split in solid rock, with the sand shifting over this and the far edge, like pink silk cataracts. The bottom is in shade and can't be seen. The crack seems to extend to our left and right, as far as we can look. It looks like a trail down the inside of the crevice, but the sun's setting, so we're waiting until tomorrow to go down. Going down is Jones' idea, not mine. June 22nd, 1961. Well, we're at the bottom, and there's water here, a shallow stream about 30 feet wide that runs along the center of the canal. We've decided we're in a canal. No sign of Pat or Kroger yet, but the sand here is hard-packed and damp, and there are normal-sized footprints, mingled with the alien ones, sharp and clear. The aliens seem to have 6 or 7 toes. It varies from print to print. And they're barefoot, too, or else they have the damnedest-looking shoes in creation. The constant shower of sand near the cliff's wall is annoying, but it's sandless, shower-wise, near the stream, so we're following the footprints along the bank. Also, the air's better down here. Still thin, but not so bad as on the surface. We're going without masks to save oxygen for the return trip. Jones assures me that there will be a return trip. And the air's only a little sandy, but handkerchiefs over nose and mouth solve this. We look like desperados, what with the rifles and covered faces. I said as much to Lloyd, and he told me to shut up. Moss all over the cliff walls. Swell luck for Kroger. We've found Kroger and Pat, with the help of the aliens. Or maybe I should call them the Martians. Either way, it's better than what Jones calls them. They took away our rifles and brought us right to Kroger and Pat, without our even asking. Jones is mad at the way they got the rifles so easily. When we came upon them, a group of maybe 10 huddled together behind a boulder in ambush. He fired, but the shots either bounced off their scales or stuck in their thick hides. Anyway, they took the rifles away and threw them into the stream, and picked us all up and took us into a hole in the cliff wall. The hole went on practically forever, but it didn't get dark. Kroger tells me that there are phosphorescent bacteria living in the mold on the walls. The air has a fresh dug grave smell, but it's richer in oxygen than even at the stream. We're in a small cave that is just off the bigger cave where lots of tunnels come together. I can't remember which one we came in, though, and neither can anyone else. Jones asked me what the hell I keep writing in the diary for. Did I want to make it a gift to Martian archaeologists? But I said, where there's life, there's hope, and now he won't talk to me. I congratulated Kroger on the lichen I'd seen, but he just said a short and unscientific word and went to sleep. There's a Martian guarding the entrance to our cave. I don't know what they intend to do with us. Feed us, I hope. So far, they've just left us here, and we're out of rations. Kroger tried talking to the guard once, but he, or it, made a whistling kind of sound and flashed a mouthful of teeth. Kroger said the teeth are in multiple rows, like a tiger shark's. I'd rather he hadn't told me. June 23rd, 1961, I think. We're either in a docket or a zoo. I can't tell which. It's a rather square platform surrounded on all 4 sides by running water, maybe 20 feet across, and we're on it. Martians keep coming to the far edge of the water and looking at us and whistling at each other. A little Martian came near the edge of the water, and a large Martian whistled like crazy and dragged it away. Water must be dangerous to them, said Kroger. We should have brought water pistols, Jones muttered. Pat says maybe we could swim to safety. Kroger told Pat he was crazy, that the little island we're on here underground is bordered by a fast river that goes into the planet. We'd end up drowned in some grotto in the heart of the planet, said Kroger. What the hell, said Pat. It's better than starving. It is not. June 24th, 1961. Probably. I'm hungry. So is everyone else. Right now I could eat a dinner raw in a centrifuge and keep it down. A Martian threw a stone at Jones today, and Jones threw one back at him and broke off a couple of scales. The Martian whistled furiously and went away. Then the crowd thinned out, same as it did yesterday. Must be some sort of sleeping cycle here. Kroger talked Lloyd into swimming across the river and getting the red scales. Lloyd started at the upstream part of the current and was about 100 yards below this underground island before he made the far side. Sure is a swift current. But he got the scales, walked very far upstream of us, and swam back with them. The stream sides are steep like a fjord, and we had to lift him out of the swirling cold water, with the scales gripped in his fist. or what was left of the scales. They had melted down in the water and left his hand all sticky. Kroger took the gummy things, studied them in the uncertain light, then tasted them and grinned. The Martians are made of sugar. Later, same day, Kroger said that the Martian metabolism must be like Terran, Earth-type metabolism, only with no pancreas to make insulin. They store their energy on the outside of their bodies in the form of scales. He's watched them more closely and seen that they have long, rubbery tubes for tongues, and that they now and then suck up water from the stream while they're watching us, being careful not to get their lips, all sugar of course, wet. He guesses that their blood must be almost pure water, and that it washes away, from inside of course, the sugar they need for energy. I asked him where the sugar came from, and he said probably their bodies isolate carbon from something. He thought it might be the moss, and combine it with hydrogen and oxygen in the water. Even I knew the formula for water, to make sugar a common carbohydrate. Like plants on Earth, he said, except instead of using special cells on leaves to form carbohydrates with the help of sun power, as Earth plants do in photosynthesis. Kroger spelled this word for me. They use the shape of the scales like prisms to isolate the spectra, another Kroger word, necessary to form the sugar. I don't get it, I said politely when he'd finished his spiel. Simple, he said, as though he were addressing me by name. They have a twofold reason to fear water. One, by complete solvency in that medium, they lose all energy and die. Two, even partial sprinkling alters the shape of the scales, and they are unable to use sun power to form more sugar, and still die, if a bit slower. Oh, I said, taking it down verbatim. So now what do we do? We remove our boots, said Kroger, sitting on the ground and doing so, and then we cross the stream, fill the boots with water, and spray our way to freedom. Which tunnel do we take? Asked Pat, his eyes aglow with the thought of escape. Kroger shrugged. We'll have to chance taking any that seem to slope upward. In any event, we can always follow it back and start again. I don't know, said Jones. Remember those teeth of theirs? They must be for biting something more substantial than moss, Kroger. We'll risk it, said Pat. It's better to go down fighting than to die of starvation. The hell it is. June 24, 1961, for sure. The Martians have coal mines. That's what they use those teeth for. We passed through one and surprised a lot of them chewing gritty chunks of anthracite out of the walls. They came running at us, whistling with those tube-like tongues and drooling dry coal dust. But Pat swung one of his boots in an arc that splashed all over the ground in front of them, and they turned tail, literally, and clanked off down another tunnel, sounding like a locomotive whistle gone berserk. We made the surface in another hour, back in the canal, and were lucky enough to find our own trail to follow toward the place above where the jeep still waited. Jones got the rifles out of the stream. The Martians had probably thought they were beyond recovery there, and we found the jeep. It was nearly buried in the sand, but we got it cleaned off and running, and got back to the ship quickly. First thing we did on arriving was to break out the stores and have a celebration feast, just outside the door of the ship. It was pork again. I got sick. June 25th, 1961. We're going back. Pat says a week is all we were allowed to stay, and that it's urgent to return and tell what we've learned about Mars. We know there are Martians, and they're made of sugar. Why? I said. Can't we just tell them on the radio? Because, said Pat, if we tell them now, by the time we get back, we'll be yesterday's news. This way, we may be lucky and get a parade, maybe even money, said Kroger, whose mind wasn't always on science. But they'll ask why we didn't radio the info, sir, said Jones uneasily. The radio, said Pat, nodding to Lloyd, was unfortunately broken shortly after landing. Lloyd blinked, then nodded back and walked around the rocket. I heard a crunching sound and the shattering of glass, not unlike the noise made when one drives a rifle butt through a radio. Well, it's time to take off. This time it wasn't so bad. I thought I was getting my space legs, but Pat says there's less gravity on Mars, so escape velocity didn't have to be so fast, hence a smoother, relatively, trip on our shock-absorbing bunks. Lloyd wants to play chess again. I'll be careful not to win this time. However, if I don't win, maybe this time I'll be the one to quit. Kroger is busy in his cramped lab space trying to classify the little moss he was able to gather, and Jones and Pat are up front watching the white specks revolve on the black velvet again. I guess I'll take a nap. June 26, 1961. Hell's bells! Kroger says there are 2 baby Martians loose on board ship. Pat told him he was nuts, but there are certain signs he's right, like the missing charcoal in the air filtration and reclaiming AFAR system, and the water gauges are going down. But the clincher is those 2 sugar crystals Lloyd had grabbed up when we were in that zoo. They're gone. Pat has declared a state of emergency. Quick thinking, that's Pat. Lloyd, before he remembered and turned scarlet, suggested we radio Earth for instructions. We can't. Here we are, somewhere in a void, headed for Earth, with enough air and water left for maybe 3 days, if the Martians don't take any more. Kroger is thrilled that he has learned something, maybe, about Martian reproductive processes. When he told Pat put it to a vote whether or not to jettison Kroger through the airlock. However, it was decided that responsibility was pretty well divided. Lloyd had gotten the crystals, Kroger had only studied them, and Jones had brought them aboard. So Kroger stays, but meanwhile the air is getting worse. Pat suggested Kroger put us all into a state of suspended animation until landing time, 8 months away. Kroger said, "How?" June 27, 1961. The air is foul, and I'm very thirsty. Kroger says that at least when the Martians get bigger, they'll have to show themselves. Pat says, what do we do then? We can't afford the water we need to melt them down. Besides, the melted crystals might all turn into little Martians. Jones says he'll go down spitting. Pat says, why not dismantle the interior of the rocket to find out where they are holed up? Fine idea. How do you dismantle riveted metal plates? June 28, 1961. The AFAR system is no more, and the water gauges are still dropping. Kroger suggests baking bread, then slicing it, then toasting it till it turns to carbon, and we could use the carbon in the AFAR system. We'll have to try it, I guess. The Martians ate the bread. Jones came forward to tell us the loaves were cooling, and when he got back, they were gone. However, he did find a few of the red crystals on the galley deck floor. They're good-sized crystals, too, which means so are the Martians. Kroger says the Martians must be intelligent. Otherwise, they couldn't have guessed at the carbohydrates present in the bread after a lifelong diet of anthracite. Pat says, let's jettison Kroger. This time the vote went against Kroger, but he got a last-minute reprieve by suggesting the crystals be pulverized and mixed with sulfuric acid. He says this'll produce carbon. I certainly hope so. So does Kroger. Brief reprieve for us. The acid-sugar combination not only produced carbon, but water vapor, and the gauge has gone up a notch. That means we have a quart of water in the tanks for drinking. However, the air's a bit better, and we voted to let Kroger stay inside the rocket. Meantime, we have to catch those Martians. Worse and worse. Lloyd caught one of the Martians in the firing chamber. We had to flood the chamber with acid to subdue the creature, which carbonized nicely. So now we have plenty of air and water again, but besides having another Martian still on the loose, we now don't have enough acid left in the fuel tanks to make a landing. Pat says at least our vector will carry us to Earth, where we can die on our home planet, which is better than perishing in space. The hell it is. March 3, 1962. Earth in sight. The other Martian is still with us. He's where we can't get at him without blowtorches, but he can't get at the carbon in the U.S.A system either, which is a help. However, his tail is prehensile, and now and then it snakes out through the air duct and yanks food right off the table from under our noses. Kroger says, watch out. We are made of carbohydrates too. I'd rather not have known. March 4th, 1962. Earth fills the screen in the control room. Pat says if we're lucky, he might be able to use the bit of fuel we have left to set us in a descending spiral into one of the oceans. The rocket is tighter than a submarine, he insists, and it will float till we're rescued if the plates don't crack under the impact. We all agree to try it. Not that we thought it had a good chance of working, but none of us had a better idea. I guess you know the rest of the story about how the destroyer spotted us and got us and my diary aboard and towed the rocket to San Francisco. News of the captured Martian leaked out, and we all became 9-day wonders until the dismantling of the rocket. Kroger says he must have dissolved in the water and wonders what that would do. There are about 1,000 of those crystal scales on a Martian. So last week we found out, when those red scaled things begin clamoring out of the ocean on every coastal region on Earth. Kroger tried to explain to me about salinity osmosis and hydrostatic pressure and crystalline life, but in no time at all he lost me. The point is, bullets don't stop these things, and whenever a crystal falls, a new Martian springs up in a few weeks. It looks like the 5 of us have abetted an invasion from Mars. Needless to say, we're no longer heroes. I haven't heard from Pat or Lloyd in a week. Jones was picked up attacking a candy factory yesterday, and Kroger and I were allowed to sign on for a flight to Venus, scheduled within a few days, because of our experience. Kroger says there's only enough fuel for a one-way trip. I don't care. I've always wanted to travel with the President. The end of The Dope on Mars by Jack Sharkey. The Man Who Hated Mars by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. To escape from Mars, all Clayton had to do was the impossible. Break out of a crack-proof exile camp, get into a ship that couldn't be boarded, smash through an impenetrable wall of steel. Perhaps he could do all these things, but he discovered that Mars did evil things to men, that he wasn't even Clayton anymore. He was only The Man Who Hated Mars by Randall Garrett. I want you to put me in prison, the big hairy man said in a trembling voice. He was addressing his request to a thin woman sitting behind a desk that seemed much too big for her. The plaque on the desk said, Lieutenant Phoebe Harris, Terran Rehabilitation Service. Lieutenant Harris glanced at the man before her for only a moment before she returned her eyes to the dossier on the desk, but long enough to verify the impression his voice had given. Ron Clayton was a big, ugly, cowardly, dangerous man. He said, Well, damn it, say something. The lieutenant raised her eyes again. Just be patient until I've read this. Her voice and eyes were expressionless, but her hand moved beneath the desk. The frightful carnage would go down in the bloody history of space. Clayton froze. She's yellow, he thought. She's turned on the trackers. He could see the pale greenish glow of their little eyes watching him all around the room. If he made any fast move, they would cut him down with a stun beam before he could get 2 feet. She had thought he was going to jump her. Little rat, he thought. Somebody ought to slap her down. He watched her check through the heavy dossier in front of her. Finally, she looked up at him again. Clayton, your last conviction was for strong-armed robbery. You were given a choice between prison on Earth and freedom here on Mars. You picked Mars. He nodded slowly. He'd been broke and hungry at the time. A sneaky little rat named Johnson had built Clayton out of his fair share of the Corey payroll job, and Clayton had been forced to get the money somehow. He hadn't mussed the guy up much. Besides, it was the sucker's own fault. If he hadn't tried to yell... Lieutenant Harris went on. I'm afraid you can't back down now. But that isn't fair. The most I'd have gotten on that frame-up would have been 10 years. I've been here 15 already. I'm sorry, Clayton. It can't be done. You're here. Period. Forget about trying to go back. Earth doesn't want you. Her voice sounded choppy, as though she were trying to keep it calm. Clayton broke into a whining rage. You can't do that. It isn't fair. I never did anything to you. I'll talk to the governor. He'll listen to reason. You'll see. Shut up, the woman snapped harshly. I'm getting sick of it. I personally think you should have been locked up permanently. I think this idea of forced colonization is going to breed trouble for Earth someday, but it's about the only way you can get anybody to colonize this frozen hunk of mud. Just keep in mind that I don't like it any better than you do, and I didn't strong-arm anybody to deserve the assignment. Now get out of here. She moved a hand threateningly toward the manual control of the stun beam. Clayton retreated fast. The trackers ignored anyone walking away from the desk. They were set only to spot threatening movements toward it. Outside the Rehabilitation Service building, Clayton could feel the tears running down the inside of his face mask. He'd asked again and again, God only knew how many times in the past 15 years. Always the same answer. No. When he heard that this new administrator was a woman, he'd hoped she might be easier to convince. She wasn't. If anything, she was harder than the others. The heat-sucking frigidity of the thin Martian air whispered around him in a feeble breeze. He shivered a little and began to walk toward the recreation center. There was a high, thin piping in the sky above him, which quickly became a screen in the thin air. He turned for a moment to watch the ship land, squinting his eyes to see the number on the hull. 52. Space Transport Ship 52. Probably bringing another load of poor suckers to freeze to death on Mars. That was the thing he hated about Mars, the cold, the everlastingly damp cold, and the oxidation pills. Take one every 3 hours or smother in the poor, thin air. The government could have put up domes. It could have put in building-to-building tunnels, at least. It could have done a hell of a lot of things to make Mars a decent place for human beings. But no. The government had other ideas. A bunch of big-shot scientific characters had come up with the idea nearly 23 years before. Clayton could remember the words on the sheet he had been given when he was sentenced. Mankind is inherently an adaptable animal. If we are to colonize the planets of the solar system, we must meet the conditions on those planets as best we can. Financially, it is impractical to change an entire planet from its original condition to one which will support human life as it exists on Terra. But man, since he is adaptable, can change himself, modifying his structure slightly, so that he can live on these planets with only a minimum of change in the environment. So they made you live outside and like it. So you froze, and you choked, and you suffered. Clayton hated Mars. He hated the thin air and the cold. More than anything, he hated the cold. Ron Clayton wanted to go home. The recreation building was just ahead. At least it would be warm inside. He pushed in through the outer and inner doors, and he heard the burst of music from the jukebox. His stomach tightened up into a hard cramp. They were playing Heinlein's Green Hills of Earth. There was almost no other sound in the room, although it was full of people. There were plenty of colonists who claimed to like Mars, but even they were silent when the song was played. Clayton wanted to go over and smash the machine, make it stop reminding him. He clenched his teeth and his fists and his eyes and cursed mentally, God, how I hate Mars. When the hauntingly nostalgic last chords faded away, he walked over to the machine and fed it full of enough coins to keep it going on something else until he left. At the bar, he ordered a beer and used it to wash down another oxidation pill. It wasn't good beer. It didn't even deserve the name. The atmospheric pressure was so low as to boil all the carbon dioxide out of it, so the brewers never put it back in after fermentation. He was sorry for what he had done, really and truly sorry. If they'd only give him one more chance, he'd make good. Just one more chance. He'd work things out. He'd promised himself that both times they'd put him up before, but things had been different then. He hadn't really been given another chance, what with parole boards and all. Clayton closed his eyes and finished the beer. He ordered another. He'd worked in the mines for 15 years. It wasn't that he minded the work, really, but the foreman had it in for him, always giving him a bad time, always picking out the lousiest jobs for him. Like the time he crawled into a side boring in Tunnel 12 for a nap during lunch, and the foreman had caught him. When he promised never to do it again if the foreman wouldn't put it on the report, the guy said, "Yeah, sure. Hate to hurt the guy's record." Then he put Clayton on the record anyway. Strictly a rat. Not that Clayton ran any chance of being fired. They never fired anybody. But they'd fined him a day's pay. A whole day's pay. He tapped his glass on the bar, and the barman came over with another beer. Clayton looked at it, then up at the barman. "Put a head on it." The barman looked at him sourly. "I've got some soap suds here, Clayton, and one of these days I'm going to put some in your beer if you keep pulling that gag." That was the trouble with some guys. No sense of humor. Somebody came in the door, and then somebody else came in behind him, so that both inner and outer doors were open for an instant. The blast of icy breeze struck Clayton's back, and he shivered. He started to say something, then changed his mind. The doors were already closed again, and besides, one of the guys was bigger than he was. The iciness didn't seem to go away immediately. It was like the mine. Little old Mars was cold clear down to her core, or at least down as far as they drilled. The walls were frozen, and seemed to radiate a chill that pulled the heat right out of your blood. Somebody was playing Green Hills again, damn them. Evidently all his own selections had run out earlier than he'd thought they would. Hell, there is nothing to do here. He might as well go home. "Give me another beer, Mac." He'd go home as soon as he finished this one. He stood there with his eyes closed, listening to the music and hating Mars. The voice next to him said, "I'll have a whiskey." The voice sounded as if the man had a bad cold, and Clayton turned slowly to look at him. After all the sterilizations they went through before they left Earth, nobody on Mars ever had a cold. So there was only one thing that would make a man's voice sound like that. Clayton was right. The fellow had an oxygen tube clamped firmly over his nose. He was wearing the uniform of the Space Transport Service. "Just get in on the ship?" Clayton asked conversationally. The man nodded and grinned. "Yeah, 4 hours before we take off again." He poured down the whiskey. "Sure cold out." Clayton agreed. It's always cold. He watched enviously as the spaceman ordered another whiskey. Clayton couldn't afford whiskey. He probably could have, by this time, if the mines had made him foreman, like they should have. Maybe he would talk the spaceman out of a couple of drinks. "My name's Clayton. Ron Clayton." The spaceman took the offered hand. "Mine's Parkinson, but everybody calls me Parks." "Sure, Parks. Can I buy you a beer?" Parks shook his head. "No, thanks. I started on whiskey. Here, let me buy you one." "Well, thanks. Don't mind if I do." They drank them in silence, and Parks ordered 2 more. "Been here long?" Parks asked. 15 years. 15 long years. Did you, Parks looked suddenly confused. Clayton glanced quickly to make sure the bartender was out of earshot. Then he grinned. You mean, am I a convict? No, I came here because I wanted to. But, he lowered his voice, we don't talk about it around here, you know. He gestured with one hand, a gesture that took in everyone else in the room. Parks glanced around quickly, moving only his eyes. Yeah, I see, he said softly. This your first trip? Asked Clayton. First one to Mars. Been on the Luna run a long time. Low pressure bother you much? Not much. We only keep it at 6 pounds in the ship. Half helium, half oxygen. The only thing that bothers me is the oxy here, or rather, the oxy that isn't here. He took a deep breath through his nose tube to emphasize his point. Clayton clamped his teeth together, making the muscles on the side of his jaw stand out. Parks didn't notice. You guys have to take those pills, don't you? Yeah. I had to take them once. Got stranded on Luna. The cat I was in broke down 80-some miles from Aristarchus base, and I had to walk back, with my oxygen low. Well, I figured. Clayton listened to Parks' story with a great show of attention, but he had heard it before. This Lost on the Moon stuff and its variations had been going around for 40 years. Every once in a while, it actually did happen to someone, just often enough to keep the story going. This guy did have a couple of new twists, but not enough to make the story worthwhile. Boy, Clayton said when Parks had finished, you're lucky to come out of that alive. Parks nodded, well pleased with himself, and bought another round of drinks. Something like that happened to me a couple of years ago, Clayton began. I'm supervisor of the third shift in the mines of Xanthe, but at the time I was only a foreman. One day a couple of guys got into a branch tunnel to... It was a pretty good story. Clayton had made it up himself, so he knew that Parks had never heard it before. It was gory in just the right places, and had a nice effect at the end. So I had to hold up the rocks with my back while the rescue crew pulled the others out of the tunnel by crawling between my legs. Finally, we got some steel beams down there to take the load off, and I could let go. I was in a hospital for a week, he finished. Parks was nodding vaguely. Clayton looked up at the clock above the bar and realized that they had been talking for better than an hour. Parks was buying another round. Parks was a hell of a nice fellow. There was, Clayton found, only one trouble with Parks. He got to talking so loud that the bartender refused to serve either of them anymore. The bartender said Clayton was getting loud too, but it was just because he had to talk loud to make Parks hear him. Clayton helped Parks put his mask and parka on, and they walked out into the cold night. Parks began to sing Green Hills. About halfway through he stopped and turned to Clayton. I'm from Indiana. Clayton had already spotted him for an American by his accent. Indiana? That's nice. Real nice. Yeah, you talk about green hills. We got green hills in Indiana. What time is it? Clayton told him. Jesus Christ, the old spaceship takes off in an hour. Ought to have one more drink first. Clayton realized he didn't like Parks, but maybe he'd buy a bottle. Sharky Johnson worked at the fuel section, and he made a nice little sideline out of stealing alcohol, cutting it, and selling it. He thought it was real funny to call it Martian gin. Clayton said, let's go over to Sharky's. Sharky'll sell us a bottle. Okay, said Parks. We'll get a bottle. That's what we need, a bottle. It was quite a walk to the Shark's place. It was so cold that even Parks began to sober up a little. He was laughing like hell when Clayton started to sing, we're going over to the Shark's to buy a jug of gin for Parks. Hi-ho, hi-ho, hi-ho. One thing about a few drinks, you didn't get so cold. You didn't feel it too much anyway. The Shark still had his light on when they arrived. Clayton whispered to Parks, I'll go in. He knows me. He wouldn't sell it if you were around. You got 8 credits? Sure, I got 8 credits. Just a minute, and I'll get you the 8 credits. He fished around for a minute inside his parka and pulled out his note case. His gloved fingers were a little clumsy, but he managed to get out a 5 and 3 ones and hand them to Clayton. "You wait out here," Clayton said. He went in through the outer door and knocked on the inner one. He should have asked for 10 credits. Sharky only charged 5, and that would leave him 3 for himself, but he could have got 10, maybe more. When he came out with the bottle, Parks was sitting on a rock, shivering. "Jesus Christ," he said. "It's cold out here. Let's go someplace where it's warm." "Sure, I got the bottle. Want a drink?" Parks took the bottle, opened it, and took a good belt out of it. "Hoo," he breathed. "Pretty smooth." As Clayton drank, Parks said, "Hey, I better get back to the field. I know. We can go to the men's room and finish the bottle before the ship takes off. Isn't that a good idea? It's warm there." They started back down the street toward Spacefield. "Yep, I'm from Indiana, the southern part, down around Bloomington," Parks said. "Give me the jug. Not Bloomington, Illinois, Bloomington, Indiana. We really got green hills down there." He drank and handed the bottle back to Clayton. "Personally, I don't see why anybody'd stay on Mars. Here you are, practically on the equator in the middle of summer, but it's colder than hell. Brr. Now, if you was smart, you'd go home, where it's warm. Mars wasn't built for people to live on anyhow. I don't see how you stand it." That was when Clayton decided he really hated Parks. And when Parks said, "Why be dumb, friend? Why didn't you go home?" Clayton kicked him in the stomach, hard. "And that, Clayton said as Parks doubled over. He said it again as he kicked him in the head, and in the ribs. Parks was gasping as he writhed on the ground, but he soon lay still. Then Clayton saw why. Parks' nose tube had come off when Clayton's foot struck his head. Parks was breathing heavily, but he wasn't getting any oxygen. That was when the big idea hit Ron Clayton. With the nosepiece on like that, you couldn't tell who a man was. He took another drink from the jug and then began to take Parks' clothes off. The uniform fit Clayton fine, and so did the nose mask. He dumped his own clothing on top of Parks' nearly nude body, adjusted the little oxygen tank so that the gas would flow properly through the mask, took the first deep breath of good air he'd had in 15 years, and walked toward the space field. He went into the men's room at the port building, took a drink, and felt in the pockets of the uniform for Parks' identification. He found it and opened the booklet. It read, "Parkinson, Herbert J. Steward 2nd Class, STS." Above it was a photo and a set of fingerprints. Clayton grinned. They'd never know it wasn't Parks getting on the ship. Parks was a steward, too. A cook's helper. That was good. If he'd been a jetman or something like that, the crew might wonder why he wasn't on duty at takeoff. But a steward was different. Clayton sat for several minutes, looking through the booklet and drinking from the bottle. He emptied it just before the warning sirens keened through the thin air. Clayton got up and went outside toward the ship. "Wake up! Hey, you! Wake up!" Somebody was slapping his cheeks. Clayton opened his eyes and looked at the blurred face over his own. From a distance, another voice said, "Who is it?" The blurred face said, "I don't know. He was asleep behind these cases. I think he's drunk." Clayton wasn't drunk, he was sick. His head felt like hell. Where the devil was he? "Get up, bud! Come on, get up!" Clayton pulled himself up by holding on to the man's arm. The effort made him dizzy and nauseated. The other man said, "Take him down to sick bay, Casey. Get some thiamine into him." Clayton didn't struggle as they led him down to the sick bay. He was trying to clear his head. Where was he? He must have been pretty drunk last night. He remembered meeting Parks and getting thrown out by the bartender. Then what? Oh yeah, he'd gone to Shark's for a bottle. From there on, it was mostly gone. He remembered a fight or something, but that was all that registered. The medic in sickbay fired 2 shots from a hypo gun into both arms, and Clayton ignored the slight sting. "Where am I?" "Real original. Here, take these." He handed Clayton a couple of capsules and gave him a glass of water to wash them down with. When the water hit his stomach, there was an immediate reaction. "Oh, Christ," the medic said. "Get a mop, somebody. Here, bud, heave into this." He put a basin on the table in front of Clayton. It took them the better part of an hour to get Clayton awake enough to realize what was going on and where he was. Even then he was pretty groggy. It was the first officer of the SCS-52 who finally got the story straight. As soon as Clayton was in condition, the medic and the quartermaster officer who had found him took him up to the first officer's compartment. "I was checking through the stores this morning and I found this man. He was asleep, dead drunk behind the crates." "He was drunk, all right," supplied the medic. "I found this in his pocket." He flipped a booklet to the first officer. The first was a young man, not older than 28, with tough-looking gray eyes. He looked over the booklet. "Where did you get Parkinson's ID booklet? And his uniform?" Clayton looked down at his clothes in wonder. "I don't know." "You don't know? That's a hell of an answer." "Well, I was drunk," Clayton said defensively. "A man doesn't know what he's doing when he's drunk." He frowned in concentration. He knew he'd have to think up some story. "I kind of remember we made a bet. I bet him I could get on the ship. Sure, I remember now. That's what happened. I bet him I could get on the ship and we traded clothes." "Where is he now?" "At my place, sleeping it off, I guess." "Without his oxy mask?" "Oh, I gave him my oxidation pills for the mask." The first shook his head. "That sounds like the kind of trick Parkinson would pull, all right. I'll have to write it up and turn you both in to the authorities when we hit Earth." He eyed Clayton. "What's your name?" "Cartwright. Sam Cartwright," Clayton said without batting an eye. "Volunteer or convicted colonist?" "Volunteer." The first looked at him for a long moment, disbelief in his eyes. It didn't matter. Volunteer or conflict, there was no place Clayton could go. From the officer's viewpoint, he was as safely imprisoned in the spaceship as he would be on Mars or a prison on Earth. The first wrote in the logbook and then said, "Well, we're a man short in the kitchen. You wanted to take Parkinson's place. Brother, you got it. Without pay." He paused for a moment. "You know, of course," he said judiciously, "that you'll be shipped back to Mars immediately. And you'll have to work out your passage both ways. It'll be deducted from your pay." Clayton nodded. "I know." "I don't know what else will happen. If there's a conviction, you may lose your volunteer status on Mars. And there may be fines taken out of your pay, too." "Well, that's all, Cartwright. You can report to Kessman in the kitchen." The first pressed a button on his desk and spoke into the intercom. "Who was on duty at the airlock when the crew came aboard last night? Send him up. I want to talk to him." Then the quartermaster's officer led Clayton out the door and took him to the kitchen. The ship's driver tubes were pushing it along at a steady 500 centimeters per second squared acceleration, pushing her steadily closer to Earth with a little more than half a gravity of drive. There wasn't much for Clayton to do, really. He helped to select the foods that went into the automatics. He cleaned them out after each meal was cooked. Once a day, he had to partially dismantle them for a really thorough going-over. And all the time, he was thinking. Parkinson must be dead. He knew that. That meant the chamber. And even if he wasn't, they'd send Clayton back to Mars. Luckily, there was no way for either planet to communicate with the ship. It was hard enough to keep a beam trained on a planet without trying to hit such a comparatively small thing as a ship. But they would know about it on Earth by now. They would pick him up the instant the ship landed. The best he could hope for was a return to Mars. No, by God, he wouldn't go back to that frozen mud ball. He'd stay on Earth, where it was warm and comfortable, and a man could live where he was meant to live, where there was plenty of air to breathe and plenty of water to drink, where the beer tasted like beer, not slop. Earth. Good green hills. the like of which exists nowhere else. Slowly, over the days, he evolved a plan. He watched and waited and checked every little detail to make sure nothing would go wrong. It couldn't go wrong. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to go back to Mars. Nobody on the ship liked him. They couldn't appreciate his position. He hadn't done anything to them, but they just didn't like him. He didn't know why. He'd try to get along with them. Well, if they didn't like him, the hell with them. If things worked out the way he figured, they'd be damn sorry. He was very clever about the whole plan. When the turnover came, he pretended to be violently space sick. That gave him the opportunity to steal a bottle of chloral hydrate from the medic's locker. And while he worked in the kitchen, he spent a great deal of time sharpening a big carving knife. Once, during his off time, he managed to disable one of the ship's 2 lifeboats. He was saving the other for himself. The ship was 8 hours out from Earth and still decelerating when Clayton pulled his getaway. It was surprisingly easy. He was supposed to be asleep when he sneaked down to the drive compartment with the knife. He pushed open the door, looked in, and grinned like an ape. The engineer and the 2 jetmen were out cold from the chloral hydrate and the coffee from the kitchen. Moving rapidly, he went to the spares locker and began methodically to smash every replacement part for the drives. Then he took 3 of the signal bombs from the emergency kit, set them for 5 minutes, and placed them around the drive circuits. He looked at the 3 sleeping men. What if they woke up before the bombs went off? He didn't want to kill them, though. He wanted them to know what had happened and who had done it. He grinned. There was a way. He simply had to drag them outside and jam the door lock. He took the key from the engineer, inserted it, turned it, and snapped off the head, leaving the body of the key still in the lock. Nobody would unjam it in the next 4 minutes. Then he began to run up the stairwell toward the good lifeboat. He was panting and out of breath when he arrived, but no one had stopped him. No one had even seen him. He clambered into the lifeboat, made everything ready, and waited. The signal bombs were not heavy charges. Their main purpose was to make a flare bright enough to be seen for 1,000 miles in space. Fluorine and magnesium made plenty of light and heat. Quite suddenly there was no gravity. He had felt nothing, but he knew that the bombs had exploded. He punched the launch switch on the control board of the lifeboat, and the little ship leapt out of the side of the greater one. Then he turned on the drive, set it for half a G, and watched the STS-52 drop behind him. It was no longer decelerating, so it would miss Earth and drift on into space. On the other hand, the life ship would come down very neatly within a few hundred miles of the spaceport in Utah, the destination of the STS-52. Landing the life ship would be the only difficult part of the maneuver, but they were designed to be handled by beginners. Full instructions were printed on the simplified control board. Clayton studied them for a while, then set the alarm to waken him in 7 hours, and dozed off to sleep. He dreamed of Indiana. It was full of nice green hills and leafy woods, and Parkinson was inviting him over to his mother's house for chicken and whiskey, and all for free. Beneath the dream was the calm assurance that they would never catch him and send him back. When the STS-52 failed to show up, they would think he had been lost with it. They would never look for him. When the alarm rang, Earth was a mottled globe looming hugely beneath the ship. Clayton watched the dials on board and began to follow the instructions on the landing sheet. He wasn't too good at it. The accelerometer climbed higher and higher, and he felt as though he could hardly move his hands to the proper switches. He was less than 15 feet off the ground when his hands slipped. The ship, out of control, shifted, spun, and toppled over on its side, smashing a great hole in the cabin. Clayton shook his head and tried to stand up in the wreckage. He got to his hands and knees, dizzy but unhurt, and took a deep breath of the fresh air that was blowing in through the hole in the cabin. It felt just like home. Bureau of Criminal Investigations, Regional Headquarters, Cheyenne, Wyoming. 20 January 2102. To Space Transport Service. Subject Life Ship 2, STS-52. Attention Mr. P.D. Latimer. Dear Paul, I have on hand the copies of your reports on the rescue of the men on the disabled STS-52. It is fortunate that the lunar radar station could compute their orbit. The detailed report will follow, but briefly, this is what happened. The life ship landed, or rather crashed, several miles west of Cheyenne, as you know, but it was impossible to find the man who was piloting it until yesterday because of the weather. He's been identified as Ronald Watkins Clayton, exiled to Mars 15 years ago. Evidently, he didn't realize that 15 years of Martian gravity had so weakened his muscles that he could hardly walk under the pull of a full Earth G. As it was, he could only crawl about 100 yards from the wrecked life ship before he collapsed. Well, I hope this clears up everything. I hope that you're not getting the snowstorms up there like we've been getting them. John B. Remley, Captain, CBI. The end of The Man Who Hated Mars by Randall Garrett.
There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Musgrove. There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. Doctors had given him just 1 month to live, a month to wonder what comes afterward. There was only one way to find out. Ask a dead man. The amber brown of the liquor disguised the poison it held, and I watched with a smile on my lips as he drank it. There was no pity in my heart for him. He was a jackal in the jungle of life, and I was one of the carnivores. It is the lot of the jackals of life to be devoured by the carnivore. Suddenly, the contented look on his face froze into a startled stillness. I knew he was feeling the first savage twinge of the agony that was to come. He turned his head and looked at me, and I saw suddenly that he knew what I had done. "You murderer!" he cursed me, and then his body arched in the middle and his voice choked off deep in his throat. For a short minute he sat, tense, his body stiffened by the agony that rode it, unable to move a muscle. I watched the torment in his eyes build up to a crescendo of pain, until the suffering became so great that it filmed his eyes, and I knew that, though he still stared directly at me, he no longer saw me. Then, as suddenly as the spasm had come, the starch went out of his body, and his back slid slowly down the chair edge. He landed heavily with his head resting limply against the seat of the chair. His right leg doubled up in a kind of jerk, before he was still. I knew the time had come. "Where are you?" I asked. This moment had cost me $60,000. 3 weeks ago, the best doctors in the state had given me a month to live, and with $7 million in the bank, I couldn't buy a minute more. I accepted the doctor's decision philosophically, like the gambler that I am. But I had a plan, one which necessity had never forced me to use until now. Several years before, I had read an article about the medicine men of a certain tribe of aborigines living in the jungles at the source of the Amazon River. They had discovered a process in which the juice of a certain bush, known only to them, could be used to poison a man. Anyone subjected to this poison died, but for a few minutes after the life left his body, the medicine men could still converse with him. The subject, though ostensibly and actually dead, answered the medicine men's every question. This was their primitive, though reportedly effective method of catching glimpses in what lay in the world of death. I had conceived my idea at the time I read the article, but I had never had the need to use it, until the doctors gave me a month to live. Then I spent my $60,000, and 3 weeks later I held in my hands a small bottle of the witch doctor's fluid. The next step was to secure my victim. My collaborator, I preferred to call him. The man I chose was a nobody, a homeless, friendless non-entity, picked up off the street. He had once been an educated man, but now he was only a bum. And when he died, he'd never be missed. A perfect man for my experiment. I'm a rich man because I have a system. The system is simple. I never make a move until I know exactly where that move will lead me. My field of operations is the stock market. I spend money unstintingly to secure the information I need before I take each step. I hire the best investigators, bribe employees and persons in position to give me the information I want, and only when I am as certain as humanly possible that I cannot be wrong do I move. And the system never fails. $7 million in the bank is proof of that. Now, knowing that I could not live, I intended to make the system work for me one last time before I died. I am a firm believer in the adage that any situation can be whipped, given prior knowledge of its coming, and, of course, its attendant circumstances. For a moment he did not answer, and I began to fear that my experiment had failed. "Where are you?" I repeated, louder and sharper this time. The small muscles about his eyes puckered with an unnormal tension while the rest of his face held its death frost. Slowly, unnaturally, as though energized by some hyper-rational power, his lips and tongue moved. The words he spoke were clear.
I am in a tunnel, he said. It is lighted dimly, but there is nothing for me to see.
Blue veins showed through the flesh of his cheeks like watermarks on translucent paper. He paused, and I urged, "Go on."
"I am alone," he said. "The realities I knew no longer exist, and I am damp and cold. All about me is a sense of gloom and dejection. It is an apprehension, an emanation so deep and real as to be almost a tangible thing. The walls to either side of me seem to be formed, not of substance, but rather of the soundless cries of melancholy, of spirits I cannot see. I am waiting in the gloom for something which will come to me. That need to wait is an innate part of my being, and I have no thought of questioning it."
His voice died again. "What are you waiting for?" I asked.
"I do not know," he said,
his voice dreary with the despair of centuries of hopelessness.
"I only know that I must wait. That compulsion is greater than my strength to combat."
The tone of his voice changed slightly.
"The tunnel about me is widening, and now the walls have receded into invisibility. The tunnel has become a plain, but the plain is as desolate, as forlorn and dreary as was the tunnel. And still I stand and wait. How long must this go on?"
He fell silent again, and I was about to prompt him with another question. I could not afford to let the time run out in long silences. But abruptly the muscles about his eyes tightened, and subtly a new aspect replaced their hopeless dejection. Now they expressed a black, bottomless terror. For a moment I marveled that so small a portion of a facial anatomy could express such horror.
"There is something coming toward me," he said. "A beast of brutish foulness. Beast is too inadequate a term to describe it, but I know no words to tell its form. It is an intangible and evasive thing, but very real, and it is coming closer. It has no organs of sight as I know them, but I can feel that it can see me, or rather that it is aware of me with a sense sharper than vision itself. It is very near now. Oh God, the malevolence, the hate, the potentiality of awful, fearsome destructiveness that is its very essence, and still I cannot move.
The expression of terrified anticipation centered in his eyes lessened slightly, and was replaced instantly by its former deep, deep despair.
"I am no longer afraid,"
he said. "Why?" I interjected. "Why?" I was impatient to learn all that I could before the end came.
"Because,"
he paused,
"because it holds no threat for me. Somehow, someday, I understand. I know that it too is seeking that for which I wait."
"What is it doing now?" I asked.
"It has stopped beside me, and we stand together, gazing across the stark, empty plain. Now a second awful entity, with the same leashed virulence about it, moves up and stands at my other side. We all three wait, myself with a dark fear of this dismal universe, my unnatural companions with patient, malicious menace. Bits of,"
he faltered,
I can name it only, aura, go out from the beasts like an acid stream, and touch me, and hate, and the venom chill my body like a wave of intense cold. Now there are others of the awful breed behind me. We stand, waiting for that which will come. What it is, I do not know."
I could see the pallor of death creeping steadily into the last corners of his lips, and I knew that the end was not far away. Suddenly a black frustration built up within me. "What are you waiting for?" I screamed, the tenseness and the importance of this moment forcing me to lose the iron self-control upon which I have always prided myself. I knew that the answer held the secret of what I must know. If I could learn that, my experiment would not be in vain, and I could make whatever preparations were necessary for my own death. I had to know that answer. "Think, I pleaded. "What are you waiting for?"
"I do not know."
The dreary despair in his eyes, sightless as they met mine, chilled me with a coldness that I felt in the marrow of my being.
"I do not know,"
he repeated.
Yes, I do know."
Abruptly the plasmatic film cleared from his eyes, and I knew that for the first time since the poison struck, he was seeing me clearly. I sensed that this was the last moment before he left, for good. It had to be now. "Tell me, I command you," I cried. "What are you waiting for?" His voice was quiet as he murmured softly, implacably, before he was gone.
"We are waiting,"
he said,
"for you."
End of There Is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. Recording by Peter Musgrove.
Wait for Wait by Jack McKenty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott McMullen. Sometimes the best incentive is to tell a man that success will throw him out of a job. Wait for Wait by Jack McKenty. When Dr. Allport Brinton's alarm clock sounded, it brought madness. It was very clever. It not only rang chimes of amazing penetrating power, it turned on all the lights in the room, closed the window, and started his bathwater running. But this morning it was not appreciated. In fact, as Dr. Brinton got out of bed, he silently called down evil on the technician who had built it for him. The off switch was on the wall farthest away from his bed and was controlled by a hair-trigger combination dial that couldn't be operated by anyone not fully awake. Dr. Brinton fumbled for a while, then gave up and started looking for his bedroom slippers. They had apparently crawled away during the night. He padded into his bathroom barefoot. He was about to see what a hot bath would do for what he had already diagnosed as a histamine headache, when the alarm clock, having decided that anyone who could sleep through 10 minutes of chiming was unwakeable, stopped chiming, turned off the lights, opened the window, and let all the water out. Dr. Brinton was walking back toward the light switch when he tripped on his bedroom slippers and fell back into bed. No further invitation was necessary. He slept till noon. Dr. Brinton unmistakably had a hangover. Considering the party he had attended the night before, it was not surprising. Actually, it was remarkable that he had been able to get out of bed at all. During the 14 years that the rocket research station had been in operation, the parties that were held every time another test flight resulted in failure had grown from a few drinks in somebody's room to a mammoth bust-up that left the whole place partially paralyzed for days afterward. First as chief chemist and later as director of the station, Dr. Brinton had attended every one of the scores of parties during every one of the 14 years. It spoke well for his endurance to say that he was back at his office at 1 o'clock. Some people didn't make it until the next day. His secretary, who didn't drink, was one of very few who were at work on time. She walked into his office and stood in front of his desk, tapping her foot. Her facial expression showed that she thought people who got drunk at parties were amoral, degenerate, and entirely unfit for administrative positions. Dr. Brinton, who had been mentally comparing the relative merits of prussic acid and hanging as pain relievers, sat up straight to prove that he was moral, alert, and ready for any problem that might come up. His secretary sniffed to indicate that she didn't believe him. Dr. Brinton dropped his eyes to admit that maybe he wasn't at his best at the moment, but it was only a temporary condition, and by tomorrow he would be okay. "In 2 minutes you'll wish you were dead," said his secretary. "Read this." She handed him a letter. He read it, and his knuckles cracked as he gripped the arms of his chair. "Senator McNeil coming to visit here?" he cried in alarm. Though his voice was squeaky, he was surprised to hear it at all. "Get me a line to Washington, our top priority. Audrey at the Naval Department." The call was put through. "Commander Audrey, this is Brinton at the station. Joe McNeil is coming to visit us. Can you head him off?" "Yes, I know, but he's on one of his economy drives. We just did a test yesterday, and if he inspects this place now, we won't get enough money to build a pinball machine. Delay him a week, anyway." "We'll try. I'll arrange a tour for him as best I can, but if he doesn't come, I'll be much happier. Let me know as soon as possible. Fine. Goodbye." He scribbled a memo and carried it out to his secretary. "Copy of this to all department heads right away. Phone the commissary and have them get all the decorations taken down in the dining room. Tell them to lay in some steaks for tomorrow. Phone Harry Sparling in public relations. Alert him VVIP tomorrow, extra special tour including all our movies on the subject. I'm going over to the fuels department." Dr. Ferber, head of fuels, met Dr. Brinton at the door of his lab. "I just got your memo," he said. "Is that budget butcher really coming down here?" Dr. Brinton nodded his head gently. "I'm afraid so. I came over to see what kind of show we can put on for him. We have some samples to run on the indoor motors. There are a couple of loads left for the acceleration sled, and I suppose if we work all night we could get a sergeant major ready, but if he's on an economy drive that might be too elaborate. Just a view of everybody pouring stuff from one test tube to another might be best." "Do the samples and run the sled once," Dr. Brinton said. "That should provide enough fire and noise. The rest of it will have to be fast talk. I think I'll go home to bed." Dr. Brinton considered himself a methodical man. He had bacon and eggs every morning for breakfast. He always took a vitamin pill with his afternoon coffee, and he was used to exactly 8 hours sleep. It was this last habit that caused him to wake up that night at midnight. He had gone to bed at 4 that afternoon, and habit is a hard thing to break. At first he thought it was morning, but a glance at his watch hanging on its illuminated pedestal corrected that. He grunted, rolled over, and waited for sleep to overtake him again. Nothing happened. He turned and stared at the ceiling for a while. Still nothing. He had not felt so wide awake for a long time. Then he was struck by one of the flashes of inspiration that had made him famous. He would raid the refrigerator. Downstairs he found that his son Eric had anticipated him by 2 minutes and was busy setting the table with cheese, pickles, ice cream, peanut butter, and everything else necessary to keep a 16-year-old boy operating at peak efficiency. A pile of books on the table indicated that he had just finished his homework. Dr. Brinton was pleased that his son had worked so late, but the choice of food made him shudder. He rummaged in the refrigerator himself, found a cold pork chop that Eric had somehow overlooked, and bore it to the table in triumph. "We were dealt a blow today," he said between mouthfuls. "Oh?" said Eric, on guard in case it was about his schoolwork. "Received word that Senator McNeil is coming here tomorrow. No, today, it's after midnight." Oh. It was an O of relief. A senator couldn't be nearly as troublesome as a teacher. Don't say "oh" like that. He'll probably close the station tight, and we'll all be out of work. You don't realize it, but money has been getting harder and harder to cadge for this place. We're practically running only the fuels department now. He got up, threw the bone from his pork chop into a garbage pail, washed his hands at the sink, and sat down again. He continued, "Wait till he finds out about those 4 reactor rockets that are cooling off on the moon, waiting for us to get there. I can hear him scream, $5 million each full of precious equipment, to say nothing of an invaluable fissionable material, and then this place gets shut down." Eric had a suggestion. "Give him the old routine about how we have to get men to the moon, or the Russians will do it first and use all the equipment we've sent there without even thanking us." Said his father, considering. He shook his head finally. "His answer to that is why we send good money after bad. No, I just hope he feels better after a steak dinner. Either that or the wings fall off his plane." He smiled wistfully at the thought. "Oh well," he said. "Let's go to bed." They went their separate ways, but only Eric went to bed. His father entered the library, sat down, got his pipe going, and began to reread How to Win Friends and Influence People. The next day saw Dr. Brinton contemplate suicide, homicide, and voting Republican, though not necessarily in that order. The senator had viewed their most inspiring onward and upward movies, and merely asked how much they cost to make. He had eaten a huge steak at the commissary, and then inspected the garbage cans for waste. His visits to various departments had been marred by his lack of interest in anything except the number of men employed by each and their average salaries, though he did comment that they all looked hung over. In the fuels department, he had walked out on the demonstrations, interrupting some actual experiments that were going on outside the test room. Dr. Brinton was now riding in the back of a jeep, explaining to the senator that nuclear rockets were not too efficient, and the shielding necessary to make them safe for men weighed more than their payload. The senator noted down the word inefficient. A loudspeaker on a pole a little farther down the road interrupted the explanation. 25, 25, 25, it shouted. 59, 18, 59, 18, 73, 10, 8. It began to repeat the message. The driver, who had slowed while they listened to the message, turned the jeep around and sped them back the other way. "What in heaven's name was that?" asked the senator, who was busy hanging on. 25 means emergency, shouted Brinton. 5 and 9 is fire and explosion in the fuels department, which is 18. 73 is my call number, and 10-8 means they want me to get there in a hurry. For the first time, the senator looked impressed. Then he grew angry again when his hat blew off and the driver wouldn't stop to go back and get it. The jeep took a shortcut across the concrete fence and left tire marks in the grass in front of the fuels department. Dr. Brinton jumped out and ran into the building, leaving the senator to argue with the driver about going back for the hat. The lab outside the test room was dusty and littered with broken glass. 2 technicians were receiving first aid for minor cuts, but everyone else seemed to be in an almost holiday mood. Dr. Ferber saw Dr. Brinton standing in the doorway and came over to him immediately. "That telephone operator gets too excited," he said. "There's no fire, and I think it was an implosion, not an explosion. Wrecked our new pressure catalyzer. Harrison's gone to hospital, and the 2 you see are hurt, but none of it's very serious. I suppose Butcher Boy is going to put this down in his little notebook, too." "If you are referring to me," said the senator's voice behind them, "I most certainly am going to make a note of it, and I suggest you both start advertising for other jobs." Brinton had been indulging in a pleasant little fantasy in which he had cut Senator McNeil up into 28 pieces, placed them in aluminum cans, and made them radioactive in the station pile. He was smiling at the newsreel cameras, about to fire the first senator-powered spaceship in the history of mankind, when his alarm clock, which had maliciously been waiting for just such an opportunity, spoiled his dream by waking him up. That was how the next day started. It continued in the same vein when, in a fit of petulance, he strode into his clothes closet and kicked the alarm control box barefoot. He was working the combination dial for the 3rd or 4th time when he noticed that his feet were getting wet. His kick must have jammed some relays in the control box. The bath water was overflowing. Since the box was sealed to prevent him from fooling with it, he had to prevent a flood by limping downstairs and pulling the master switch. With no electricity, his breakfast consisted of cold fruit juice, cold cereal, and cold milk. When he got to his office, he ordered a pot of coffee and made out a requisition for a pipe wrench. If it ever happened again, he was going to shut the water off instead. His secretary came in with the coffee and poured him a cup. "I have some letters for you to sign," she said brightly to cheer him up. Dr. Brinton drank his coffee. "Our new filing system is working very well," she added, pouring him another cup. The doctor's face relaxed a little, but it was because the snowbank in his stomach was beginning to melt. His secretary played her trump, and somebody from the fuels department phoned and said something was passing the yellow line and might make the blue. She was never sure afterward whether Dr. Brinton had gone around his desk or over it. She had blinked, and by the time her eyes were open again, he was gone. Dr. Brinton found a crowd in the indoor test lab, chuckling over the line being drawn by a differential analyzer. He elbowed his way to the front, looked himself, and began a little dance of impatience. The analyzer was connected with linkages to the test stand, where a tiny rocket motor was thrusting out a hot blue pencil of flame. The results from the analyzer were plotted as a range capability against time on a piece of graph paper which had 4 curved colored lines overprinted on it. The curved lines were marked in succession: Earth, Moon, Moon, and Earth. If the first Earth line, colored red, was passed, the fuel under test could power a rocket to leave Earth, carrying men with it. If the yellow line, the first Moon line, was reached, the rocket could theoretically land men on the Moon. Several rockets carrying dummy loads had already tried and failed. Their fuels, though the best available, barely reached the yellow line when under test. The blue, second, Moon line was calculated to indicate an escape from the Moon without refueling, and the last line in green was a theoretical powered landing back on Earth. The pen of the analyzer had already passed the blue line and was more than halfway to the green. "This the stuff that was left in the catalyzer after the explosion yesterday," Dr. Ferber shouted to Dr. Brinton over the roar from the little engine. "It looked as if it would burn, so I tested it. Jackpot!" "What is it?" asked Dr. Brinton. "Supposed to be an artificial base for a perfume." That last word seemed louder because the test rocket just then ran out of fuel and grew silent. The tracing of the pen stopped a fraction short of the green line. Dr. Ferber continued in his normal voice while he busied himself with the connections of the engine. "We didn't have anything to do to put on a show for McNeil yesterday, so I told the lads to carry on with experiments of their own. It was Harrison who made this stuff. He was cut by flying glass and landed in the hospital. I phoned there this morning and found the damn fool doctor took his appendix out. Said he figured he might as well while Harrison was in there. He's still under the anesthetic, and we won't be able to ask him anything for several hours." "Doesn't matter," said Dr. Brinton. "We know it works. We have to find out why it works. Got any left? We'll analyze it." The next few hours saw Dr. Brinton rapidly become a bitter and disillusioned man. When a qualitative test informed them that the presence of nitrogen meant they were going to have to use an even longer and more laborious process than the ordinary one, he uttered a few sentences that made a couple of nearby German exchange students wonder if perhaps they hadn't a portion missed in the English language learning. When he found that he had forgotten his pipe at home, and the analysis required too much of their attention to allow him to go home and get it, he quoted a paragraph or two that earned him the undivided attention of everyone in the lab. But when he took the results over to a calculator and worked them out to carbon 281.6%, he had barely started the prologue when frustration overtook him and he subsided speechless. He was at a loss to say or do anything except mumble. The 281.6% was impossible. Dr. Ferber came over and took the paper with the results from him. Everyone in the lab watched while he checked the calculations patiently. A delegation minutely checked the apparatus the two doctors had used. It was faultless. One person even went so far as to cast a suspicious look at the big automatic microbalance standing on its pedestal in the center of the room. He weighed a piece of paper, wrote his name on it in pencil, and reweighed it. The difference was satisfactory. For a few moments they all just stood and looked at each other. Then the whole lot of them set to work. A junior technician, headed for the spectrograph, came back in 3 minutes with a freshly developed spectral photograph and a puzzled look. he spent some time comparing both of them with the illustrations in a manual entitled Structural Formulae as Indicated by Spectral Groupings. The two German exchange students made a few tries at finding the class of compound. They soon were deep in a technical discussion in their own language, the only recognizable words being Biuret, Dummkopf, and damn. A senior research chemist tried crystallizing some and invented an entirely new swear word. With 4 helpers, Dr. Brinton and Dr. Ferber redid the combustion analysis in slightly less than twice the time it would have taken only one of them. Of course, they were assured of accuracy. Each step was checked at least twice by everyone. The result was still carbon 281.6%. Dr. Brinton escaped the ensuing mental paralysis since he had already been through the experience once. He went over and began to study the figures written in on the side of the spectral photograph. Out of little more than idle curiosity, he compared the ratios of the rough quantitative estimate found spectrographically with the more accurate but impossible answer of the combustion microanalysis. While he was doing the necessary figuring, he listened sympathetically to the technician. The young man was complaining bitterly about things in general and chemistry in particular. Chemical reference books came in for a special roasting because either that lousy book is incomplete or this structural formula is out of this world. That did it. Brinton got out a scratch pad and drew a little diagram. Then he went to talk to Dr. Ferber. Would it be possible that Harrison started with a multi-ringed phenol? He asked. Dr. Ferber nodded. Dr. Brinton showed him the drawing. Does that remind you of any geometrical figure? Dr. Ferber looked. There was a pause. Then his eyes lit up. Of course, he said, since formulae are usually drawn in one plane, I doubt if anyone ever noticed that before. And when it comes under stress by compression, it's only natural that it should fold. He paused and looked at the calendar. 4 weeks? He asked. That'll do fine, said Dr. Brinton. I'll arrange the details. You look after the fuel. Harrison can give us the details of this one, but there are probably any number of fuels based on this principle. Some will be even more efficient, too. He excused himself, went to a phone, and asked for a Washington number. The call was answered. Hello, Senator McNeil, he said. How would you like to be guest of honor at a party? Brinton peered through the ring of reporters over to the head table where Senator McNeil was speaking and speaking and speaking. He's on his home state, Dr. Brinton said. About half an hour to go. Now, gentlemen, you are asking about the new fuel. You all received press handouts containing the information. You will probably receive copies of the senator's speech, and the broadcast from our first men on the moon went out over several networks hours ago. It seems to me that you have enough for several stories. One of the reporters asked bewilderedly, What is a tesseract? I read the handout twice, and I still don't understand. A mathematician would be better qualified to explain, said Dr. Brinton, but I'll try. A tesseract is a fourth-dimensional cube. A line has 1 dimension, a square has 2, a cube has 3, and a tesseract has 4. A cube can be unfolded into 6 squares, and a tesseract unfolds to 8 cubes. The new fuel had a molecular structure resembling an unfolded tesseract. When pressure is applied, it folds up into a tesseract so that it takes up less room and relieves the pressure. The practical application is that we can get 8 pounds of it into a 1-pound can. The other 7 pounds of it are riding around in the 4th dimension. As soon as it starts to burn, the structure is destroyed so that it comes back out of the 4th dimension. Several people have assured me that it can't work. They're probably right, except that it does. Oh, I'll be back in a minute. He went over to another group and spoke to one of its members. The man addressed nodded his head and left. Dr. Brinton returned. If there are no more questions, I suggest we do some serious drinking. I am now out of a job and I want to celebrate. Promptly at 7:30, a relay clicked, and the alarm clock went into its usual daily routine with the chimes, window, lights, and bathwater. Dr. Brinton woke up enough to reach out a lazy arm and flip a newly installed toggle switch beside his bed. Everything returned to normal. The light and the chimes both faded away, the window reopened, and a soft gurgling came from the bathroom. A slight gurgling also came from the bed, where Dr. Brinton, with a happy little smile on his face, had gone peacefully back to sleep, perfectly satisfied that he had worked himself into unemployment by finding the fuel that would power spaceships to and from any part of the solar system. End of Wait for Wait by Jack McKenty. Recording by Scott McMullen.
Tinker's Dam by Joseph Tinker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tinker's Dam by Joseph Tinker. There is something very fundamental indeed about the ancient showman's trick. Divert their attention from the thing you're really doing. The call on the TV phone came right in the middle of my shaving. They have orders not to call me before breakfast for anything less than a national calamity. I pressed accept, too startled to take the lather from my face. "Hi, Jip," George Kelly said to me from the screen. "Hurry it up, boy." He made no reference to my appearance on his screen. "Quit dragging your feet." This I take from George Kelly. First of all, he's director of the FBI. Even more important, he's my boss. "Hey, George," I protested, knowing he would not have called on a routine matter. "I got up before breakfast as it is. What's up?" I hardly needed to ask. When they call me, it's always the same sickening kind of trouble. "Fred Place and his gang got their hands on a telepath in the district last night," George told me. "It's been on the newscast already. There'll be a damned ugly mob at the office. A lynch mob. Listen, Jip, I want you to go through the main entrance this morning." I nodded my willingness to fight my way through the crowd that would be gathering at the office. Usually I have my taxi drop me on the roof of the building. Call it a petty vanity if you want. It's one of the perquisites of being Washington brass. "Swell, Jip," George Kelly said, as if there had been any question about whether I'd come in through the main entrance. "The public has a world of confidence in you. Now damn it, Jip, if they want to make a fuss over you this morning, let them. We've got to get that snake out of the building alive." "Oh no," I protested. "You don't mean Fred took a telepath to the office?" "I'm afraid so," George said, his tone so neutral that I couldn't take it as personal criticism. "See you down there." His rugged features faded from the screen as he cut the image. I had my driver drop the skimcopter to the street when we got to Pennsylvania Avenue within a block of the building, and he skimmed to the outskirts of the crowd that was pressing around the entrance. There were 400 or 500 people there, milling around like a herd of restless cattle. Tighter knots of humanity were pressed around the usual 4 or 5 firebrands who were ranting and yelling for blood, telepathic blood. The guards around the entrance, apparently tipped by George Kelly, started yelling, "Let him through!" They charged the mob to open a lane for me. The crowd drew back sullenly. As I pressed toward the guards, I could see the fear and panic on the faces around me. Then a man recognized me. "God bless Jip Tinker!" he bellowed in a voice loud enough to conjure an echo out of a prairie. People started jumping like so many animated pogo sticks, trying to get a sight of me over the heads of others. By the time I reached the steps, the whole mob was cheering and yelling, "Jip!" As George Kelly had asked, I paused on the steps and held up my hands for a chance to speak. It's flattering when they give you silence. In the space of 2 breaths, it was like the inside of a morgue. "Thanks, friends," I called out to them. George Kelly and I have already gotten the facts on the telepath who was captured here in Washington last night. There is absolutely no cause for alarm. I hope you'll go to your homes and offices promptly. Let's not give the Russians any more satisfaction than we have to. And rest easy, friends. We'll use the full summary powers conferred by Congress. They gave me a terrific cheer. You'd think I had said something. At least they were reminded of the summary powers granted the FBI to deal with telepaths because of the gruesome danger they are to all of us. Anita Hadley, my secretary, was waiting for me in the outer office, although it was a good hour before we were supposed to open. "He's in there," she said, pointing to the door to my private office. "The snake?" I asked, startled. "Fred Place," she said. "And he's got the snake in there with him." Her gray eyes flashed. She could guess how I felt about that. Come along, I said to her, and went into my office. Hi, Jip. Fred Place greeted me, grinning. Got a present for you. He gave his prisoner a shove, making him stumble a couple of steps toward me. The telepath was a stoop-shouldered, balding gent with large feet. He certainly didn't look like a walking bubonic plague, but then they never do. Instinctively, I closed my thoughts to him. What's this snake doing here, Fred? I asked my section chief quietly. He flushed. He knew my policies. What did you expect me to do with him? He said hotly. This isn't some common snake we picked up out in the country. We snagged this viper right here in Washington, Jip. I suppose I should have spirited him out of town on the midnight jet. Yes, I said. That would have been my idea. Do you realize that all this publicity has gotten us a mob of 500 people around our doors? A mob that's waiting to lynch this prisoner of yours? The man gulped and started to say something, but Fred hit him hard between the shoulder blades. Shut up, he said. Nobody cares what you think. He walked up close to me. Sure, I know there's a mob down there, he said, and I know why they're there. Plain scared to death of what it means to have had a telepath loose in Washington. You're wrong to hustle this guy out of town, Jip. Look at this pathetic case. Does he look like a Superman? I looked at the snake. No, I agreed. He looks like they roped him somewhere in West Virginia a few months ago, put shoes on him, and brought him to town. Right, Fred snapped. Let the mob get a look at him. The contrast of you dragging him along by the ear and him stumbling along behind you is the sort of thing the public laps up. It'll put you right in the driver's seat. I thought Congress had already done that, I reminded him coldly. No bureaucrat could want powers more absolute than mine. Unfortunately, I growled at him, I gave orders that no snakes were to be brought into this building without my prior consent. This ineffective-looking hillbilly has possibly read 1,000 minds since you dragged him in here. How much of what he has picked up around here this morning will be peeped by some Russian telepath before you get him out of town? Relax, Fred scoffed. He's a short-range punk. That was too much. I'll do my own thinking, Fred, I said. From now on, you follow orders. I turned on the telepath. Before I sentence you, I said, what have you got to say? I never heard nothing, he grumbled. They're all alike, so help me. You are a telepath? I asked him. Sure. Prove it, I demanded, opening a chink in my mind. His long red face twisted in a crooked grin, showing poorly cared for teeth scattered here and there in his gums. You think I never had no orthodonture, whatever that is, he said. I shut my mind like a clam. If there's anything I detest, it's the ghastly creeping of a telepath into my own thoughts. Hello, Pete, he exclaimed. You done shet your mind. He shook his head. Ain't never seen nobody could do that. I'll bet he hadn't. There are only a few of us who can keep telepaths out of our thoughts. It takes a world of practice. Well, I'd had that. Can you do that? I asked the snake. He shook his head. No, sir, he admitted. So here you are, I said more heatedly, wandering around in a town full of secrets. Washington, the capital of your country, where the military, the diplomatic people, the security people, all of them have locked in their heads the things that keep us one step ahead of the Russians. Isn't that true? I reckon, but nothing, I snapped, getting sore about it for the 1,000th time. And you miserable snake, you can't keep your thoughts from being read by another telepath. No telepath can. Your mind is open two ways. To let thoughts in, but damn it, equally to leak out anything you know. I smiled coldly at him. Can you get my thoughts now? The telepath shook his head. Still got your mind closed, he said. He sounded bitter about it. You're right, I told him. Something that few can do, and that no telepath can do. How can we let you wander around Washington, leaking out thoughts of every secret your mind might accidentally have overheard from some ranking official? How many Russian telepaths have been accredited to their embassy? How many crypto telepaths have the Reds got in town? How many secrets have you already given away? How big a traitor have you been? That was the one that got him. Traitor? he yelled at me, starting across the office to where I stood leaning against my desk. Fred grabbed him and twisted his arm cruelly to stop all movement. "Cut that out," he snapped. "Cut it out yourself, Fred. Just because you're sore at me, you don't have to take it out on the snake." The telepath was not to be silenced. "My folks been in this country over 300 years, he stormed at me. "And it takes someone like you to call me a traitor." I am very dark, and my hair is black and curly. I don't mind. With my heredity, it should be. "Under the power vested in me," I started. "Aw, shut up," he said, turning to walk to the door. "I reckon I know the rest." Anita stayed behind after Fred Place dragged the snake out with him. "Better give me George Kelly on the visor," I said to her.
"Right away,"
Anita said, coming over to my desk. "But first," I looked up. "Yes?"
"Fred Place is throwing you a curve, Jip."
The instant she used my nickname, I knew Anita felt that it was important. She never did that unless we were alone and talking seriously. What the devil?
"Fred caught another telepath last night. At the same time he got the snake you just saw," Anita said. "You didn't know that, did you, Jip?"
"Hell no," I growled. "Does George Kelly know?"
"No," she said.
"How did you find out, Anita?" She shrugged.
"I stand pretty good with a couple of the guys in Fred's section. One of them tipped me on the visor at home before I came to work. That's how I knew to be down here, actually."
I scowled over that one. "What did your buddy tell you?"
"Fred had said he'd have your okay to execute the second snake by noon and that everything about her was top secret."
That was enough. Get Fred and his top secret snake in here, Anita, and right now. Forget about that call to the director.
"Yes, sir,"
she said, and went out with a swish of skirts. But Fred came in alone. I decided it was about time to get him back on his heels. "Don't you give a damn about my orders?" I growled at him. His eyebrows shot up. "I distinctly told Anita I wanted you to bring that other snake in with you. I know Anita got the message to you." But it didn't shake him up. Fred Place came right toward my desk, leaned over and put his hands on it, and looked me in the eye. "Jip," he said, "Jip, this is once you're going to let me have my way." "Not that it makes any difference," I snapped, "but why?" "That's exactly what I'm not going to tell you," he said. "Listen, Jip, have I ever tried to stick it in you, in any form?" Fred's a hotshot. He's the hardest charger among my section chiefs, but I had never found his ambitions extending to my own job as the head of the Division of Psychic Investigation. "You're still here," I conceded. "I guess I never caught you at it, Fred." "And you never will, Jip," he said. "You've given me the greatest breaks a guy ever got. This time, I'm returning the favor." "By executing a telepath?" I demanded. "And a woman at that." He didn't ask me how I knew, but I could see it annoyed him. "The biggest break you ever got," he insisted. "This thing is so hot it will burn you to death. Another crypto telepath, right here in the district. I want to make summary disposition of her, and I don't want you to so much as look at the papers. Just give me instructions to use my own discretion." Talk about a blank check. "Fred," I said, searching for words that wouldn't offend him, "I have more confidence in you than in any man I've ever worked with. But execution? Sure, 3 years ago, when the president declared the psychic emergency, we were killing the most fatally dangerous ones. But that's a couple years behind us. I just can't go that far without more reason than you've given me." "It's perfectly legal," Fred said sullenly and beside the point. "Congress has given you summary." "Of course," I cut in. "What FBI man would suggest an illegal course of action? But why should I delegate? If this is so touchy, I should handle it myself. Why delegate?" "Simply because I ask it," he said. "And because you trust me." "Listen, Jip," he added, almost passionately. "Don't ask me any more questions. I've said too much already. If you know why, it wouldn't be right for you to delegate. Do as I ask. Trust me, I'm saving you a world of trouble." "Boy, oh boy," I said. "This doesn't sound like the way to stay out of trouble. What is so dangerous about this telepath?" "Nothing doing," Fred said. I know I'm asking for a blank check. There's no other way for me to help you play it. This is your own idea, Fred? Sure. Talked it over with Anita? He shook his head furiously. I wouldn't compromise you, Gyp, and not with her. That settled it. I would trust Anita with the crown jewels. No dice, Fred, I said. Give me the facts. Gyp, he pleaded. Don't ask for them. The facts. He straightened up from where he had hung over my desk during the whole argument. This cuts my guts right out, he said. Suspect apprehended around 2 o'clock this morning and now in detention at the city jail. Native white female, age 58. Named Maud Tinker. He stopped. I couldn't start. Maud Tinker? My given name is Joseph Tinker, although they all call me Gyp. What? I got out at last. What did she look? He nodded, looking sick. She's a gypsy, if that's what you mean, Gyp, he said to me. I'm sorry. You know I'm sorry. Has she made any statement, Fred? I asked softly, staring at the surface of my desk. She demanded to be taken at once to the chief of the Division of Psychic Investigation, Mr. Joseph Tinker, he said. Give any reason? He was quiet for a while, until I looked up. She said, Fred told me, she said Gyp Tinker was her son. I smiled wanly at him. Obviously, I can't let a statement like that go unchallenged. Not in my position as the man charged with extirpating the danger of the snakes, I said. Obviously, Fred agreed, now that you know about it. If you had done as I asked, Gyp. Get her over here, Fred, I said. I'll see her at once, and send Anita in as you leave. Sure, Gyp, he said, starting for the door. And thanks, Fred, I said, but it never would have worked. Maybe not, he conceded from the door. But the guy in the jam would have been me, not you. I turned my swivel around and stared out the window at the mall and didn't move until the light scent of Anita's perfume reminded me that I had asked her to come in. I swung around. You watch out for that Fred Place, Anita said, almost scoldingly. You mean start watching my back like I never did before? How did I get this far? Her frown softened a little. You don't miss many bets, she said. Not my Gypper. But this thing of Fred's holding back on the other telepath he picked up last night has all the earmarks of a real slippery move. Did Fred tell you anything about it on the way out? Just that he was bringing the telepath from the city jail right back with him, and that you wanted to see her at once. This snake is a woman, age 58, Anita, I told her. She gave the name of Maud Tinker and says she's my mother, I added, without any particular expression. Anita laughed. Oh no, she said. What they won't think of next. But her face sobered in an instant, and she bent forward, almost whispering the rest. Gyp, you mean that Fred Place took her seriously? That he was trying to get rid of her? He felt it would be better if I never knew about it, I admitted. What do you think I should do, Anita? Her heart-shaped face grew more solemn. I think it would be bad to try to cover it up, she decided. And I'm glad you didn't let Fred do that to you. Some newscast would be sure to get hold of the story, and there'd be snide accusations. All this talk recently about the heredity of psi powers is bad too. That's what she's trying to cash in on. And if the public thought that the man in charge of catching and pulling the fangs of all the snakes was a hereditary telepath, they'd be after your scalp in no time. So? Scotch it. See her, face her down, prove her charges ridiculous, and ship her west. I smiled a little dimly. Just one complication. Yes, Gyp? This Maud Tinker, says Fred, is a gypsy. Anita's face did the most abrupt change. I had never seen her furiously angry. She's a typical high-echelon Washington secretary. Cool, extremely well-mannered, cheerful without being bumptious. But this time she was downright mad. I told you, Anita said. What? I told you to watch out for Fred Place. It's not his fault, I protested. Catching telepaths is his job. Within limits, she said scornfully. I thought it was just one more of his screwball ideas. He had his whole section concentrating on gypsies for a couple of months. He had a long story to go with it, Jip. How all the soothsayers and clairvoyants and finders were really short-range telepaths or precogs. I don't believe it, I said. You mean that Fred started with my nickname and has been on this campaign of looking for telepaths among gypsies just in hopes he could embarrass me? Yes. You have to like loyalty, no matter what the circumstances that incite it. I can't believe that one of my boys, Anita, I said. Fred was all broken up about it. I bet I can call the turn, Anita said, starting back for her own desk. Fred's next move is to tell you that no one can blame you for disqualifying yourself from this case. After all, your own mother. Well, the political implications were deep. I think I would agree, I said at length. Let's see what happens. Send this Maud Tinker in as soon as she gets here. Aren't you going to take any precautions, Jip? Anita demanded. Against what? You're impossible, she snapped. I'll take care of the precaution department myself. And don't you dare let Fred get that woman in here until I get back. No what? Joseph Tinker, she cried. Be quiet. She stormed out. In about 20 minutes, the buzzer on my Pix box sounded, and I depressed the key. Anita's face was tense on the small screen. Just got a flash, she said. Fred has her in his copter and will let down on the roof in about 4 or 5 minutes. I'll need a couple minutes more than that. Now don't you let him in with her before I get there, do you hear me? I said I heard her. She beat Fred at that. For all I know, she had booby-trapped him in getting down from the roof. Anita has drag with everybody in the building, and that could have included the elevator serviceman, who quite easily could have loused service to the roof enough to delay Fred. Anita came in. Mr. Tinker, she said crisply, meet Tony Carlucci. I stood up. Tony was a darned good-looking chap, about my age, with very dark hair, somewhat curly, and a flash of white teeth for a smile. I told him I was pleased to meet him. Move over, Anita directed, stepping smartly around my desk and giving my elbow a sharp yank. You sit behind the desk, Tony. Now try to look like a big wheel, for heaven's sake. I am a big wheel, Tony protested. In the used copter racket. Anita was already reaching up to push down on my shoulders. Won't you sit down? She demanded. She had me in one of the comfortable chairs I have in my office for callers, rather off to one side. She put herself down in the chair across from my desk from Tony Carlucci, as though she were getting instructions. He didn't need much hinting. Tell the bulls we're gonna clean up the district, he started, waving his hands around. No more poker, no more dice, no more sneaky Pete. I'd never heard of that. Shut up, Anita said. He'll be here any instant. Fred was as good as her word. He was holding the door for his telepath within seconds. Tony Carlucci stopped hamming it up and straightened importantly in my chair. I had to admit that Anita had found a guy who, superficially, resembled me more than a little. No one who knew either of us would ever mistake one for the other, but our general descriptions were quite similar. The woman who came in not only was a gypsy, she was dressed as a gypsy. Her blouse was white and quite frilly. She had on a billowing red skirt, liberally encrusted with embroidered beads of a darker red. The tattered hem of a petticoat hung below it. Her hair had been dark once, but it was shot with threads of silver. There was a lot of it, and piled up high so that her ears were exposed. They had pierced lobes, and heavy gold rings hung from them. Instinctively, I closed my mind as tight as a clam. The mere sight of a telepath triggers that reaction. Fred closed the door behind him, continuing to stand just behind his captive. She glanced briefly at me, and then looked for a longer moment at Tony Carlucci behind my desk. Joe, she said to him. Joe, don't let them do this to me. I don't know how much coaching Anita had given Carlucci, but he knew enough to call her mother. And I knew enough to watch Fred place the instant Tony said, Oh, mother, why the devil couldn't you keep out of sight? Fred was one mighty confused-looking boy. The 2-bit word is consternation. He had it. Anita had given him the business. "I'm sorry, madam," I said, standing and walking over to where Tony was emoting, with the back of his hand pressed to his eyes. "We threw you a curve. Meet Mr. Tony Carlucci." Her eyebrows rose in surprise. "And I, madam, am Joseph Tinker." "Joe!" she cried, or wailed is a better word, and threw herself around the desk to seize me in her arms. She smelled faintly of garlic, oregano, and some kind of incense, maybe sandalwood. A nice, clean gypsy smell, cleaner than a lot of gypsies I can think of. Fred pulled her off me, not too gently. I'd say he was a little sore about something. Anita's eyes were slits of fury. "Thanks, Tony," I said. "See you around." "Honest Tony Carlucci," he said. "If you need a used copter, Joe, jet on down to my dock. Nothing down. Listen, I got one that was never used except in the spring by a little old lady who gave up walking for Lent. I'll let you know what I'll do." "Wasting your time," Anita told him. "The government provides Mr. Tinker with any kind of transportation he needs." "1,000 thanks, Tony. I won't forget." The rest was cut off as she gave him one of the more polite bum's rushes. I think he would have liked to hang around to see the rest of our little amateur theatrical. Fred had his grin going. "Couldn't get the drift for a minute, Gyp," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. "Nice work. Now I know why I get such a kick out of working for you." He whirled on Ma Tinker. "And you foolish old biddy, how far do you think you would get with an act like this against another telepath?" She spat a curse at him in Romany. "So smart," she sneered. "There isn't another telepath in the city of Washington." That was a laugh. For its own safety, the FBI has its own gang of tame TPs. They are all, of course, exceptionally short-range telepaths, and we practically keep them under lock and key to make sure some important thoughts don't leak in and out of their diseased minds. "Send in Frida Sayer," I said, leaning down to press the intercommute. Frida is a thick-ankled, thick-headed telepath. But stupid or not, she is telepathic and is an acid test in these cases. "Is this woman a telepath?" I asked Frida, when she stumped in. Frida looked at Ma Tinker, her mouth hanging a little open. She snuffled and walked quite close to the gypsy woman. "Yeah," she said. "She knows I'm thinking her hem is torn." She turned her head with that low thyroid slowness to me. "Is that all, Mr. Tinker?" she asked. Fred answered. "Swell, Frida. That's all." Frida wandered out. Fred said, "Okay, Gyp, what'll I do with her?" "Sit down, Mrs. It is Mrs., isn't it? Mrs. Tinker, won't you please?" I said in answer to his question. She took the chair Anita had been using when Tony was pretending to be me, and I sat down in my swivel across the desk from her. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Tinker," I said. "It's bad enough that you have deliberately stayed in the district after all telepaths were most stringently warned to register with us so that we could move them to less sensitive areas, but I take it quite hard that you have tried to embarrass me." "That would take a little doing," she said. "You've got a heart like a piece of flint. Let me see your palm," she demanded, reaching imperatively across my desk. Fred started to protest, but I passed my hand across to her, leaning forward so that she could reach it. Ma Tinker smoothed out my palm, rubbing her thumb over it as if to clear away a veil of mystery, and bent close over it, her dark face intense. She traced a line or two with her fingernail and dropped my hand to the walnut. "You have no mercy," she said. "You'll use the excuse that I tried to hinder the work of your department as a reason to punish me severely, and your real reason is that you feel I might have damaged you personally." Fred was moving around the desk. He spoke softly in my ear while I kept my eye on the gypsy. That was silly. He can't close his mind the way I can. She could read his thoughts just as well as if he were screaming them out loud. "That's a charge she may repeat, Gyp," he said. "Nobody could blame you if you disqualified yourself from this decision. I think we could get the newscast to see it as impeccable public behavior. We'll paint you as the administrator so devoted to pure justice that even potential resentment will be a barrier to your personal decision. How's that sound to you, Gyp?" "The day you have to start painting a picture for them, I've had it, Fred," I said. I felt sure Anita had overheard his soft words in my ear, but to be sure, I added, "I think it would be suicide to disqualify myself from this case. That's just the first step to disqualifying myself from the job." If there's any hint of telepathic heredity in my case, ducking this decision would be a public admission that I'm sensitive in that area. No, I'll handle it. Anita nodded slowly to me. Well, she had called it. Maybe she was right about Fred. Tell you what, I said. Several things about this case interest me. If we are to believe her, this woman has had absolutely no contact with any other telepath in Washington. She thought she was the only one who had escaped our dragnet. Why don't all of you shoo? I want to do a little survey in depth here. A little motivational work. I think I can get more frankness out of her if there are no witnesses. Beat it, kids. Anita left with Fred. Ma Tinker and I were alone in my office. I looked at her with a smile. Hello, Joe, she said. Hello, Mother, I said. You look just wonderful. Mother smiled at me and reached across the desk again to take both my hands. Joseph, she said in Romany. What a wonderful long way you have come since you ran away. A lawyer, and now a big man, a very big man in Washington. I am a very proud gypsy. What I might have said to her was interrupted by a racket outside my office. Voices were raised. I thought I heard what could only be Anita yelling. That's another thing that had never happened before. Fred burst back into the office, with Anita right on his heels. His face was livid. Mother turned in her chair and looked coldly at him. A gypsy woman can give you the snootiest look in the world, right down her aquiline nose when she feels like it. It stopped Fred Place in his tracks. Yes, Fred, I said quietly. If you don't mind, Tinker, he said brusquely, I'd like to be present for this interview. Tinker? I'm sorry, Gyp, he said. I'm upset. I'll bet you are, you sneak, Anita said. Chief, she told me, he was fit to be tied when you chased us out. The first thing he wanted to know was whatever had made you decide to get Tony Carlucci in here to trick his gypsy snake. I was so mad that I flipped and told him it was my idea. Is that why you're back? I asked him. Get this calf-eyed girl Friday of yours off my back, he said stonily. Our security certainly doesn't permit your confidential assistant to be in love with you. We're supposed to be checking each other constantly. I hardly knew which of his two ideas to blast the hardest. I looked at Anita first. She simply raised her head and looked me straight in the eye. It could mean almost anything. I tried, Fred. And you consider it's your job to check on me? Of course. Goes without saying, he said. I shrugged. At any rate, he added, calming down, I'm staying. Nothing outside of a direct order, which I will protest to George Kelly, will get me to leave. The last thing I wanted was trouble with the director. Stay, Fred, I said. But we'll have some things to settle afterwards. Maybe, he smiled. It will depend. Right now, I'd like to get a load of this motivational research you've got cooked up. Don't bother, Mother said. I've got more sense than to tie the rope around my own neck. I'm not saying a word. She crossed her arms and sat back in her chair with a granitic finality. So much the quicker, Fred said. You can sentence her right now, Gyp. Sure, I said. Sure I can. I wish I could say that my mind raced to a quick decision. No, I couldn't think. Or almost couldn't. One idea percolated through. Mother had made no mistake in calling Tony by my name. She had read Fred's mind in the copter on the way from the jail, and Anita's as she was ushered in. Her mistake could only mean one thing. Fred Place was not sure she was my mother. This much thought took time. Fred knew I was stalling. Come on, he snapped in a tone he had never dared to use to me before. Let's have the sentence. He was right in one thing. He had me over a barrel. I squeezed my eyelids shut and did something I hadn't done since that day 20 years before when I had run away from home. I opened my mind to my mother. Unless you have had the experience, you can't imagine what it is like to live with a telepath. It is disquieting in the extreme. One of the concomitants of consciousness is that it is private consciousness. And when this isn't true, when someone, even a loved one, can creep into your mind and know what you think, your insides writhe. Caterpillars course around under your skin, and you resent. Sooner or later, you will hate. I ran away from home because I couldn't stand Mother in my mind and couldn't bear the thought of hating her. But now I had to know what I should do to her. I let her into my thoughts. Give me some sign, I thought as I waved a hand at Fred for quiet. Mother, tell me what to do. Poor Joe, she thought. He loves me in spite of it all. He can't bear to do what he has to do. Joe! Her mind shrieked at me. You read my mind! I snapped upright in my chair and grabbed its arms until I could hear my knuckles crack. My mind snapped shut with an almost audible crack. I was a damned snake. I could dimly hear Fred yammering at me. With a sick fear, I slowly opened my mind again. His thoughts surged into it. Well, Anita had been right. And Anita! Yes, Mother thought. She does love you, Joe. A lovely girl. You lucky man. Fred had me by the shoulder, yelling at me, shaking me, trying to get me to speak. He was almost slavering in his greed. I paid him no heed. All right, I thought. What's to be done, Mother? Throw the book at me, Mother thought. Shut up, Fred, and sit down. He kept his tight grip on my shoulder. Sit down, I yelled at him. 3 strikes and out, Fred. This is the 3rd order you've resisted today. Now hear this, I said. Under the powers vested in me, I sentenced Mother to indefinite detention in Oklahoma. I threatened her with worse. Face it, the only worse thing was death, if she were found in a restricted area again. Take her out, Fred, I said. He hadn't counted on my being able to do it, and it left him without a plan. 4 times? I asked him. No, Gyp. On my way, he said, taking Mother by the arm. Anita started to follow him. I stopped her and waited until the door had closed behind Fred and Mother. You were right about Fred, Anita, I said. Thank you for saving my life.
Oh, Gyp,
she said, tears trying to brim over her eyelids.
He's such a cutthroat.
Sure, I said, but now we know it. Give me an appointment with George Kelly, will you, Anita? She compressed her lips.
That's more like it,
she said angrily.
Get Fred kicked clear out of the bureau. George Kelly is a great director, Gyp, and he'll do it if you insist.
Maybe, I said. I stewed over what to tell the boss until Anita came back in.
Mr. Kelly can see you now, Mr. Tinker,
she said, all calmed down again. I got up and came around the desk and took her by the elbow, standing at my door. Just in case, I said, leaning down to kiss her lightly on the lips. I love you too.
Too?
She said. I froze. It was the kind of slip that sooner or later trips up every snake. My grin was a sick one. I walked out without another word. The director's office is on the 4th floor. I climbed the single flight, and his girl let me in. George FX long slim cigars. I say FX. He seldom lights them, but he waves them like batons, conducting some kind of a symphony of words and ideas all day. Welcome, stranger, he said, calling on the fiddles for a little pizzicato. What's up, Gyp? I sat down across from him at his desk and tried to put a smile on my face. I want to submit my resignation, George, I said, effective immediately. Not accepted, he said, without a second thought. Then his face grew solemn. What's this about? He demanded. I can't lose you, Gyp. My right bower. One favor, I said, not answering him. Don't move Fred Place up to my old spot. Any of the other section chiefs, but not Fred. Well, George said, whipping up the brasses with his cigar. This begins to sound like cause and effect. He hushed the whole orchestra to a whisper. I thought Fred was your fair-haired boy, Gyp. You two get in a hassle? I shook my head. Not directly, George, I told him. I want you to know 2 things. They'll explain why I'm quitting. My mother is a telepath. We arrested her early this morning here in the district. I just sentenced her to transportation and detention in Oklahoma. Good heavens, he gasped. Your own mother? Gyp, no wonder you're upset. Didn't you know she was a snake? My smile was a little tired. Of course I knew, I told him. I ran away from home at 13 to get away from having her inside my head all the time. That's how I learned to close my mind, closing her out as much as I could. The power got stronger as I grew older. It's embarrassing, George said, turning away from me to look out the window. To have you, of all people, Jip, with telepathic heredity. Still, if no one knows, and since you've never had the slightest manifestation of psi powers yourself, there may be some way we can preserve your usefulness. Today, within the last half hour, George, my latent telepathic ability became manifest. George, I'm a snake. His face froze. Then the baton-like cigar stopped its movement. He was like a statue. The pose broke, and he pressed a button. Send Carol Lundgren in, he ordered. I knew Carol, another short-range telepath that George used as his private lie detector. Carol was at my elbow in a moment or so. George wasted no words. Carol, is there a telepath in this room? He asked. Carol grinned. Yep, he said to the enforced silence. There is. George Kelly's face fell. His name is Carol Lundgren, the kid went on. Next question? George looked as though he could have brained him. All right, you Philadelphia lawyer, he grumbled. Besides yourself, Carol, is there a telepath in this room? No, Mr. Kelly, there is not. Get out and don't scare me like that again, George told him. I didn't get it. I said so. George, I don't get it. I read my mother's thoughts, and for that matter, Fred Place's thoughts too. That's why I asked you not to give him my job. I swear to you I can read thoughts. So? If I know I'm a telepath, Carol should be able to read the thought that I know it, I protested. You're like me, George Kelly said. You automatically close your mind in the presence of a telepath. It's pure reflex now. Carol couldn't read a thing because you clammed your thoughts the instant he walked in. That was then, I yelled at him, before my psi powers became manifest. You know that a telepath can't close his mind. Why couldn't Carol read my thoughts? Well, George thought, he couldn't read mine either, could he? No, I thought, he couldn't. George! My mind shrieked at him. Somebody kicked the props out from under my world. George Kelly was a snake. Don't be silly, he thought. I'm no more a snake than you are, Jip. But you're a telepath. So are you, Jip, he thought. The only kind of telepath that really counts. You can read minds, but others can't read yours. I fell back on words, closing my mind. It was rattling, so I didn't want George to read my thoughts. But a telepath can't close his mind, I protested. I hope the Russians are as sure of that as you are, Jip, George grinned. The only agents we have in Russia are the closed-mind telepaths. Telepaths who don't automatically give themselves away. Now that kind of a telepath really is a usable espionage agent or a safe link in a communications net. How long has this been going on? About 3 years, Jip. When we discovered that certain training could make some telepaths closed-mind operators, we got the president to promulgate the executive orders that Congress later made into law. We got all ordinary telepaths out of circulation and put to work those that we could train to closed-mind operation. Now you know why I won't take your resignation. I sputtered. George, how can I conscientiously crack down on these poor people if I'm a TP myself? He grinned. You won't. You'll still be doing just what you've always been doing, except now you'll know that you're doing it. You'll be recruiting telepaths for us. Where do you think we train them? Oklahoma? The detention area? Sure, where else? Now relax, but for heaven's sake don't ever leak this. We feel sure the Russians haven't discovered this business of closed-mind telepaths yet. Someday I suppose they will. It may take a long time. The self-realized closed-mind telepath like you, Jip, is a rarity. Mostly we have to train people rigorously for it. It took your mother over 2 years to learn it. My mother? Sure. Why do you think she was in Washington? She's part of the Sevastopol, Tehran, and Cairo communications network. George, I insisted. Something is shaky. If she's on the inside, how did she ever get picked up? He laughed. Just part of her cover. Fred Place got too close. We know what he is, Jip, but we didn't dare to have him guess what your mother was. She's on her way to a nice California vacation. New assignment after that. Maybe Middle Europe. After all, she is a gypsy. Ought to go well, say, in Bulgaria. End of Tinker's Dam by Joseph Tinker.
The Damn Thing by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Damn Thing by Ambrose Bierce. 1. By the light of a tallow candle, which had been placed at one end of a rough table, a man was reading something written in a book. It was an old account book, greatly worn, and the writing was not, apparently, very legible, for the man sometimes held the page close to the flame of the candle to get a stronger light upon it. The shadow of the book would then throw into obscurity a half of the room, darkening a number of faces and figures, for beside the reader 8 other men were present. 7 of them sat against the rough log walls, silent and motionless, and, the room being small, not very far from the table. By extending an arm, any one of them could have touched the 8th man, who lay on the table, face upward, partially covered by a sheet, his arms at his side. He was dead. The man with the book was not reading aloud, and no one spoke. All seemed to be waiting for something to occur. The dead man only was without expectation. From the blank darkness outside came in, through the aperture that served for a window, all the ever unfamiliar noises of the night in the wilderness. The long, nameless note of a distant coyote. The stilly pulsing trills of tireless insects in trees. Strange cries of night birds, so different from those of the birds of day. The drone of great blundering beetles, and all that mysterious choruses of small sounds that seem always to have been but half heard when they have suddenly ceased, as if conscious of an indiscretion. But nothing of all this was noted in that company. Its members were not overmuch addicted to idle interest in matters of no practical importance. That was obvious in every line of their rugged faces, obvious even in the dim light of a single candle. They were evidently men of the vicinity, farmers and woodmen. The person reading was a trifle different. One would have said of him that he was of the world, worldly, albeit there was that in his attire which attested a certain fellowship with the organisms of his environment. His coat would hardly have passed muster in San Francisco. His footgear was not of urban origin, and the hat that lay by him on the floor, he was the only one uncovered, was such that if one considered it as an article of mere personal accoutrement, he would have missed its meaning. In countenance, the man was rather prepossessing, with just a hint of sternness, though that he may have assumed or cultivated as appropriate to one in authority. For he was the coroner. It was by virtue of his office that he had possession of the book in which he was reading. It had been found among the dead man's effects in his cabin, where the inquest was now taking place. When the coroner had finished his reading, he put the book into his breast pocket. At that moment the door was pushed open, and a young man entered. He, clearly, was not of mountain birth and breeding. He was clad as those who dwell in cities. His clothing was dusty, however, as from travel. He had, in fact, been riding hard to attend the inquest. The coroner nodded. No one else greeted him. "We have been waiting for you," said the coroner. "It is necessary to have done with this business tonight." The young man smiled. "I am sorry to have kept you," he said. "I went away not to evade your summons, but to post to my newspaper an account of what I suppose I am called back to relate." The coroner smiled. "The account that you posted to your newspaper," he said, "differs probably from that which you will give to me under oath." "That," replied the other, rather hotly, and with a visible flush, "is as you choose. I used manifold paper, and have a copy of what I sent. It was not written as news, for it is incredible, but as fiction. It may go as a part of my testimony under oath. But you say it was incredible. That is nothing to you, sir, if I also swear that it is true. The coroner was apparently not greatly affected by the young man's manifest resentment. He was silent for some moments, his eyes upon the floor. The men about the sides of the cabin talked in whispers, but seldom withdrew their gaze from the face of the corpse. Presently the coroner lifted his eyes and said, "We will resume the inquest." The men removed their hats. The witness was sworn. "What is your name?" the coroner asked. "William Harker." "Age?" 27. "You knew the deceased, Hugh Morgan?" "Yes." "You were with him when he died?" "Near him." "How did that happen? Your presence, I mean." "I was visiting him at this place to shoot and fish. A part of my purpose, however, was to study him, and his odd, solitary way of life. He seemed a good model for a character in fiction. I sometimes write stories." "I sometimes read them." "Thank you. Stories in general, not yours." Some of the jurors laughed. Against a somber background, humor shows high lights. Soldiers, in the interval of battle, laugh easily, and a jest in the death chamber conquers by surprise. "Relate the circumstances of the man's death," said the coroner. "You may use any notes or memoranda that you please." The witness understood. Pulling a manuscript from his breast pocket, he held it near the candle, and turned the leaves until he found the passage that he wanted. Began to read. 2. The sun had hardly risen when we left the house. We were looking for quail, each with a shotgun, but we had only one dog. Morgan said that our best ground was beyond a certain ridge that he pointed out, and we crossed it by a trail through the chaparral. On the other side was comparatively level ground, thickly covered with wild oats. As we emerged from the chaparral, Morgan was but a few yards in advance. Suddenly we heard, at a little distance to our right, and partly in front, a noise of some animal thrashing about in the bushes, which we could see were violently agitated. "We startled a deer," I said. "I wish we had brought a rifle." Morgan, who had stopped and was intently watching the agitated chaparral, said nothing, but had cocked both barrels of his gun and was holding it in readiness to aim. I thought him a trifle excited, which surprised me, for he had a reputation of exceptional coolness, even in moments of sudden and imminent peril. "Oh, come," I said, "you're not going to fill up a deer with quail shot, are you?" Still he did not reply, but catching sight of his face as he turned it slightly toward me, I was struck by the pallor of it. Then I understood that we had serious business on hand, and my first conjecture was that we had jumped a grizzly. I advanced to Morgan's side, cocking my piece as I moved. The bushes were now quiet, and the sounds had ceased, but Morgan was as attentive to the place as before. "What is it? What the devil is it?" I asked. "That damn thing," he replied without turning his head. His voice was husky and unnatural. He trembled visibly. I was about to speak further when I observed the wild oats near the place of the disturbance moving in a most inexplicable way. I can hardly describe it. It seemed as if stirred by a streak of wind, which not only bent it, but pressed it down, crushed it so it did not rise, and this movement was slowly prolonging itself directly toward us. Nothing that I have ever seen had affected me so strangely as this unfamiliar and unaccountable phenomenon, yet I am unable to recall any sense of fear. I remember, and tell it here because, singularly enough, I recollected it then, that once, in looking carelessly out an open window, I momentarily mistook a small tree close at hand for one of a group of larger trees at a little distance away. It looked the same size as the others, but being more distinctly and sharply defined in mass and detail, seemed out of harmony with them. It was a mere falsification of the law of aerial perspective, but it startled, almost terrified me. We so rely upon the orderly operation of familiar natural laws that any seeming suspension of them is noted as a menace to our safety, a warning of unthinkable calamity. So now the apparently causeless movement of the herbage and the slow, undeviating approach of a line of disturbance were distinctly disquieting. My companion appeared actually frightened, and I could hardly credit my senses when I saw him suddenly throw his gun to his shoulder and fire both barrels at the agitated grass. Before the smoke of the discharge had cleared away, I heard a loud, savage cry, a scream like that of a wild animal, and, flinging his gun upon the ground, Morgan sprang away and ran swiftly from the spot. At the same instant I was thrown violently to the ground by the impact of something unseen in the smoke, some soft, heavy substance that seemed thrown against me with great force. Before I could get upon my feet and recover my gun, which seemed to have been struck from my hands, I heard Morgan crying out as if in mortal agony, and mingling with his cries were such hoarse, savage sounds as one hears from fighting dogs. Inexpressibly terrified, I struggled to my feet and looked in the direction of Morgan's retreat, and may heaven in mercy spare me from another sight like that. At a distance of less than 30 feet was my friend down on one knee, his head thrown back at a frightful angle, hatless, his long hair in disorder, and his whole body in violent movement from side to side, backward and forward. His right arm was lifted and seemed to lack a hand. At least I could see none. The other arm was invisible. At times, as my memory now reports this extraordinary scene, I could discern but a part of his body. It was as if he had been partially blotted out. I cannot otherwise express it. Then a shifting of his position would bring it all into view again. All this must have occurred within a few seconds, yet in that time Morgan assumed all the postures of a determined wrestler, vanquished by superior weight and strength. I saw nothing but him, and him not always distinctly. During the entire incident his shouts and curses were heard, as if through an enveloping uproar of such sound of rage and fury as I had never heard from the throat of man or brute. For a moment only I stood irresolute. Then, throwing down my gun, I ran forward to my friend's assistance. I had a vague belief that he was suffering from a fit or some form of convulsion. Before I could reach his side, he was down and quiet. All sounds had ceased, but, with a feeling of such terror as even these awful events had not inspired, I now saw the same mysterious movement of the wild oats, prolonging itself from the trampled area about the prostrate man toward the edge of a wood. It was only when it had reached the wood that I was able to withdraw my eyes and look at my companion. He was dead. 3. The coroner rose from his seat and stood beside the dead man. Lifting an edge of the sheet, he pulled it away, exposing the entire body, altogether naked, and showing in the candlelight a clay-like yellow. It had, however, broad maculations of bluish black, obviously caused by extravasated blood from contusions. The chest and sides looked as if they had been beaten with a bludgeon. There were dreadful lacerations. The skin was torn in strips and shreds. The coroner moved around to the end of the table and undid a silk handkerchief, which had been passed under the chin and knotted on the top of the head. When the handkerchief was drawn away, it exposed what had been the throat. Some of the jurors, who had risen to get a better view, repented their curiosity and turned away their faces. Witness Harker went to the open window and leaned out across the sill, faint and sick. Dropping the handkerchief upon the dead man's neck, the coroner stepped to an angle of the room, and from a pile of clothing produced one garment after another, each of which he held up a moment for inspection. All were torn and stiff with blood. The jurors did not make a closer inspection. They seemed rather uninterested. They had, in truth, seen all this before. The only thing that was new to them being Harker's testimony. "Gentlemen," the coroner said, "we have no more evidence, I think. Your duty has already been explained to you. If there is nothing you wish to ask, you may go outside and consider your verdict." The foreman rose, a tall, bearded man of 60, coarsely clad. "I should like to ask one question, Mr. Coroner," he said. "What asylum did your last witness escape from?" "Mr. Harker," said the coroner gravely and tranquilly, "from what asylum did you escape?" Harker flushed crimson again, but said nothing, and the 7 jurors rose and solemnly filed out of the cabin. "If you have done insulting me, sir," said Harker as soon as he and the officer were left alone with the dead man, "I suppose I'm at liberty to go?" "Yes." Harker started to leave, but paused with his hand on the door latch. The habit of his profession was strong in him, stronger than his sense of personal dignity. He turned about and said, "The book that you have there, I recognize it as Morgan's diary. You seemed greatly interested in it. You read it while I was testifying. May I see it? The public would like—" "The book will cut no figure in this matter," replied the official, slipping it into his coat pocket. "All the entries in it were made before the writer's death." As Harker passed out of the house, the jury re-entered and stood about the table on which the now covered corpse showed under the sheet in sharp definition. The foreman seated himself near the candle, produced from his breast pocket a pencil and scrap of paper, and wrote rather laboriously the following verdict, which, with various degrees of effort, all signed. "We, the jury, do find that the remains come to their death at the hands of a mountain lion, but some of us thinks, all the same, they had fits." 4. In the diary of the late Hugh Morgan are certain interesting entries having, possibly, a scientific value as suggestions. At the inquest upon his body, the book was not put in evidence. Possibly the coroner thought it was not worth while to confuse the jury. The date of the first of the entries mentioned cannot be ascertained. The upper part of the leaf is torn away. The part of the entry remaining is as follows: "Would run in a half circle, keeping his head turned always toward the center, and again he would stand still, barking furiously. At last he ran away into the bush as far as he could go. I thought at first that he had gone mad, but on returning to the house found no other alteration in his manner than what was obviously due to fear of punishment. Can a dog see with his nose? Do odors impress some olfactory center with images of the thing emitting them? September 2nd. Looking at the stars last night as they rose above the crest of the ridge east of the house, I observed them successively disappear from left to right. Each was eclipsed but an instant, and only a few at the same time, but along the entire length of the ridge, all that were within a degree or two of the crest were blotted out. It was as if something had passed along between me and them, but I could not see it, and the stars were not thick enough to define its outline. Ugh, I don't like this. Several weeks' entries are missing, 3 leaves being torn from the book. September 27th. It has been about here again. I find evidences of its presence every day. I watched again all of last night in the same cover, gun in hand, double charged with buckshot. In the morning the fresh footprints were there, as before. Yet I would have sworn that I did not sleep. Indeed, I hardly sleep at all. It is terrible, unsupportable. If these amazing experiences are real, I shall go mad. And if they are fanciful, I am mad already. October 3rd. I shall not go. It shall not drive me away. No, this is my house, my land. God hates a coward. October 5th. I can stand it no longer. I have invited Harker to pass a few weeks with me. He has a level head. I can judge from his manner if he thinks me mad. October 7th. I have the solution to the problem. it came to me last night, suddenly, as by revelation. How simple, how terribly simple. There are sounds that we cannot hear. At either end of the scale are notes that stir no chord in that imperfect instrument, the human ear. They are too high or too grave. I have observed a flock of blackbirds occupying an entire treetop, the tops of several trees, and all in full song. Suddenly, in a moment, at absolutely the same instant, all spring into the air and fly away. How? They could not see one another. Whole treetops intervened. At no point could a leader have been visible to all. There must have been a signal of warning or command, high and shrill above the din, but by me unheard. I have observed, too, the same simultaneous flight, when all were silent, among not only blackbirds but other birds, quail, for example, widely separated by bushes, even on opposite sides of a hill. It is known to seamen that a school of whales basking or sporting on the surface of the ocean miles apart, with the convexity of the earth between them, will sometimes dive at the same instant, all gone out of sight in a moment. The signal has been sounded. Too grave for the ear of the sailor at the masthead and his companions on the deck, who nevertheless feel its vibrations in the ship, as the stones of a cathedral are stirred by the bass of an organ. As with sound, so with color. At each end of the solar spectrum, the chemist can detect the presence of what are known as actinic rays. They represent colors, integral colors in the composition of light, which we are unable to discern. The human eye is an imperfect instrument. Its range is but a few octaves of the real chromatic scale. I am not mad. There are colors that we cannot see. And God help me, the damn thing is of such a color. The end of The Damn Thing by Ambrose Bierce.